Welcome to Washington, where the President of the United States will be officially sworn into office in an inauguration ceremony. A truly historic day after possibly one of the greatest political comebacks of all time. Donald Trump will shortly be making his way to the building behind us, surrounded by the rich and the powerful.
Well, today on Sky News, we'll be live in the heart of Washington, D.C. to witness the transfer of power and consider what might come next for the second Trump administration. It's been less than 3 months since the American people voted to elect Donald Trump, and since then, true to form, the president-elect has got the attention of the world.
I feel very confident, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
So it all comes down to this.
Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania.
Not a state that we expected to be spending much time looking at this evening, which is a very bad sign indeed for the Harris campaign.
You won't hear from the vice president tonight.
It was amazing, really, how quickly the mood changed.
We're going to have a Republican Senate.
The man who has upended all the rules of politics in America is president for a second time.
It was about the economy. It was about immigration.
I concede this election. I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
RFK Jr., this is an individual who is a conspiracy theorist, anti-vaxxer.
The new Department of Government Efficiency, headed by Elon Musk. Take over, Elon! We have to get Elon with his boy. Okay. And no, he's not taking the presidency.
Donald, congratulations.
To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. We need them for economic security. If those hostages aren't back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
President-elect Trump says we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released.
He is saying that it is only because of his victory that this has happened.
He does have the classification formally now of convicted.
Well, it's cold.
It's so cold, Mark. Haven't we
Beautiful
come?
day, though. It is a beautiful day.
At least the sun is out. But haven't we come such a long way? I remember you and I were both up on this rooftop in July when that assassination attempt happened on Donald Trump's life. And of course, we were here in November during the election, and now on this freezing
Well, we got
day.
things wrong there, because that was 20 degrees in Washington, and we were inside a warm studio. Now it's what, -4, but feels
like minus 20.
12. And we're on a rooftop, but I mean, spectacular views behind us, and flags I see flying at full staff, which is what he wanted.
Yeah, and although, I mean, it is so cold that they've moved the entire event indoors, and they've had to tell the hundreds of thousands of people who have arrived here that, you know, only so many can get into the Capital One Arena.
I don't blame him, do you? I mean, it is very cold, and it is a long time. People sit out, you know, on the mall for hours and hours, and he's got to think of them, I suppose. And
I mean, the last time they did this was in 1985 for the second inauguration of Ronald Reagan. But we're just having a look at those live shots of inside the rotunda, where about 600 people can fit in, Mark. And we are expecting, after Donald Trump finishes his tea with President Joe Biden and
a courtesy, by the way, that Donald Trump did not afford
4 years ago.
Yes, I mean, you know, he just disappeared, and he didn't even attend the inauguration. But Biden fulfilling those traditions and those courtesies.
That's right. As you say, 4 years ago, after the January 6th incident here at the Capitol, Donald Trump was almost a sort of persona non grata, wasn't he? He left and said he wasn't going to stay for the inauguration. He wasn't going to accept the election result, and he went back to Mar-a-Lago. But apparently he left a very gracious note, according to Joe Biden.
Yeah, I saw that.
For Joe Biden, the then incoming president.
But politically, for Donald Trump, it was all over, wasn't it? I mean, in theory, in reality, it is quite the most extraordinary comeback.
It is quite a political comeback, and you're looking at the split screen here of the Capital One arena where his supporters are gathering. And Donald Trump has promised to visit his supporters there. Many people from across the country, as well as donors who have made their way to Washington, D.C. And we can hear the helicopters overhead. Security is still incredibly tight here, despite moving the crowds and the guests indoors, inside the rotunda. And then, of course, the other side of the split screen is all the guests arriving, as well as the incoming first family into the rotunda ahead of the inauguration.
And as the police helicopters go over, we want to hear from you. You can scan a QR code, which is about to be on the strap below, and you can submit your questions or comments about the day's events, and we'll put your questions to our guests joining us today and our team of correspondents. We may even try to answer the simple ones ourselves.
Well, yes, exactly. You can send us your thoughts. Mark and I will attempt to answer some of those questions, but we've got all of our exceptional correspondents on hand across Washington. And of course, Sky's Mark Stone is at the White House for us. And let's go straight to Mark, who joins us now from there. And of course, we've got James Matthews, who's on Capitol Hill. Martha Kellner is at the US border with Mexico in Eagle Pass in Texas. And our international correspondent, Diana Magne, is outside the Capital One arena where Donald Trump's supporters are gathering to watch the inauguration. Well, let's go first of all to Mark Stone, who is at the White House. And Mark, of course, that is where Donald Trump, Joe Biden, their spouses, the vice presidents, the outgoing and the incoming are all having tea and coffee at the moment.
Yes, to be a fly on the wall, on the walls of the building behind me. Tea is ongoing at the moment. We saw first Vice President-elect Vance and his wife Usher arriving here to be greeted by the woman who thought that she could beat Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, the Vice President, outgoing, and the second gentleman as well. Shortly after that, the arrival of the President-elect himself with Melania Trump, the incoming First Lady, greeted on the steps just by the North Lawn here behind me by the outgoing President Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, his wife, the First Lady, the woman who many believe was the person who persuaded President Biden to hang on as president, not to hand over the reins to Kamala Harris. That, of course, is all history now, but history which threaded the way to the re-election with a 4-year gap of President Donald Trump. And that is what we will see unfold over the course of today, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. It certainly is a front row seat that I have here. Grateful indeed for that. But there is news this morning. There is news coming in of a sense of what Donald Trump's policies will be. We know that he is to sign a flurry of executive orders. We heard it first yesterday on Sky News from his senior advisor, Jason Miller, who said that he won't even wait until he gets here to the White House, to the Oval Office, to sign those executive orders. We know that there will be 10 executive orders related to immigration. There will be 3 related to the economy and 2 so-called common sense executive orders. That the phrase being used by Team Trump. I think we can imagine what they will be. They will be ending, as Donald Trump would like to say, wokeism in America. The common sense will return to America, he said last night. The immigration executive orders, though, they will be the most profound, I think, because they will involve declaring a national emergency on the border. For example, we see armed forces, America's armed forces, deployed to the southern border, not trained in crowd control, but something that they may end up having to do as part of the flurry of executive orders that will be signed by President Trump in the coming hours. An awful lot to digest there will be over the hours ahead. We've also, of course, had the news of President Biden's preemptive pardons for various individuals, which he was concerned that Donald Trump would try to prosecute once he is president. So pardons preemptively issued to people like Anthony Fauci, the man who was at the heart of America's fight against COVID. Liz Cheney, one of many people who was a part of the committee trying to hold those who caused what some would argue was an insurrection, some say a riot, some say something quite different, on Capitol Hill back January the 20th, 2021. She will be pardoned preemptively ahead of any prosecution that Donald Trump might try to push through. So a number of different preemptive pardons, unusual, and in the last hour or so, speaking to our colleagues at NBC, Donald Trump, incoming, has said this is disgraceful. Many of them are guilty of major crimes. So controversy already as one president hands over Yalda, Mark, to another.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. As you were just saying there, texting with our NBC colleagues, the President Trump was asked for a reaction to Biden's pardons this morning, and as you say, he replied, "It's disgraceful. Many are guilty of major crimes." And as you say, I mean, to be a fly on the wall of that tea and then that awkward drive from the White House to the Capitol.
Let's just tell you briefly President Biden's justification for these preemptive pardons, which are, as I say, unusual but not unprecedented. There have been pardons that have preemptive pardons that have taken place in the past. Gerald Ford issued a broad preemptive pardon for Richard Nixon for his crimes. Abraham Lincoln issued preemptive pardons for Confederate soldiers following the Civil War. So it's been done before, but it is not something that is usual. And in doing so, President Biden has said that our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They are the lifeblood of our democracy. He goes on to say, yet alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to the ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. These public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction, and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions. So that, as we see Mitch McConnell, an elder statesman of the United States Republican Party, the grand old party, arriving here for this historic day. That, as I say, is Joe Biden's justification for issuing these preemptive pardons. Incoming President Donald Trump says it is disgraceful. Many are guilty of major crimes. There is, of course, though, nothing he can do about that because the preemptive pardons have been issued by the current sitting president.
Okay, Mark, thank you very much indeed. Our correspondent James Matthews is, I'm told, on the west lawn of the Capitol building. James, if you are there on the west lawn or the west steps there, that's where it should have all been going on, but it's not. It's all been changed since Friday. Tell us how it is going to change today.
Yeah, hi, Mark. You know what? Plan A was that I would be on the West Lawn. I had the hottest ticket in town. But listen to the echo. That gives you a sense of the reduced circumstances of all of this. I'm actually in the Rayburn building. This is a building on Capitol Hill that houses congressmen and women. I look out the window and I'm looking at the Capitol building where we were going to be, had it been an outdoor event, along with other media, just yards from where Donald Trump would place his hand on the Bible. So what's happened with it being taken indoors is that the press, the media, us, have been rather scattered around, and very few are in the actual rotunda with eyes on that ceremony. So that's part of the consequences of Donald Trump reining it in. Make your own mind up, Mark and Yalda. I know you're freezing. I don't envy you, but opponents of Trump have been making the point all week. Look, in 2009, Barack Obama had his inauguration outdoors. The temperature then was 28 degrees Fahrenheit. When I look at my phone, the temperature in Washington, D.C. is 25. So it's colder, but whether or not it could have been held outside, the sun is out, I don't know, anybody's guess. I think that probably divides along political lines. But as we hear the piano and the great and the good and the glad to be there gather inside the rotunda, it will be quite an occasion, clearly, when Donald Trump takes place alongside those who can squeeze inside that particular area of the Capitol building. It seats, accommodates around 650. There will be those, of course, who hear the echo from 4 years ago of the riot of Trump supporters rampaging through that very part of this building. And that's the remarkable thing in all of this, isn't it? We look at the rehabilitation of a man who was written off, but through court cases, through January the 6th fallout and all the rest of it, he's back, the big boss, very much so. I think we see a clear sense of that from the pictures this morning. When he is sworn in, they're going to try and swear him in at 11:47, I'm told, a nod to the fact that he will be the 47th president. J.D. Vance will be sworn in before Trump. But after the swearing-in ceremony, there will be a speech from Donald Trump. We expect him to say the following. He'll say that he returns to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. He'll say we'll begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. And his message to Americans today, he will say, is that it's time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. He'll say that, then he'll sign these executive orders, which will signal an abrupt change in the way that America does business, with wide-ranging implications for politics and the culture in this country and behaviour.
Okay, James, thank you very much. And we just saw the Clintons arriving. I certainly saw Hillary Clinton arrive. And also Boris Johnson, who has a decent relationship with Donald Trump. And Yalda, James mentioned 2009 there and Obama. And I was here. It was cold. But Obama went to head outside. And there were just these most enormous crowds. And that is something that Trump will have missed. And you just wonder, because he plays off a crowd, and even in an inauguration speech, it's possible to do that to some extent. And it would have been a very different atmosphere, of course.
Yeah, and he very much feeds off crowds, as you say. You'll remember in his 2017 inauguration, he talked about it being the greatest and biggest crowd ever. But of course, it was Obama's first inauguration, where they said there were historic numbers. 1.8 million people showed up here on the 2009 exactly.
And they were enormous crowds.
Yeah, but as you say, we just saw former President Bill Clinton alongside Hillary Clinton and Boris Johnson entering the Capitol building, the rotunda, and you can see Vivek Ramaswamy. He was supposed to be part of this Department of Government Efficiency alongside Elon Musk. But we're hearing that relations have sort of soured around that, and Vivek Ramaswamy will be stepping away from that. But I also earlier spotted the president, the Argentinian president, as well as Jeff Bezos. So as James was saying,
well, it's interesting who makes the cut, actually, isn't it? Who makes the cut for the rotunda
space. So I guess they've had to be selective between the guests and the donors.
Plus ones go.
We saw Boris Johnson entering there on his own. But let's go to Diana Magnay, who is outside the Capital One arena, where Trump supporters are gathered to watch the inauguration. And Diana, Mark was just saying now how much Donald Trump feeds off large crowds, and he's had to, as a result of the cold weather, have this separate rally or event at the Capital One arena. He had many of his supporters there last night as well, but just tell us what they're telling you today.
Well, I think their spirits are high. You complain about being cold. A lot of the people have been standing here since 3 a.m. this morning. So 7 hours. You would hope that those people who've been there all that time are now inside the stadium. But it really does seem to have the capacity of a kind of Mary Poppins. You know, we've seen people continue to queue. They queue around the block, around the back of the Martin Luther King Memorial Library, which is just there, and then towards the Capital One arena. So it seems endless. It only has capacity for 20,000, but people are still going in. And I think, interestingly, it is Martin Luther King Day today, which coincides with the inauguration. We know that the inauguration committee wanted flags, which have been at half-mast for Jimmy Carter's passing, to fly full. But actually here is one place where you don't see that. And I think that that is quite interesting, especially on a day where Trump has decided to, what he calls, make a revolution of common sense, strip away some of the diversity, equity and inclusion progress that were made by the Biden administration and in the decades that have come, which I suppose officials of the incoming Trump administration would say began with Martin Luther King and have gone too far. It's certainly what people in these crowds have been saying to me when I say, what does this mean, a return to common sense? They say, you know, cancel culture is dead, woke culture is dead. When I ask them what do they think the new administration will mean for them, I hear the same things over and over again. Immigration, we need the borders closed. One guy from San Diego said the city is entirely changed, it needs to stop. And then the economy, that prices are too high, that they hope their pay packets will go up, they hope prices will come down. Of course, all the economic arguments around tariffs don't necessarily mean that that will be the case, but that's not what people here think. They're excited about a cabinet of outsiders. They're excited about what this new momentum will mean for Trump. They seem to think that in the first Trump term, they called him, one of them, that he was then a sort of status quo figure. He was a president who did what presidents are expected of him. Now that has completely changed. I said, do you think that means he'll be I think we're about to see the president leaving the White House. I'll go back to you.
That's right, Diana. As you were saying, we've just saw the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, leave with Usha Vance, the incoming second lady, and they are making their way towards the Capitol, where this inauguration will begin, and no doubt we will shortly see the Vice President Kamala Harris alongside J.D. Vance come out as well, and then that drive that Donald Trump will make alongside Joe Biden towards the Capitol from the White House.
Yeah, and the one thing we do know is that immigration is going to be a key part of this Trump presidency, and Martha Kellner is at the Eagle Pass border crossing in Texas, and Martha, a key crossing point for illegal immigrants, and Donald Trump is making no bones about it. Mass deportations beginning, he said, tonight.
Yes, striking language from the incoming president, which will likely be followed by striking policy too. I am, as you say, in Eagle Pass in southern Texas. This is a border town which has become emblematic in recent years in the row over immigration. You can see behind me you have the black permanent border fence. There's then a temporary area of fencing with barbed wire. Just beyond that is a small area of parkland. There's then the Rio Grande River. And immediately on the other side, I can see it from where I am, is the Mexican town of Piedra Negra. In the coming hours, Donald Trump is expected to sign a whole host of executive orders on immigration. This is about optics. He wants to be seen to be making good on what was his key signature election campaign promise of clamping down on undocumented immigrants. What will happen in the next few days around immigration has been described by his new border czar, Tom Homan, who's a man that you'll hear an awful lot about in the coming years. It's been described as a policy of shock and awe. That will begin with declaring a state of national emergency here in Eagle Pass and across along the thousands of miles of the southern border. That will allow Donald Trump to deploy the military down here, the National Guard too. We also expect to see in the coming days raids across this country on undocumented immigrants. That could also involve people who have been here for decades now, people who have American spouses, American children, people who have been paying American taxes for years. So there's an awful lot of fear around these incoming policies among the immigrant communities in America. We also expect Donald Trump to issue an executive order which would end birthright citizenship. The implications of all of these executive orders would be huge. We heard him yesterday evening in his pre-inauguration rally promising to initiate the largest deportation operation in American history. That will take a long time to do. We're talking about 2 million people to identify, detain and expel. This is not going to happen overnight, but if he does make good on these promises, it will be remarkable and earth-shattering to the immigration landscape in this country.
Okay, Martha, thank you very much indeed. And Yalda, I mean, immigration is one of his key policies, and it looks like he is going to get on with it. And you look at the polls, and something like 57% of American voters across the board, not Republican voters, sort of back him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a huge issue during the election campaign. And one thing that we saw Donald Trump do in his first term was talk about the number of issues that he raised during the campaign that he fulfilled, whether that was the so-called Muslim ban, which they're now talking about reinstating, or various other policies there around immigration. So, as you say, immigration no doubt will be one of those issues. And at the rally last night at the Capital One arena, he said, you're going to have a lot of fun watching TV because I'm going to, before sunset, I'm going to, sign off about 100 executive orders. Donald Trump will do that. Whether they can hold or whether they're legal is a whole other question. Well, let's bring in strategist Ron Phillips, who is with us here now. Ron, good to see you on this incredibly cold
Welcome to Washington.
I want to welcome we're getting.
How are you guys doing today?
Well, I mean, we were just talking about letting this security helicopter pass, but we were just talking about immigration. Do you think he's going to do the kind of sweeping mass deportations that he's talking about?
Well, yes. I mean, we've got a serious situation in the United States. There's over 700,000 identified illegal aliens who have criminal records in the United States currently today. And that's the accumulation over the last 4 years of the open border policy of the Biden administration. And they're in the United States right now. So the first priority is to protect the homeland. So Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, is going to go and effectively remove people who've not only violated the immigration status, but who are a threat to the safety and welfare of American people.
But the practicalities are just of getting rid of millions
We're just
of people.
seeing, sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
we've just seen the First Ladies leave the White House. Outgoing First Lady Jill Biden alongside Melania Trump making their way now to the Capitol from the White House. So we are expecting things to begin shortly. They are running behind time at this moment.
They are, but we've got plenty to talk about.
We do.
But Ron, I was just saying, I mean, the practicalities of this immigration policy, so many deportation, potentially many millions, people who have not only got their lives here, but contribute to local economies and communities and so forth.
Yeah, but there's a difference between people who are a productive member of society and people who are a threat to society.
Yeah.
No one's saying that 700,000 criminals are going to be extradited overnight. It's going to take time, and you're going to have to go out and do a man search and find where these people are. But it doesn't mean you don't track down the people who are a threat to your society. I mean, you realize the incredible problem we have in the United States of 4 years of an open border where everybody from not just Central America, China, Africa, Middle East. I mean, we even just recently caught somebody who is a Russian, coming across. So we have an incredible, task ahead of us, and I think President Trump is going to take it head on.
Well, as we've been saying, there are a number of executive orders that incoming President-elect Donald Trump will sign as soon as he is in the Oval Office. And one of them, we're being told, is on day one of the executive orders that President-elect Donald Trump will be signing is to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Now, he talked about this in Mar-a-Lago at a press conference a few weeks ago.
It just sings, doesn't it? I mean, Gulf of America. I mean,
but hasn't he got more important
we make up most of the coastline, so I mean, I think I think what's going to be an interesting point. This is something that really hasn't been talked about that much. We'll do it here on Sky News. Is the fact that Donald Trump's actually going to be a leader on Latin American affairs. And a lot of the policies are going to be about Latin America coming up in this administration.
We'll just pick up on that in a moment, Ron. But we just saw the Vice President, Kamala Harris, alongside incoming Vice President J.D. Vance. They've just come out of the White House following that tea that they had together after the church service at St. John's. They headed to the White House, and as is tradition, they had tea with the outgoing president and the outgoing first lady, as well as the vice president and second gentleman. And now they're making their way for what will be the start of the inauguration, where in about an hour and a half time, at 12 o'clock, we are going to see Donald Trump take the oath of office. I understand he's going to take it at around 11:47 to mark the fact that he will be the 47th president of the United States. But just to pick up, Ron, on the points we're making, I mean, one of the questions around this Gulf of Mexico and citing this executive order, to change the name to the Gulf of America, it's not clear if a U.S. president has the authority to rename.
Oh, but it makes such good media. I mean, I don't know if the president does have the authority, but I think that what the president is sending a very clear signal by statements like this is that we're going to have an America First policy on how we deal, especially with our hemisphere, which is going to be interesting for a lot of people, because I think you're going to see a basic rewrite of the Monroe Doctrine that'll soon be known as the Trump Doctrine on how we deal with Latin America.
Rob, we're also joined by Hillary Rosen, Democratic strategist, and welcome, Hillary. Good to talk to you again. I just wonder what your thoughts are today. Trump won the election fair and square. I mean, this is his moment.
It is his moment. First of all, my first thought is that I'm sitting in a nice warm studio while you guys are on the roof freezing. But obviously, it's been talked about all morning. You cannot overemphasize the nature of the historical comeback for Donald Trump here. And with a lot of differences, I think, from the first term, because, his first term was really marked by a significant amount of uncertainty, a lack of experience. He brought in a lot of people who he didn't know very well, who ended up not being particularly competent at making the kind of change he had promised. And so there was a little bit of a negative, his term was more about negation than it was about action. And I think This time you see in him a man determined to be active, determined from day one with 200 executive orders, with the kind of people that he's bringing in, to actually change things. And that's something that hasn't happened in Washington in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Hillary, as you say, last night at the Capital One Arena, when Donald Trump was speaking to his supporters, he joked that one of his advisors had said to him, Mr. President, can't we sign these executive orders over a number of weeks? And he said, absolutely not. We're going to sign all of these before sunset on day one. So one of those things, Hillary, that's come up is he says that he's going to, on day one of the first executive orders that he's going to sign is the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. We've got Republican strategist here with us, Ron Phillips, who says, look, it rolls off the tongue nicely. But just all jokes aside, when Donald Trump talked about taking over Greenland, buying Greenland, or renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, many commentators sort of said, this is just Trump being Trump, and he's just saying these things. He's not quite serious. But whether or not he has the authority to rename the Gulf of Mexico is not the point. He is going to try and do this on day one.
Okay, so Hillary, just breaking away from that for 1 second, because here come the president and the president-elect, and this really is a turning of the political page in the United States.
Yeah, it's very much part of the peaceful transfer of power that we're seeing in the United States. The 45th president of the United States becoming the 47th president of the United States. Again, a huge political comeback, as Hillary was saying there. And Hillary, I'm just going to bring you back into the conversation, because we're just seeing Donald Trump and Joe Biden make that journey from the White House to the Capitol, where they will enter the rotunda where this inauguration will take place. But I wonder how awkward this ride is going to be, given the executive orders, the preempted executive orders that Joe Biden has signed, and Donald Trump's already called them a disgrace.
Well, Donald Trump promised that he was going to eliminate every single executive order that Joe Biden wrote, which gives you a sense, I think, in some respects of sometimes how amorphous executive orders can be. They don't always have the force of law. They're sometimes full of rhetoric, but they do change the federal regulatory system, often in many ways, as we will see with immigration, as we may see with energy. This car ride is going to be interesting. We won't know exactly what this conversation is, but I think that was Senator Amy Klobuchar, the chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, who is responsible for organizing the inauguration on behalf of the United States Senate, riding in the car with them. She's a known jokester. If anybody is going to cut the tension, it will be Senator Klobuchar. But Joe Biden is leaving today a bitter man, and it's sad and unfortunate. He has not had a ton of grace over these last couple of weeks. He's consistently carped at the electoral process and how he would have beaten Donald Trump if he didn't step out. And so this is, despite his intention today to be as diplomatic and presidential as possible, I think the bitter taste of the last several weeks in people's mouths mean that people actually are unfortunately ready for a change.
Yeah, we're going to go to Mark Stone in just a second, but Ron, Biden is today providing the courtesies to Donald Trump that he himself was denied.
Oh yeah, I think there's no question. President Biden has been in government for over 40 years. So, I mean, he understands the institution, he understands the courtesies, he understands the diplomacy. I think there's no question on that. One thing Hillary said about executive orders, let's be historically correct. Day one, when Joe Biden became president of the United States, he repealed all of Donald Trump's executive orders and then put in his new executive order. Executive orders come and go with administrations and political philosophies.
Yeah, it's not unusual. Mark Stone is at the White House, and Mark, well, it's a big moment, isn't it?
Yes, as we look at the beast, as it's known, turning left onto Pennsylvania Avenue. It came out of the north gate of the White House and then headed south. Now it's heading east up Pennsylvania Avenue. Ahead of them there, they will be able to see the Capitol building. As we can hear, I think some crowds either side, some cheering there from those that have braved the cold. And inside that car, to be a fly on the window of that car. We've said it so many times today, but both outgoing and incoming presidents are in there. Joe Biden and Donald Trump side by side on the back seat of the most protected vehicle in the world as it drives up Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House to Capitol Hill, where this historic day will continue. And a news tsunami coming as this day unfolds, with executive orders that President Trump incoming will sign. Among them, an end, he says, to birthright citizenship, that cornerstone of American culture, that if you are born in the United States, you get to be an American citizen. That, according to Donald Trump, is to end. Of course, as Hillary was saying, so many questions about the extent to which he can enact some of these executive orders. This one, birthright citizenship, well, that would require a change in the Constitution, which makes it a little bit more complicated indeed. But I'll leave you with these images of the beast heading up Pennsylvania Avenue towards the Capitol.
He's so right, isn't he? I mean, well, I'm sure there's not a fly in there on the inside of those windows. That wouldn't happen. But if there was one, to be it.
Absolutely. And as we were saying, those executive orders, the preemptive executive orders that Joe Biden pushed through, pardoning Dr. Fauci, pardoning General Mark Milley, and various others. And I think, Donald Trump talking about the different executive orders that he's going to push through. So, Ron, I mean, it could be quite awkward in that vehicle right now as they make their journey down Pennsylvania Avenue.
I think Joe Biden, as I said before, has been in the government, understands diplomacy. Donald Trump is a businessman who's got a great amount of diplomacy that he's not given credit for. I think they're having a fine time. I think Joe is ready to go, and I think Donald's ready to come in. So I think everybody is just talking about how cold it is outside, although we know that better.
We do. And Mark Austin's here with his ski boots, so that's how cold it is. It does feel like minus 13. And as we said, I mean, these events had to be moved indoors. We've got Donald Trump supporters gathering inside the Capital One arena, and Donald Trump has promised to go and see them, but they're driving along Pennsylvania Avenue now, as Mark Stone was saying, in the beast, in that massive, famous car of presidents of the United States, and being driven to the Capitol, where we expect in less than an hour and a half, Donald J. Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. And Hillary Rosen is with us. I mean, Hillary, we're just talking about what a remarkable political comeback this is for Donald Trump. When he left the White House in 2020, he was virtually persona non grata. He didn't stay for the inauguration of Joe Biden, although Joe Biden later did say that he left him a very gracious note, as is tradition as well. But here we are seeing Joe Biden now escorting Donald Trump to the Capitol, where he will take the oath and become the 47th president.
Yes, I think you can't really overestimate the remarkable importance of this handover, more than any I've seen in my career in Washington. You have Donald Trump, who just 4 years ago was essentially run out of Washington with the lowest approval rating of a departing president in history, although Joe Biden has now beaten him by 2 points on that. And then you had literal federal indictments and being impeached twice and being shunned by members of his own party, all of a sudden to come back and have the wherewithal and the fortitude to push through that and take his place again on the campaign trail. An assassination attempt, which I think is quite underreported in terms of the import that had on both his own psyche and on the American people. So this is really a remarkable day that we are witnessing.
Yeah, Hillary, we're just looking behind us here because, of course, the Capitol is behind us and we can see the convoy, all of the security, the helicopters flying overhead.
A serious convoy.
Arriving at the Capitol, and of course I can see the beast from here as well. So they've just arrived at the Capitol where in less than an hour and a half Donald Trump will become the president again of the United States. And apparently Joe Biden, when Donald Trump arrived at the White House, Joe Biden said to him, "Welcome home," sort of noting that he was returning.
Exactly.
So as you say, that sort of the graciousness of the handover is very much there.
Both men are gracious. Both men are gracious. And this is a very important period of time for America because a peaceful transfer of power, of which you go from one administration to the next administration, is something it harkens back to what we tried to accomplish since the revolution. I hate to bring that up. But.
Well, I mean, you say he's gracious. I mean, there is one point here that he hasn't even yet, I don't think, acknowledged that he lost the election. I mean, there's a level of graciousness needed for that, I guess.
It's an interesting point that isn't talked about. Donald Trump wasn't the only president that didn't see off their predecessor. You have five U.S. presidents going all the way back to John Adams, and you had a total of 7, and 2, one Woodrow Wilson because of health reasons, and Richard Nixon because of resignation. You've had 7 presidents who haven't seen off the person that had won the election before them. So it's not unusual to have hurt feelings, and 2020 was a very trying time with the pandemic as well as an election. So I think the one thing is I think you find English folks say is we just carry on.
So you accept he lost. You accept he lost the election. I mean, you accept that.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I think the 2020 election. Do I think that there was some irregularities? Yes. Was it enough to change the election? No.
Yeah. Well, look, we're here now. Today is what we're talking about, and they have arrived at the Capitol building behind us.
Yes, we can see those images now of Donald Trump, Joe Biden arriving there at the Capitol. Well, we're seeing the First Lady, Jill Biden, there entering the Capitol building, and quite an extraordinary moment. This whole day sums up the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And we're talking there about Donald Trump being gracious. People who are in his orbit often say that he can be incredibly charming and incredibly brutal and cutting as well. So, but no doubt today at that tea and then again on that car ride, there would have been nice exchanges between he and Joe Biden.
I just wonder if Hillary is still with us. Do you reflect on these events today and think that had the Democrats and Joe Biden got their acts together earlier, it could have been so different?
Well, it could have been so different, but this is Joe Biden's final moment here as acting presidential, and I don't want to take that away from him. But I do think it's worth noting that Donald Trump struggles with the graciousness issue, and while these pictures today are lovely and show him being completely engaged and gracious. Just this morning, he had his team tweet a nasty video about Joe Biden living in a senior center at the White House and that they were going to reclaim the senior center at the White House. So I do think that America is used to this behavior of Donald Trump, kind of going back and forth between like a nice guy and a bully, and we'll see how much of the bully shows up.
Interrupt you there. Hilary, we're just going to interrupt you there because the processions have started. We're looking at images there of Elon Musk, of course, and I'm going to bring in Sky's events commentator Alistair Bruce, who's going to take us through the proceedings. Alistair, over to you.
And this is the most significant ceremony that takes place in the handover of power when one presidential term ends and the next begins, as members of the families move in and take their positions. And shortly, we will see in the rotunda the ceremonial itself begin. Most of the guests have now arrived. It is really the families and members of the suites from the different key personnel who are making their way in, the ADCs from the White House, escorting the team who came up in those many vehicle processions to take their position inside. The piano is playing. The rotunda, this massive central point of the Capitol building, where at one side it has the House of Representatives and on the other, the Senate. And it is where the Parliament, the Congress of the United States, reviews and considers all federal legislation. And it is with these two houses that the new president will have to discuss his own agenda, as we now hear, for
cabinet-level designees.
Key members of the cabinet will come in, who are the designated chosen cabinet members of the president-elect. Each of these men and women have been appointed to part of the executive authority that it is the responsibility of the president to choose. The paintings around the building mark the story of the finding and founding of the United States, and also of the War of Independence and the establishment of the United States as an independent country. For each of those chosen by the president to take on the responsibilities that they will pick up later today, the preparation that has taken place from the date of President-elect Trump winning the election to today is now ready to be put into effect. Either side of the door there, President Grant looks on in white marble, as does President Lincoln. The music is coming from the United States Marine Corps Band, and there'll be plenty of different soloists playing later on, chosen by President-elect Trump and I'm sure his family, and also Vice President-elect Vance. Travelling to the capital with the President and the President-elect was the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee for Inaugurations ceremonies. Senator Amy Klobuchar was travelling with them, and she will take a lead role today, representing, as she does, the committee responsible for delivering this ceremony, which is formed by members of Congress from the Senate and the House of Representatives, and she is the chair. Significant representatives coming through now the crypt beneath the rotunda. This was going to once be the site for the tomb of President George Washington. Today it will be a processional route, and would have been the route straight out onto the steps and onto the West Terrace for the inauguration, but instead they will take a different direction and come up here into the rotunda, a circular space right beneath the dome at the center of Congress itself. And right above them, a vast painting of the apotheosis of George Washington, the first president. It shows him raised up to be amongst the gods. He's flanked by victory and liberty. And in the circle around the center of that painting are the 13 maidens who represent the original 13 states of the United States after independence was gained, after the War of Independence with Great Britain.
Attention!
And former Vice President Mike Pence, given an attention from those members of the armed forces present in recognition of his former service. We'll also see the former presidents of the United States who will be present today. We expect President Clinton, President Bush, and President Obama. President Clinton will be coming with Hillary Clinton, President Bush with his wife Laura, but President Obama will be on his own. Elon Musk amongst the number of people who've been invited. Those lucky enough to receive tickets here into the rotunda, invited by the president-elect, will include the ambassadors to the United States from all over the world with whom the United States has diplomatic relations. There will be the close families of those who are going to be in the administration of President-elect Bush, and also particular friends and those who are gathered there have played such a significant part with the process of the election. And there's another large room nearby underneath the East Terrace, which is called the Emancipation Hall. It's been built as a receiving point for all those coming on tours to the Capitol, and that is full of all the other guests who couldn't fit in here. And after his inauguration, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will go and speak to all those extra guests who were not able to be at the center of this event after it was brought indoors. There is a buzz, and the music will pick up shortly, particularly when the process and ceremonial actually takes its step towards the key moment when, according to the 20th Amendment of the United States Constitution, the President-elect will make his oath. It's a very short oath, and in saying it, like a wedding ceremony in a way to the nation, the President-elect takes all executive power. He will be required to say, "I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." At his inauguration in 2017, President Trump added, "So help me God." It's not in the Constitution that it should be said, but it was added by him then. And on that occasion, as on this occasion, he will place his left hand on two Bibles, the one that belonged to his family, that his mother gave him, Mary Ann Trump, who was Mary Ann MacLeod, born in the Hebrides. And also the Lincoln Bible, which was used by President Lincoln at his inauguration in 1861.
Present arms!
And to present arms for a former president, it's President Clinton and Hillary Clinton, who in her own time sought to win the presidency and lost it to President Trump in 2017. In the election of 2016, she lost it, and she attended the inauguration of the president in 2017. Each of the presidents will make their way to seats of some significance, quite close to the place that has been raised, a raised platform, as President Bush and Laura Bush receiving also the present arms from armed forces who once looked to President Bush as their commander-in-chief. And it's a reminder that, again, President-elect Trump will take on that responsibility. And finally, in the former presidents coming to witness this key ceremony of the change of power, peacefully done here, is President Obama.
Presidential Inaugural Committee. Committee Co-Chair, Mr. Steve Witkoff.
And Tim Cook from Apple, who is among an assembly of successful business people. Jeff Bezos, we saw earlier, Mark Zuckerberg, and Sundar Pichai. All of them here as guests of President Trump for this, the start of his second presidency and the 47th president of the United States since George Washington being the first, who is always held as the great start of this long story of presidential leadership in an independent nation. And the power of the president is considerable too. It holds all executive power. Marco Rubio watching from the side, and all the key people I was referring to before. Elon Musk again with George Bezos, Sundar Pichai, and all gathered to witness this event.
At this time, please take your seats.
They're now going to be asked to take their seats as the formal arrivals will start to take place. Each of them will be introduced formally, but we know that all the former presidents are gathered, and the event will begin with the arrival after that of the president and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, and then the representatives of the Senate committees will come in due course. And the tech corner, as it may be, underneath one of the great paintings that tell the story of the United States. So encouraging them now to sit, because until they do, it's very difficult for this ceremony and its processions to move into the rotunda. The rotunda only recently saw the casket of former President Jimmy Carter, and it was for him that the highest honor was given here for a state lying at rest, and the flags were all brought to half-mast. And today, for the inauguration, they've been temporarily raised to the top of the mast, but they will return in salute to the late Jimmy Carter to half-mast after today. Most of the people who are gathered have been working hard, or maybe even giving considerable amounts of money to support the election of President-elect Trump. The Chief Justices from the Supreme Court coming through the crypt, and two of them will play a significant part in the ceremonial later on by administering the oath to the Vice President first and then to the President. In the Constitution of the United States, the power of the Supreme Court is immense to hold in check the powers of President and of Congress, and to ultimately rule on issues of the Constitution. A written Constitution which forms the frame of very much every element of the duties of the President, of the state itself, and it is the 20th Amendment that we are seeing carried out today, the timings and the detail of the way in which both President and Vice President are inaugurated. Statues around the rotunda include, at the moment, also President Reagan. And there are 9 presidents always in the rotunda. They're brought periodically and replaced from the statuary halls that are elsewhere in this building. I think the organisers are probably still madly trying to get everybody sat for this ceremony to get underway. It must take place at pretty much the time stipulated in the Constitution. And the painting in the background there of Cornwallis surrendering the British Army to the American forces when they defeated at the great battles that took place to ensure independence. We can see at the podium there the seal of the President of the United States waiting for the 47th, and he will give his inaugural address here after he has taken the oath and assumed executive power. And more of the relations will come on in to take their seats and witness this event. And the Trump family being led in, with Barron at the rear, to see his parents inaugurated as president, and with his mother becoming First Lady the second time at a very young age. Other members of the family, Ivanka Trump, her husband Jared Kushner. They were both members of the first Trump administration. Eric and Lara Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Tiffany Trump, and Barron Trump, who have guided their father-in-law, through all of the events leading up to this date. So in the rows that we see there was, behind all the tech chief executive officers, the cabinet were in the second and third row, all waiting now to witness this moment when they each individually, particularly the cabinet, take on further responsibilities with the passing of power from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. The music, again, from the band of the United States Marines. The Marine Corps Band is celebrating parts of history and traditional music that tell us the story of the United States. And we will hear some well-known tunes later on, which will lead us to the singing of the national anthem and also those most closely associated with America's story. The officers with the gold ropes on their shoulder are all the presidential aides de camp who have played their part in making sure that the many guests and groups of guests have made their way here on time and taken their seats. And they are moving around making sure that everything is ready for the start of the processions into the rotunda, which will be each introduced. And the front row there for family members. And the Cabinet have taken their positions behind those of the chief executives of the principal businesses that have been supporting President-elect Trump. Processions will now be introduced.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Respect being given to former Vice Presidents. We saw earlier on former Vice President Pence making his way through the crypt below this rotunda. They will now take position before the former presidents join the assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
And moving on to President Bush and his wife, Laura Bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Rather interestingly, the fanfares that are being played for each of these former presidents are of British traditions and evolved to mark the arrival of British kings and queens. So each of them receiving different welcomes and degrees of excitement as the final of the former presidents, President Barack Obama.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
And it was only a short time ago that these former presidents were gathered at the National Cathedral of Washington to say farewell at the state funeral of President Jimmy Carter. All now stand for the arrival shortly of the head of state.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
With trumpet and fanfare, each of the key teams who form part of the Constitution we are seeing gathered together here for this inauguration come forward. A hush in the rotunda. All prepared now to see this peaceful exchange of power set by the Constitution of the United States. And through the
Tiffany Trump and Barron
forward.
Trump.
Meanwhile, inside, the family come in. For the family, it is a return to a life that they came to know well in the first term of President Trump and preparing now for that second term of 4 years, which starts today and will go on until the 20th of January 2028. And for all of them, a relief not to be out on the West Terrace, overlooking, though it does, the Mall and down to the Washington Memorial and that of Abraham Lincoln and the Potomac River beyond. But inside here, relatively warm by comparison, and all the timings being observed. But the family now in to watch the inauguration of their father. After all the frantic politics that led to the election last November and the discussions and further politics that has taken place since, this is a constitutional punctuation mark, a moment to pause, to reflect upon the United States and its constitutional way of passing executive power from one president to the next. And it is therefore appropriate that it takes place here in the Rotunda, at the centre of Congress, surrounded by paintings that celebrate the story of a nation and watched by the statues of various presidents who have held this office in the past.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
And for them, this is the end of 4 years since they were here on this same day and witnessed President Biden and Vice President Harris take office and start 4 years of the 46th presidential period of office. And having left the White House only a short time ago for the last time as First Lady, and knowing that right now the removals vans are in and all the boxes are being rapidly moved, and all those that belong to the Trumps will be moving in to a house that they've lived in for 4 years, and that term ends very shortly. We also noticed that the Joint Congressional Committee for the Inauguration Ceremonies, that representatives have been filing in too, and they have spent much time preparing this event and following the constitutional requirements of it. The Clerk and Secretary of the Senate will be in shortly, and then we will see the arrival of the new upcoming First Lady and Second Lady, Melania Trump and Usha Vance. And a series of messages are being sent from behind the curtain to the Director of Music so that the music comes to a halt at the key moment for the curtain to open and the announcement for the next arrival to take place in this well-choreographed process for the handover of power. Seeing out to the west there through the window, and it would have been down through those windows and down the stairs there that this inauguration would have taken place had the weather been moderately warmer. Newt Gingrich there, looking on. Other famous faces that we remember from the roll of news from the United States over the last 10 or 15 years. They remain standing because the processions still keep approaching. This Epiphany hymn, as with gladness, men of old, added to this event as we still sit within the Epiphany period, and it is one that many throughout the United States who hold the Christian faith will know well. The medley of hymns continues as Elon Musk casts his eyes around what is a remarkable building. It rises 180 feet up to the center, and the dome itself encapsulates the greatest of architecture and holds in it the friezes that again call those who serve in Congress to the highest of morals and the highest of standards, which were chosen by a committee that put together the artwork that was required to embellish this pantheon of the new state of the United States. It started to be built in the late 1850s, and the Great Dome went on sometime later, but acts as a crown of democracy over this great building. At its top is liberty herself, holding a sword, spear, and wreath. And around the feet of that great statue that stands above Washington is the motto, A pluribus unum, out of many, one. And it is that today we witness in the constitutional achievement, that all those, the many who voted, now come together as one to mark the start of a new presidency, right beneath that great statue here in the rotunda. The music, How Great Thou Art, coming to its end. As down in the crypt, representatives of the families and also those who play their part in supporting the future First Lady process towards the rotunda. Also, Vance, who will witness her husband becoming Vice President of the United States. And again, one of the presidential aides de camp, acting as escort to the future First Lady. Despite the grandeur of this building and the presence of so many people from a political, an ambassadorial, and from a business background who are gathered there, there is a sense of intimacy in this moment of power changing hands. After the inauguration, President-elect Trump will give the first of his speeches to lay out the intentions of his 47th
Ladies and
presidency.
gentlemen, performing O America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
And through the crypt now, the President of the United States and the Vice President. In the last minutes of the 46th presidency of the United States. 4 years since President Biden took office, and for him, the end of his duty in this role.
From your mountains grand and over this land, you're beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling.
And the Vice President-elect escorted through, and shortly these processions will reappear before us in the rotunda above this crypt. Painting of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Again, a reminder of the constitutional elements we're seeing here, as very shortly through the crypt will walk President-elect Donald J. Trump. And the Joint Congressional Committee for the inauguration ceremonies, including the Speaker of the House of Representatives. This constitutional responsibility has rested upon this group, not least at the back on the right there, Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
and the president-elect. A walk he will remember from his inauguration in 2017. Moments before assuming executive power of the most powerful nation in the world. As the First Lady-elect, will take her place, ready to greet her husband when he comes in here, and beside her son Baron. She will probably hold the two Bibles again, as she did in 2017. The Bible that was given to her husband by his mother, and the one that was used by Abraham Lincoln when he made his oath to be president. Each of the groups who play their part either in the life and service of Congress itself and the Constitution introduced in their groupings before.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
And ruffles and flourishes for the chief.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris.
And hail to the chief, played for President Biden as President of the United States for the final time as he joins this event prior to stepping down.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
An amazing moment for J.D. Vance as he comes in here to the rotunda, seeing people who he will know very well, but knowing that he has a role to perform shortly as he makes his oath. He will be guided through that by one of the Supreme Court justices, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who will hold the Bible for him to make what is in fact the oath used by all members of the Senate. And of course, he will become the Speaker of the Senate as Vice President. But for him, after being selected by President-elect Trump, this is a key moment and a moment of great challenge for him as he looks forward to his 4 years being one heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
And now, the man whose life will change today, the President-elect, who will assume shortly the role as the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
And we're witnessing all the others in Emancipation Hall who have gathered to witness this event in the Rotunda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Again, a moment of tension and calm
Please
before we
welcome the
witness
Chairwoman
the
of the Joint
handover
Congressional Committee on
of
Inaugural
power.
Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit, despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
We move on now to the invocations, which will be given by religious representatives who have been selected. First of all, an introduction.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Cardinal Dolan is the Archbishop of New York, and it is Billy Graham's son who joins him.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago: pray, pray when fighting, pray alone, pray with others, pray by night, pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years
There are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
And so as we prepare for the oath of the Vice President, his family come forward to witness this moment. For J.D. Vance, a profound moment as he takes on this responsibility. And the oath, as has been said, will be administered by Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. He will place his hand on the Bible that he was given.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
The new Vice President has taken the oath of office, and receiving congratulations from his soon-to-be inaugurated boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the
We now
presidential
move
oath
to
of
the
office.
investiture and inauguration of the President of the United States. And again, the family comes forward of Donald J. Trump and the Bibles, one that he was given by his mother.
Please
and
raise
also
your right hand and repeat
one
after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
And the 21-gun salute is fired outside the Capitol as the 47th President of the United States has been inaugurated and has therefore assumed all executive power offered and enshrined in that office.
marching on.
Glory, Glory, Alleluia, performed there by the Armed Forces Chorus and the United States Navy Academy Glee Club. And greatly appreciated it is too in this heart of the United States. As the 47th President, now inaugurated to office with his family, with his cabinet, and with his guests, having witnessed that extraordinarily uplifting rendition.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. By invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Well, there we are. We're waiting for the music, but I think it is fair to say that President Trump is back. And first of all, we should say, you know, wherever it takes place, on the Capitol steps or in the rotunda, it is just one of those stunning moments. No longer president-elect, he is now, once again, President Donald Trump, with all that means for America and the world. And Yalda, one has to say, it was a speech that was certainly at the beginning a coruscating attack on the Biden administration. And if he did pay tribute to his predecessor, I'm not sure I heard it.
It was quintessentially Trump, I think. Back in 2017, he gave a 17-minute speech. This was roughly just under 30 minutes long. And, you know, he talked about this being a confident and optimistic return to the presidency. He said it's the start of a thrilling new era of national success, and said sunlight is pouring over the entire world and America has a chance to seize. Actually, I think the music has just started. Let's just have a listen in.
For amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties, above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
There we are. It's Carrie Underwood singing there. And we're just talking about the speech, and the criticism was the first thing that was just blistering. He said, "We just had a government that cannot protect American citizens, but provide sanctuary for illegal criminals entering this country. Fires in Los Angeles, not even a defense. We can't let that happen. We have an education system that teaches children to have no pride in their country. That will change. We have a mandate to reverse what have been the betrayals of the people." I mean, this is astonishing stuff.
To provide prayers.
Yeah, Mark, absolutely. Let's just have a listen in now again to the proceedings.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light, and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. Or from the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
With immense enthusiasm, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell of 180 Church, Detroit. And now Father Mark Frank Mann of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Brooklyn.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth, gave
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
America's tenor there, Christopher Mancio, leading the American national anthem, the Star
Ladies and gentlemen,
Spangled
please
Banner.
remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
And for the President, it's now off to work. He will see his predecessor leave, and then he will go to greet all those in the Emancipation Hall who have gathered to witness this event. But for Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, this is the beginning of his work and a chance to greet all those who've been supporting him here, and he will leave the rotunda with his Vice President and go to the next stage of the inauguration processes, which later on will involve him signing the documentation on becoming president and proceeding then through a busy schedule of events. And off he goes with the First Lady to do just that.
And you're watching the end of the official proceedings of the inauguration of the now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, and you're seeing the officials depart the rotunda. And we've been listening especially to President now, Donald Trump, and his speech. He was earlier sworn in as the 47th President of the United States, and he said the golden age of America begins right now in his address, adding that the country will flourish and be respected under his leadership. And he said that when it comes to his legacy, he wants to focus on being a peacemaker and a unifier. But he certainly didn't hold back on hitting out at the Biden administration and its handling of what he said, the migrant crisis, saying the country has a crisis of trust in its government. And we've been watching, Mark, haven't we, this afternoon, and seeing the tech billionaires, the cabinet nominees, and former presidents all gather at the US Capitol. Donald Trump gave a speech just under 30 minutes long. His speech during his 2017 inauguration was about 17 minutes long at the time, and he spoke about American carnage, and it was described as a dystopian speech at the time, with former President George W. Bush saying that was weird. But this time round, he's spoken about a number of things, including one of the things he intends on doing. One of the executive orders he's going to put out is calling the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, although he didn't talk about what he might do about Greenland, for example, or he didn't bash the Allies, for example.
No, I mean, it was a great ceremony, even though it was inside, not outside. It was a great ceremony, but the politics of it all were unmistakable, as they always are with Donald Trump. But it was a speech that will delight his MAGA supporters, will delight many of the people who voted for him. This is what they voted for. And he spoke about immigration, declared a national emergency on the southern border, and says he's sending troops to the border. I mean, this is Donald Trump, 2.0, who means business.
And we did get quintessential Trump. We got the full Trump in that speech, the kind of speech that he gives at different rallies. Last night at the Capital One Arena, ahead of the inauguration, he said to his base that you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow, because before sunset, I'm going to sign a number of executive orders. You're looking at the First Family there now.
I mean, I wonder if we're talking a Trump dynasty down the road. I mean, what comes after Donald Trump? But that's for the future. What am I thinking?
Let's bring in some of our correspondents who join us. I don't know if Mark Stone is with us at the moment, and James Matthews as well. Let's go straight to Mark. And Mark, just listening there, Donald Trump talked about wanting his legacy to be that of a peacemaker and a unifier. He said this will be a golden age of America, but he really didn't hold back when it came to attacking the Biden administration's record.
Yes, I mean, look, these inauguration speeches through history, with one exception in 2016, have been framed in a humbling way. They've been a humbling reflection by the president taking office of the awe of the office of president. Back in 2016, Donald Trump uttered that phrase, American carnage. Was this a similar speech, more American carnage? Well, there was certainly some American carnage in there. It certainly had a feel of that 2016 speech. But this time, I think with hope peppered into it, hope as he would see that he can fix the nation. It was, I guess, the speech of 2016 reformed because he believes that this time he can deliver where he couldn't deliver before. He talked about effectively America being in chaos, being broken, being lawless, being leaderless, being corrupt, and that it was his job to fix it, and so he will. What was striking for me was watching the body language of the people in the audience. Most of those in the rotunda were supporters of Donald Trump. Clearly not all, but most, and there were many standing ovations, but someone wasn't standing. Two people certainly weren't standing for all but one part of his speech, and that was the outgoing President Joe Biden and the outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris. They stood, on my count, only once when Donald Trump talked about the ceasefire in the Middle East. Donald Trump talked about it being all about bringing back common sense. He said he would sign an executive order to bring back common sense. That prompted a laugh by President Biden. Drill, baby, drill, he said. The cartels in Mexico will be designated foreign terrorist organizations. What does that mean for those cartels? It changes the rules of engagement. It means potentially, as we've heard before, American forces could strike those cartels in Mexico. What would that then lead to? Troops on the southern border, American troops deployed to deal with immigration. They are not trained to deal with immigration, but they will soon be deployed on the southern border. So look, this speech, for a little over a majority of this, a little more than a majority of this country, was precisely what they wanted to hear. But for those people who didn't vote for Donald Trump, there wasn't much in the way of unity that they could see in that speech. And I was struck by the tone of it, the stripping, effectively, of social protections, the stuff about gender, the rhetoric against foreigners. It felt to me like a sort of purer sense of American carnage, the total belief in the superiority of America and of Trumpian America. As I say, people voted for that. They wanted that change. They were fed up with the Biden years of what they saw being profound chaos over the last 4 years. And so they have voted in change, and that was certainly a speech that was very different.
Yeah, Mark, thank you very much indeed. And the tributes to Donald Trump are coming in. One here from Ukraine's President Zelensky, who says, "I congratulate President Trump and the American people on the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States." And he says President Trump is always decisive, and the peace through strength policy he announced provides an opportunity to strengthen American leadership. And I guess the point there, Yalda, is peace through strength means that he wants American support to continue, and while possible negotiations with Putin take place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw those extraordinary scenes in the last 24 hours of those 3 female hostages being released from Gaza. And, as we've discussed, I mean, there is no doubt, certainly for many in that region, that Donald Trump, his incoming administration, played a huge role in getting that ceasefire deal over the line, a ceasefire deal that was pulled together by the Biden administration, but it was in the last month and certainly in the last few weeks that Donald Trump's envoy in the region worked alongside Biden's envoy to get that ceasefire deal done. And he has famously said about the war in Ukraine that he will end it within 24 hours. Now, that's a whole other ballgame, but there is...
that's not going to happen. But
it's not surprising that President Zelensky has immediately written a note of congratulations to Donald Trump. Should we bring in our James Matthews, who is in the White House? We're just looking outside the White House. We're just looking at those images of Joe Biden and Jill Biden alongside Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, because this is a big moment as well of the day, isn't it? This is the end of a political career. Well, Ron Phillips is with us. Yeah.
This is quintessential America right here.
Yeah.
You have one administration saying goodbye to another administration being flown off the front of the United States Capitol after an inaugural ceremony. This is what a total peaceful transfer of power exists.
And a penny for Joe Biden's thoughts, really, because, I mean, I suppose it could all have been so different.
Well, I'm sure he's probably reminiscent of all the years he spent in the United States Senate. This is a culmination of a long political career.
Extraordinary
on these
political
grounds.
Career, yeah.
On these grounds. So, and you're looking at two leaders.
Yeah, I mean, it's an emotional moment, isn't it?
It's 5 decades of a career.
Joe Biden.
Now coming to an end for Joe Biden. On his way out, he issued a number of pardons for his family members, and we can discuss with our correspondents how that is likely to go down, with Donald Trump, because, of course, in 2020, Joe Biden said that he wouldn't be doing that when he was asked about rumors that then President Trump was looking to pardon his family members. And Joe Biden at the time in an interview said, what sort of precedence does this set if he were to do that? So a lot of questions will be asked about in the 11th hour at the very last moment.
But he also said that in 2024.
I mean, the interesting point here is that Joe Biden said that he wanted to be the bridge between, or for another Democrat president. Yeah. And
well, this is the Democrat that he was going to hope would step into his shoes, Kamala Harris.
But he changed his mind. He decided he wanted to stay on. He said he was the man to beat Donald Trump, and it turned out, I mean, well, let's be frank, disastrously for him.
I think right here what you're watching is really what America is seeing politically. You're watching someone who's had a long career in politics as part of the establishment with a president that is totally outside the system becoming president. And you're watching this changing of a guard politically. And on the heels of the fact that Donald Trump won the popular vote. This wasn't an electoral college one. This was the will of the American people in a election with a very large country with a lot of votes.
Okay, let's go back to Alistair Bruce, who will talk us through this moment.
We just witnessed the departure of Kamala Harris, former vice president, with her husband, and it marked the end of her service as vice president, but also it marked the conclusion of her time in high office after having tried to be the Democratic candidate in the election last year. Now the final departure, former President Biden taking leave of the President of the United States and the First Lady. And the change that will take place for their lives is considerable. Until a few minutes ago, every issue facing the United States was brought to President Joe Biden. That all completely ends as he leaves on what was Air Force One and is now just a helicopter of the United States Marine Corps. It's important to be at some distance from a helicopter when the rotors start to turn, and so at a safe distance the President and First Lady will have a chance to witness the departure of President Biden, who will go off to the Joint Air Base at Andrews and thence on to the rest of his life. The President and Vice President, with the First and Second Lady of the United States, watch on. It's quite quick as the United States Marines come out of the position of attention, and with the doors closed, it's a fast aircraft at getting up speed, and the President moving on now to the Emancipation Hall, where waiting are a considerable number of his guests who witnessed from some distance. It's the building that was set up for the visitors that come here to the Capitol day in, day out, and it's an enormous space, and they're watching on relayed screens. The ceremonial has taken place, and for the President and Vice President, a chance to thank all those who came and have been here. Meanwhile, with their backs turned, the helicopter of the United States Marine Corps with its high pitch whir prepares to fly away. And looking at the great east front of the Capitol building, with the cupola above it, under which the inauguration took place, and on top of which stands the great golden statue that represents for all Americans the nation that has just cast its view and has now seen one president leave and the next president now installed. For President Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, the burdens of office taken from the shoulders that have carried it for 4 years, and the helicopter will lift away into this beautiful sunshine, but it's a freezing cold day at the Capitol building here at the center of Washington, District of Columbia. The talk is taken on by those blades, and away from office and away from his duties, President Joe Biden leaves the heart of United States government.
Well, Yalda had her camera out there to capture a moment because that helicopter came right past us here, and it is quite a moment.
It is quite a moment. It's quite a moving moment, actually, when we see that transfer of power with the newly elected and inaugurated president taking the oath of office and then standing there. And you see, the transfer of power with the former president getting into that helicopter and being flown away. It's quite something, Ron, isn't it?
Oh,
it is a very moving moment.
It's like I said before, it's a quintessential American moment of when you have two political parties, to transfer of power, the pomp, the circumstance, and then peacefully one takes over and one peacefully leaves. It's a moving moment. It's these iconic moments, like Mark was saying, the helicopter was coming right at us. It's
pretty close.
There we go. And so
I wonder if Hillary Rosen can hear us, Democratic strategist, and if you can, Hillary, I just wonder what you think of Biden's exit in this way and how it could have been different.
Well, so many thoughts, and in particular, just the most recent, which is, Joe Biden sat there while the first half of Donald Trump's speech was essentially a campaign speech about what a mess the country was in and how corrupt and awful the prior, and incompetent, he used that word, the prior administration had been. And, Joe Biden had to sort of sit there and take it. I do have to say, I think that in many respects, this was the speech of Donald Trump's life. He started off super negative, talking about essentially a campaign speech, which, wrapping himself in self-glory as he's wont to do, but talking about his giant win and the populations, the blacks and Latinos and the auto workers and everybody who supported him and not President Biden. But then he really got into specifics, which was, I think, very unusual for him. And it became a little lighter and more positive, and I think is probably going to be pretty well received in the country. And if you're Joe Biden, you are sitting there thinking, how the hell did this happen? How did I lose control when I thought I was the best, the most experienced? And truthfully, he's actually leaving a country where the economy is better, deportations are down, inflation is down, unemployment is down. And so, it is sort of ironic that he is as unpopular as he is for so many reasons.
Yeah, Hillary, those things that you talk about, the improved economy, there are headlines all over the world outside of the United States describing the economy of this country as the envy of the world. Right. And as you say, the number of people crossing the border has declined, and yet Joe Biden wasn't able to, and neither was Kamala Harris, able to translate that and help the American people fully understand those achievements.
Well, my view is that it's twofold. Number one, I think he was never quite as popular as he thought. I think he has quite a big ego, and some people can pull off a big ego. Donald Trump has an unusual amount of hucksterism and charisma that allows his ego and his bravado to be charming. Whereas Joe Biden, talking about Bidenomics and how he saved the world, in a post-COVID, fairly negative place, I think didn't go down well. Plus, I think he didn't really speak to individuals, struggles. The housing crisis is real. Job and wage stagnation is real. And so it doesn't really do very well to tell people what they think when they can see differently with their own eyes. And I think the best example of that is his age and the impact his age had on people's trust of him. He kept trying to convince people that he didn't have an issue, that he was perfectly fine. His aides covered for him in unbelievable ways, as we've seen news reports lately. And I think that really fundamentally broke trust in a way that was unrecoverable.
Of the Electoral College and the popular vote.
Yeah, Hillary, we're just listening there to the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who is addressing an overflow crowd. We are expecting the president to arrive any minute now. He's just introduced the president, so the crowd are on their feet now, and he and the Vice President, J.D. Vance, are about to come and address the crowd there. Let's just have a listen.
These are the people who didn't make the cut for the...
Well, the rotunda fits about 600 people.
Yeah.
So they were supposed to be here on the
steps
front, weren't they?
And they have a warm seat.
That's true. Everybody's very warm except us.
Donald Trump will be making a few stops on his way to the White House. He's got a few things to do, lunch and various documents to sign, but many stops like this, one would assume that the Capitol Arena, where there are other supporters. But, let's have a listen to what he's got to say.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record, because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. but he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. they'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people, but we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of
Okay, as you can see there on the right of your screen, Joe Biden is speaking at Andrews base. Let's just have a listen to what Biden has to say on his way out of politics.
Cheated only by his wife who worked for me first. Well, look, I only hope to look back on these years. I hope you look back on them with the same pride I have of all you've done. And I'm proud of is that you did it upholding the core values of honesty, decency, and integrity. I mean, no scandal. I mean, it's incredible what you did. And you represent the best of who we are as Americans. That's not a joke. That's real. And while we relied on your ideas and resolve and counsel, we also relied on your families. To all your families, thank you for the sacrifices you made. I mean it. For being part of this journey. Every day, I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear in my farewell address, as we all do have we have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. You know, we got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, they're up and downs, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. So all of you can, stay engaged in all the ways you can. Whether it's in public service, the private sector, philanthropy, academia, running for office yourself, or anything else you choose to do. I give you my word, we believe in you. We, Jill and I, our family, believe in you. Just as I've said, how the laws we enacted, our seasons are going to grow and bloom for decades to come. I say that to you as well. I have no doubt you'll make this experience and take in the friendships you made to continue to do amazing things in decades to come. That's why I see a future, all of it leading the way by you all. You know, so take some time to decompress, reconnect with your friends, spend more time with your family, but most of all, take care of yourselves and each other. I mean it. Let me close where I began, with my sincere gratitude. And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I've been doing this for 50 years. You're the best group of people. Hard to say. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. And I tell you what, the greater honor is being able to serve with all of you. You're incredible. You really are. You really are. Mark my words. History's going to judge what you've done as one of the most significant contributions that's been made by all of America. Look, folks, you know, let me close with that poem you heard me quote before. Seamus Heaney wrote, "Once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice will rise up in hope and mystery rhyme. You made it rhyme louder than it's rhymed in a long time." I really mean it. We're on the cusp of real change, so let's make hope and history rhyme. I love you all. I'm keeping you too long, but thank you. Bottom of our heart, thank you. Can I go off this way?
Well, there we are, Joe Biden on his way out of the limelight, out of politics. And as he said, I've been doing this for 50 years. I've been president for 4. It has been the honor of my life. And he says, judging from the inaugural address, we have a lot more to do. Never give up. And so as Biden takes his leave, Trump on the left of your picture has been speaking, and let's he's on one of his weaves, he calls them. Let's have a listen.
He's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me, and I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, and 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. We got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw Mr. Speaker in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him. He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is, it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady. And they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Well, there we are. Donald Trump saying that it was a better speech than his inaugural speech. I think it was a longer speech than his inaugural speech, but he was talking to supporters in an overflow room near the rotunda where he took the oath of office. He says it was a rigged election in 2020, still not accepting then that he lost fair and square. And he said he only stood again because it was rigged, and this time it was too big to rig. But he went off, some would say it was a rambling speech. He says it's the weave, and he gets in all these different subjects and issues. But he hasn't even had lunch yet, so I'm slightly concerned that this is getting delayed. James Matthews is at the White House, waiting patiently. And James, the way it's going, I mean, he's got lots of things to do, including the lunch. What time he gets to the White House is anyone's guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Vintage Trump, I suppose, Mark. He does like an audience. He likes an audience that likes him. And we're seeing evidence of that today. I mean, it's been quite busy at the White House here. There are vans outside, of course. Behind the front door, there is the transition team working to make it feel like home for Donald Trump. That will include pictures of his inauguration on the wall when he arrives there. No word on that red button on the Resolute desk for his order of Diet Coke, that famous red button. But I think the Trump that they will see in the White House second time around is like the first time round, only more. We got a clear sense of that, didn't we, from that speech, his inauguration speech inside the rotunda, excoriating Joe Biden as he sat not a few yards from him. I thought it was fascinating, a spectacle inside the crucible of democracy where America's politics have been forged over centuries. We saw very clearly, I thought, a microcosm of American political division. Applause on the one hand from the MAGA crowd, your Tucker Carlson on his feet at what Trump had to say, whilst the Democratic side remained silent, mostly seated, largely, and clearly didn't like the burn, what Donald Trump had to say to them. On that Democratic side, there was clearly, I think, a sense of gall and abject despair at particular moments. I thought when the pastor spoke about being free at last, quoting the Martin Luther King "I Have a Dream" speech, didn't go down well with the Democrat faces that I was looking at, who will argue that freedom is the last thing Donald Trump is going to bring back to this country. That is their argument. So, yeah, we've been watching that split screen over the past 10, 15, 20 minutes, the victor and the vanquished. A sad sight, clearly, Joe Biden, the former president, disappearing into the distance. But there are many who will point towards him. They won't tell him today, but there are many who will look at Joe Biden and say, you are the reason that Donald Trump is bossing it in front of the Washington crowds today. You're the reason because you left it too late. You played your cards wrong. And as a skilled politician who put us back into power, who acted, in his own words, as a bridge back to stability and democracy, you were self-indulgent and let us down, frankly, and ushered in the second coming of Donald Trump. Trump had much to say. You know, he presented himself as the muscular president. He is a political pugilist, and we got a clear sense of that. But, you know, the way he wanted to define his presidency in that inaugural speech, which of course will be repeated over years, and he will hope comes to define his presidency overall. But, you know, talking about the most powerful, most respected nation on earth, taking America to Mars. Time for us to act with courage. Speaking about taking back the Panama Canal, taken over by China, he said, saying that in the presence of China's vice president. You know, this is a Donald Trump who didn't hold back. And of course, he'll now go on to sign these executive orders, not in the White House, not over the space of days and weeks, but today. He will sign executive orders, abrupt, instant change for America, at his victory rally in front of a crowd at the Capital One Arena. They know a show at the Capital One Arena, but this will be politics as performance art. Donald Trump injecting an instant momentum into his presidency, bringing about instant change and talking up his country, talking up the message of Trump that carried him this far. And it's a message that I think America has needed and wanted to hear. That's why he is where he is today, a disillusioned America with a reduced sense of itself on the world stage. Trump talked the talk, and now he's going to evolve that into actions on immigration, on the economy. We will hear more in due course about January the 6th, prisoners. You know, talk about Biden's pardons today. I think the story will turn 180 degrees when Trump pardons January 6 prisoners. It will be interesting to see how many of them are pardoned, given that many have been put in prison for assaulting police officers and figures of authority in the Capitol building, the very building where 4 years ago Trump supporters rioted, rampaged, some would say, at his encouragement.
Yes, James, as you say, it was quite a split-screen moment when we saw the outgoing President Joe Biden address supporters and his administration at St. Andrews Base. And then, of course, we could hear Donald Trump giving that second speech here at the Capitol in that overflow room. And as you say, so many people now, Joe Biden supporters, Democrats, licking their wounds and looking at Joe Biden thinking, you paved the way for this. Interesting as well, as you say, just behind you, earlier we could see the removalists taking the sofas out, how quickly they move to ensure that there is that smooth transition within the White House as well.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, I think you're right, Yalda. You know, the Democrats, and in fact, the Democratic Party and movement at large since the election, the air and the mood has been one of resignation, with a view to challenging Trump. And you have to wonder, you know, look at the figures, look at how the vote went and back in November. Look at Trump today, bossing it, you know, swaggering back in to the seat of power. You have to wonder how Democrats do regroup against an emboldened Donald Trump, a growing, emboldened MAGA movement. And we saw them there. They're in charge now. And Donald Trump has the power to make the change that he wants. These executive orders, I mean, they will happen unless there is a successful legal challenge. And indeed, legal challenges are already being drawn up on a number of counts. You know, he's changing the way America does business. He's changing the way that America behaves. It's not just on immigration, although that is very much front and center, talking of sending the army to the border, declaring an emergency, which allows him to do that. But, you know, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, that's something that pervades through the federal government in the United States. It's all about equality. Donald Trump calls it wokeness. He's declared war on wokeness, and he says that in his federal government, he will get rid of DEI programs. He's essentially declaring null and void many of the programs and much of the work that Joe Biden has implemented, has brought into American society at large. Donald Trump will rip that up. He'll get rid of it with a stroke of a pen before his adoring crowd in the Capital One Arena. The Gulf of Mexico is interesting. He's going to call it the Gulf of America. Now, I might say I recall in my Scotland correspondent days, Yalda, in Aberdeenshire, when he bought the Balmedy golf course on the beautiful Aberdeenshire course. It's Balmedy. It's always been known as Balmedy. He turned up, Donald Trump, gave a photo call, swung his golf club. He's a good golfer. It was a good shot. Turned to the assembled press, of which I was one, and he said, you know what I think we should call this? We should call this, not Balmedy, the Great Dunes of Scotland. And we turned to each other and thought and said, yeah, that'll be right. So he didn't get the Great Dunes of Scotland. I wonder if he will get the Gulf of America. I think there's a few maritime lawyers who might challenge him successfully on that.
Yeah, James, what a great anecdote. We'll come back to you in a moment. We're just going to go to our Mark Stone, who joins us from the Capital One arena, where Donald Trump's supporters have been watching his inauguration. And Mark, supporters there watching on the screen didn't get one speech. They got two, not just his official inauguration speech, but he gave a second one to the overflow room, and he said that it was probably better than the first one he gave.
Yeah, and they'll get a third one before long, because he's going to be here in this arena as he was last night. Last night was the victory rally, and this afternoon he will begin to sign those executive orders, we're told, before he even reaches the Oval Office. In fact, I have noticed behind me on the left-hand side of the stage there is a desk and a chair. And I wonder whether a little later on today that desk will have on it a pile of papers, a pile of executive orders, which will begin to undo the Biden legacy and put in place his plan for America, to fix America, as he said during that inauguration speech, to fix the wrongs of the past and to change America to become the America that voted for him. You know, the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America, Mexicans will still call it the Gulf of Mexico, I'm sure. Maybe much of the world will, but he can change it if he wants to. He can call it the Gulf of America, and you can be sure that plenty in America will also follow suit and call it just that. I was looking at some of these pictures that you're showing on the right of your screen here. People spotting today has been fascinating and fun. See who's in, who's out, who's close, who's not, who's happy, who's not. I spotted Bernie Sanders just a few moments ago in that room on the right there. A titan of liberal progressives in American politics. I think it's fair to say that for liberal progressives today, who thought they were the future, what we have heard today from Donald Trump, well, it was a body blow speech for liberal progressives like Bernie Sanders and like a proportion of this country. You could see there Justice Kavanaugh speaking, I think, a moment ago to Mark Zuckerberg of Meta, formerly Facebook. I was struck, Yalda, that the people sitting in the front row during the inauguration were not Donald Trump's cabinet. They were in the second row. The front row was reserved for the tech titans of America, the people that Donald Trump says are indicative of successful America. People like Elon Musk, a product, you could argue, of the American dream, an immigrant who has made it not just good, but made it very, very good, made it to the top with all the success that comes with that. And so his cabinet, people like that man there, Pete Hegseth on the left with the red tie, relegated to the second row of the inauguration. Pete Hegseth, former Fox News host, a Iraq and Afghanistan war veteran, not a senior military, not a senior soldier in the military, a major in the National Guard. Just the person Donald Trump believes can fix the Department of Defense, can fix the Pentagon, can take the wokeness out of the military as he would see it. That's the man he's chosen to do that. Pete Hegseth, who has now gone through most of the procedures on Capitol Hill to be confirmed as the Secretary of Defense. Plenty to people watch as we look at these pictures, Yalda.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are expecting Donald Trump to arrive at that luncheon Mark, but interesting as well, and we haven't had a chance to really speak about this. Joe Biden, on his way out, issued a number of pardons for his own family members, and it'll be interesting if Donald Trump at some point addresses that, because it was back in 2020 when there were rumors that Donald Trump would pardon members of his own family. Joe Biden was asked about this, and he said that justice needed to run its course, and it would set a bad precedent. But of course now, on his way out, he's done exactly that.
Yeah, you know what, Yalda? There has been a tsunami of news today, news from both sides. We have had a tsunami of executive orders trailed, which I think will be signed in the coming hours from President Trump, ranging from removing birthright citizenship, something that he may or may not be able to do because it's a constitutional right, so it will require changing the Constitution. Executive orders to a flurry of them about immigration, and about sealing the southern border, deploying the military to the southern border. We have also seen on the other side, President Biden issuing, or former President Biden, as he now is, of just a couple of hours, issuing preemptive pardons for people at the heart of his government, people like Anthony Fauci, who was the figurehead of the fight against COVID, both under Trump and Biden, somebody who Trump said he wanted to prosecute. Well, he has now been given a preemptive pardon. General Mark Milley as well, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, America's top military official under Trump 1.0 and under Biden, a man that Trump famously said should be executed. He has now received a preemptive pardon as well. And Joe Biden says, my family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats motivated solely by the desire to hurt me, the worst kind of partisan politics. Unfortunately, I have no reason to believe these attacks will end. And he goes on to say, that is why I'm exercising my power under the Constitution to pardon James B. Biden, Sarah Jones Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, his sister, John T. Biden, and Francis W. Biden. An extraordinary decision by Joe Biden, reflecting the seriousness with which he takes the threats by the new president, Donald Trump, about his family and what Donald Trump says he could try to do to his family. Remarkable day.
Yeah, very much so. As you say, a tsunami of news coming out from both sides, and I suspect it is a taste of what the next 4 years is likely to feel like, very much like the first 4 years of Donald Trump, where we were trying to keep up with the news stories that would come out on a daily basis. But this is a big day for Donald Trump. He's been inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States. He's about to enjoy a luncheon before he moves on to other proceedings, including going to where Mark is right now, where, there we are, we've got Donald Trump, who we can see again on our screen. He was just addressing the overflow room. It looks like he's about to take a seat at a desk and perhaps start to sign some of those executive orders, I guess. Ron, can you get a sense of what's happening? He's about to sit down at the desk.
They're going to be signing some official documents for the actual transfer of power.
Oh, this is where they sign the, right.
So right now they're still in the Capitol.
We might not be here.
This is the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me. Next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now have 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was number one at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. Maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Take that. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as hell comes. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Okay.
Do that.
Very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch?
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, all right. Okay.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir.
Okay, you were just watching the ritual of a new president forming his government and pledging that his appointments will be submitted to the Senate. So just some official proceedings there. Let's go now to Steve Toth. He's a Republican and a member of the Texas House of Representatives. He joins us live now. Thank you very much, Steve, for joining us here on the program. Just your reaction to the way this day has unfolded and Donald Trump's inauguration speech.
It's a new day in America. It's a day when we're going to get back to our founding principles of real and true diversity. I heard your prior guests talking about how Trump is going to do away with DEI. Diversity, woke diversity, is diversity that includes everybody with the exception of white Europeans and Asians. And whites, Europeans, and Asians are discriminated against under DEI. That's going to end. We're going to get back to the founding principles of America, which is the motto of our nation, which was out of many one, where we came together to create a melting pot, not a pot, a melting pot where we all come together and we enjoy the beauty that is the diversity of our backgrounds. I can't go to England and become an Englishman. I can't go to France and become a Frenchman. Only in America can you come here and bring the beauty of your culture and legally and become an American.
And do you think that he will carry out what he says he's going to carry out, these sweeping mass deportations? And do you think he will be able to do much of what he wants to do? Do you think there will be legal challenges that will delay everything?
First off, it's not going to be sweeping deportations of anybody other than lawbreakers. And it's going to take us 4 to 6 years just to remove all the people that came across the border illegally that were emptied out of South and Central American prisons. Those people have got to go, and they've got to go as soon as possible. And it's going to take everything that we have. Right now, they're taxing our school systems, our healthcare systems, our criminal justice systems. They're breaking us. We've seen it happen in Europe as well, as you guys have had pretty much unfettered access to your nations, and it's breaking you. And you've seen the result of it. You've seen this centrist move in Europe as well as the United States towards the right, because it's destroying our nations.
And just your reaction, Donald Trump saying he'll send troops to the southern border.
We need to. If that's what it's going to take to close the border, then that's what it's going to take. The cartels control the northern states of Mexico. The northern states of Mexico are not sovereign. They're controlled by the cartels. I used to go into the northern states of Mexico to build homes and schools with our churches. You can't do it anymore. It's completely lawless.
Steve Toth, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program. Let's bring in Hillary Rosen, who joins us now from London, has been watching the inauguration, the speech. Hillary, I just want you to react to what you heard Donald Trump say. And also, you're a Democratic strategist. You've not held back when you've been sort of critical of Joe Biden and how he's handled the last 4 years. In many ways, you've also mentioned that he's ushered the way for a second Trump presidency. But just what you've been seeing this afternoon.
Well, I mean, it's 100% true. You know, Joe Biden, when he came in 2020, settled down the country, did get us back on track, deserves credit for that, got some good, significant legislation passed. And then he announced he was running for re-election, and he had one number one job, which is to keep Donald Trump out of the White House, a job he's failed at spectacularly, I think, and that's sort of indisputable. I was struck today by both sides of Donald Trump, as we saw, and I think that people will start to get used to all over again. There's the charming, optimistic, let's get things done Donald Trump, and then there's the one who went downstairs and gave a speech to another group of supporters with all of his election 2020 grievances airing all over again. And I think that is who the man is. And, you know, as much as he will say and do a lot, I think we will not escape the Donald Trump who likes to bully people, likes to be mean about weakness, likes to portray himself as the victim and substitute the American people when it's really his behavior that's at fault. So I think that we are in for a bumpy ride. I will say this, though. Donald Trump today, and I'll call this sort of Trump 2.0, is a different person. And the one line that really struck me in that speech today that we haven't really talked about is what he said about his assassination attempt. I think God saved me so that I can make America great again. That assassination attempt really did have a profound effect on him. And I think it gave him a level of confidence about what he is going into. I think he has a more organized team who will execute better on his agenda, and I think they have a finer sense of what that agenda is. He is a man with experience now in Washington. He came in before, it's a massive bureaucracy in Washington. He had no clue what he was doing. He had never really spent any time studying what was happening in Washington, nor did most of the people he put in really have a clue about him. And this time it's a much more cohesive team. They have a fixed agenda. I think you will see a much more active right at the start because of that level of confidence. And one final point. People forget this. The essence of an elected politician is often re-election. But Donald Trump can't be re-elected as president. And that both gives him a huge amount of freedom and some risk. The freedom to do exactly what he wants, with whatever he wants, to whoever he wants without risk that the people are going to turn him out of office. He cannot run for president again under our Constitution. And so that being somewhat of what we call a lame duck gives him a lot of leeway over these couple of years. It remains to be seen whether the Congress, who do want to be reelected, will end up sticking with him over the long term. But certainly in the short term, he's got a lot of power and a lot of confidence and a lot of experience. Trump 2.0 is much farther along than Trump 1.0.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Hillary. And what we are watching are a lot of people who are getting rather hungry as they wait for President Donald Trump to appear, because I'm assuming that they can't start until he gets there. And what they will eventually eat is, I'm told, a starter of Chesapeake crab cake with various things, and a second course Greater Omaha Angus ribeye steak with various things, and Minnesota apple icebox terrine to end, and then some Napa Valley wines, Virginian wines, and so forth, and a New Mexico sparkling wine. So that's what they're waiting for, patiently, it seems, and it looks as though Donald Trump may have arrived, but Ron Phillips, Republican strategist, is with us. And, well, is this now Donald Trump's party? Is it the MAGA party? Has the Republican Party changed
this is Donald
for
Trump.
good?
This is Donald Trump's party, and he's the one that brought the party to the game. And so you're gonna see these issues. But you know, the interesting thing that I've been listening to today, you would think that Kamala Harris never ran for president of the United States. Joe Biden didn't lose president of the United States again. Kamala Harris lost president. That was it. So to throw Joe under the bus and say he destroyed the Democratic Party, we need to look back on what the elections are based on choices, and they chose Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. The second thing is, when you deal with the politics of today, Donald Trump won the popular vote. We haven't won the popular vote as Republicans in decades.
No, but let's just listen to this. Oh, it's the Vice President. But I mean, look, my point was, though, is this a permanent transformation? Well, is the days of a Reagan-style Republican Party done, gone?
There's no question. I can't answer that. I don't think anybody can answer that, because we don't know what the future will hold after Trump. Trump is such an electric figure that he brings such a dynamic style to the body politic. Remember, Donald Trump was elected because he wasn't Reagan. He wasn't a politician. He was elected as an outsider. And much like Hillary had said, he came to Washington very naive on how the system worked. And he got a very direct education on how the bureaucracy. Yeah. Now you're going to see all that learning curve from 2016 to going into a re-election, which he'll be able to dynamically change government as we know it.
But is it a party in the grip of a cult of personality, i.e. Trump's personality? And after he goes, because as Hillary just said, this is his, you can't do more than we assume he's not going to go on.
I don't look at Donald Trump as a cult personality. I look at him as a leader that's taking the Republican Party in a different political direction. We've become more a populist party. We're no longer our party, if you want to put it into terms, as the Republican Party has evolved now to the common man's party. No longer the business corporate party. It's now become the common man party. So.
Yeah, let's just have a listen in. President Donald Trump just entering. Mark, they've been waiting They've been waiting for some time patiently
for their
because, of course,
Chesapeake
they
crab
weren't
cake.
expecting Donald Trump to give such a long and detailed speech when he went to the overflow room. But Ron, you were saying at the time that this is very much quintessential Trump, that he is going to put on a completely different show for a different crowd.
He is a person who wants to engage in anybody and everybody that he can. So he was never going to miss that opportunity. And it's like we had talked about from the standpoint that he didn't want anybody in that building to feel like they didn't get treated well. Yeah. So he was the generous host.
So that is Amy Klobuchar, the chair of the Inaugural Committee, who is doing the introductions. But while she speaks, let's speak to a former ambassador of NATO, former US ambassador of NATO, Kay Bailey Hutchison, who joins us. Thank you for being with us. And I just wonder, first of all, what did you make of that inaugural speech?
Well, it was very direct, and what President Trump has done is say all the things that I said on the campaign trail, I am going to produce. That is going to be my focus. So his major themes were what I'm going to do right now, and I think the border, securing our border is number one. And number two is opening our energy resources to be able to export natural gas. Those are the two first things that he talked about and that he will try to produce that he promised in his campaign.
Yes, and I mean, he's clearly a disruptor. He's surrounding himself with other disruptors. Do you welcome a second term with all its unpredictability?
Well, I think that people were making a decision not to have business as usual, and they did not like the Biden policies and the Democratic policies. And I think the fact that the vote was not close, that the president won the popular vote as well as the electoral vote, really has shown people that the Democrats were on the wrong trail. And I think now the president will have the wind at his back. And if he is successful, if he produces on his promises, if Congress will work with him and he will work with Congress, I think he will have a chance to do some major things for our country.
Yeah, and I mean, on defence and NATO, first of all, how will Pete Hegseth go down internationally, do you think, if he is confirmed? I mean, a forces veteran, Fox News presenter, but little sort of diplomatic experience. How do you think that will go down?
You know, I think that Pete Hegseth is very smart. He's a Princeton graduate, and he too has said exactly what he will do. I think he will be respected by the other defense ministers in NATO. And I think that Congress is very pro-NATO. They understand the importance of NATO and our alliances. And while there is rhetoric, of course, there are some who are in disagreement, but the vast majority and of our military are pro-NATO, pro-alliance, and being a good and strong and trusted alliance member is what I think Pete Hegseth will want to do. I think he will toughen up our military. That's what he has run on and said he will do. And I think that's what the president wants to do. But I think the alliance will be strong.
Well, just finally, on that issue of NATO and the alliance, Trump very clear he wants 5% of defence spending by NATO countries. Do you think he will get anything like that?
I think that 5% is certainly a goal, but not anything that will be very quick. One thing that sometimes people don't understand is how long it takes to build up a defense, to build up the number of airplanes you have, the number of missiles, the new technology. So I think that everyone, and I think the Europeans have said this, that everyone knows we need to spend more on defense. U.S. does, our allies do. We know that Russia and China are potential adversaries. And we need to be ready with the newest and best technology, and we need to keep our alliance strong.
Kay Bailey Hutchison, appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. And let's go to London now, and our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, is in Downing Street. And Sam, I know there's a story regarding an inquiry into the Southport attacks, which we could maybe just talk about in a second. First of all, I just wonder how the Labour government is viewing its relationship. It hasn't got off to the best start, I suppose. Elon Musk weighing in. How do they view all this?
In the last couple of hours, Mark, Keir Starmer's released a video talking about the collaboration and the cooperation between the UK and the US. Look, on the surface, I think what you're going to get today, tomorrow, in the next few weeks is a sort of bullish tone from government ministers. They will talk about the special relationship, and they will talk about the personal bond between the President and the Prime Minister and how things will continue as they have done. Look, and there is a special relationship, and it's on the bedrock of things like cooperation over military affairs, diplomatic. There's the Five Eyes sort of spy agreement between various NATO countries and Western countries. However, it is absolutely without doubt that there is a new and particularly difficult political set of relationships between the Republicans, Trump-leaning Republicans in the US, and the Labour Party. And as you name-checked Elon Musk, he's been criticising Keir Starmer personally, and Keir Starmer in the past has been very critical of Donald Trump. But this has all come down, Mark, to one thing. I think all of this boils down to what happens next with the man that Keir Starmer has chosen to be his ambassador from next month, which is Peter Mandelson, the man that we are sending to Washington. And I hear, Mark, talking to people involved in all of that, that the idea that Peter Mandelson will be accepted as our ambassador by Donald Trump, well, it's simply not a done deal. In the eyes of allies of Donald Trump, Peter Mandelson's committed a number of crimes. He has criticised Donald Trump in the past. His business interests are too close to China. But there's also a fact that the outgoing ambassador was incredibly popular amongst Donald Trump and his allies. Karen Pierce, she was the single representative of the UK government in today's inaugural ceremony in the Rotunda. She was somebody who Trump and her allies were a big fan of. And the fact that Downing Street and Keir Starmer's chief aide, Morgan McSweeney, decided that she was no longer going to play a part on behalf of Britain, well, that has gone down very badly. And as we speak, I think there's a big diplomatic effort to try and smooth Peter Mandelson's path into the ambassador's residence in Washington. I would use that. Does Peter Mandelson become ambassador as a good litmus test for this government's relationship with Donald Trump and his team?
OK, Sam, and just a very quick word. The Home Secretary, as I was saying, announcing this public inquiry into the Southport attacks. I mean, a very quick word on the significance of that.
After the guilty plea, it turns out that the individual who will be convicted, who will be sentenced later this week, did engage in various anti-terrorism programs that were run by government, known as the Prevent Scheme, and yet still went on to commit those murders of those Taylor Swift fans in Southport. The sentencing is on Thursday, but the government decided to step in and today announce an inquiry into what went wrong, why those government programs did not spot what was going on and maybe raise alerts earlier. It is a toxic issue in British politics. It is one that has pushed many, many conspiracy theories, and the government wanting to look like it's taking what went wrong with any government end of this process, with any parts of the state that may have missed the red flags and the signals that this guy shouldn't be released into the community very, very seriously.
OK, Sam, thank you very much indeed. The Republican strategist Ron Phillips is still here with me. I think we can see some pictures of the flag at full mast at the White House, I'm told. Is that what we're about to see? I mean, it's interesting that it's just going up, and it's interesting that he has insisted on that, given obviously they were at half-mast for Jimmy Carter, but they will revert to half-mast, I understand.
Well, I think a 30-day mourning period for a president of the United States is a pretty long period of time for someone who had died, as a former president. I think the one-day raising of the flag for the inauguration of a new president and a new government is not necessarily out of question. Certainly, we want to honor President Carter, but in the same sense that we have an inauguration, a change of government along that line, it sends a pretty bad signal if you have your flags at half-mast when you're bringing in a new government. So I think this is a very minor issue in which that it's more respectful to the new government to raise it to full staff, and then of course after the government has been established today and after the inauguration is over with, you go back to the period of mourning on behalf of Jimmy Carter. I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Now, it was interesting, we've just been talking, you and I, about what this means for the Republican Party. Is it now, firmly the Trump Party? It was interesting at the inauguration that the tech billionaires were in many ways front and center. Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, of course, and others. And Jeff Bezos was also, right there. Is there, they've got a prominent role, certainly Elon Musk. But is there going to be this battle now, do you think, in the Republican Party between the kind of tech bros and the MAGA people? Is there a strain, a tension there?
We have new converts to the change of government. 4 years ago, we had people called fact checkers that were able to censor public comments on the web. So now we have embraced the changing of the guard. I think the important thing about a lot of this is these gentlemen, all very successful, very large capitalists, are trying to make sure that their business interests are taken care of while they're dealing with the new administration. And I think they realize that they kind of got carried away in the last 4 years of drifting too far out of the middle and then going off one side or the other. And they certainly don't want to be viewed as a permanent part of the left, but they view themselves as just trying to keep their businesses alive in a brand new government that just suddenly went right.
Do you think the whole Elon Musk thing, Steve Bannon, who's one of the leading MAGA people, he's fallen out big time with Elon Musk partly over the issue of immigration and HB1 visas and so forth. But is that a tension that is going to get out of control?
It's like a family, it's like a family fight. You have different opinions. I think by and large, most of America embraces Elon Musk as an entrepreneur, a very successful businessman, and somebody, again, is that it appeals to the MAGA base on the outsider looking in. Elon Musk, a very successful man on how to build a business, how to clean up waste, how to, send rockets to space, coming in and saying this is what you can do as an outsider on changing the federal government to save tax dollars. I think that's embraced by MAGA.
They're two big figures, alpha personalities. Do you think that relationship can last, the Musk-Trump relationship?
Oh, I think so, because I think the one thing is, if you look at all the people that are surrounding Trump, they all respect the office of the president and the role of Donald Trump as president of the United States. But Donald Trump respects their intellect and their ability, their success, to bring them into government, to try to help him change government. Trump is constantly looking for people who are outside of government to try to make the inside of government work. And what he didn't do in 2016, he's doing in 2025, and that is from the standpoint, I'm bringing more people from the outside and instead of using people inside. And that's the difference.
Yeah, and just finally for the moment, we are witnessing quite an extraordinary politician. I hesitate to call him a politician, actually, because he's not a traditional politician, but a quite extraordinary political figure.
Exactly. I mean, he's charting a new course. There's always been throughout history outsiders that have been involved in the political process. And I've often referred to many people that Donald Trump is in essence Teddy Roosevelt. They're both New Yorkers, they're both from wealthy families, and they're both very bombastic, and they both want to make America great again. And you see that kind of style, that dynamic that's playing out. Look at the issues. They all revolve around the same issues, dealing with Panama, dealing with American strength and how we're viewed across the world. The similarities are very uncanny, and I think it's going to be that type of presidency that you're going to see a very dynamic, outgoing president once again.
Well, Hillary Rosen is a Democratic strategist who's been with us as well throughout the day. And Hillary, I suppose the big question, given that Trump is well in charge now, it's the Republican Party is his party. How do the Democrats counter that? I mean, have the Democrats worked out a way of countering Trump and countering MAGA? Have they even worked out what went wrong in the first place?
Yeah, I think there's 2 points to that. And with respect to Ron, I don't think that over the long term, Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or other tech titans who are kissing the ring at this point because of their federal interests are going to do much to essentially help America or help Donald Trump fulfill his campaign promises. Elon Musk's businesses have billions of dollars in federal contracts at stake. We'll see if he proposes cutting those. When you look at, a company like Meta that is under serious regulatory threat in Europe, Zuckerberg is seeking Donald Trump's help in getting Europe and the UK government to essentially leave him alone. So the self-interest and conflicts of interest with these people who are supposedly just there because they're smart and care about the public good, I think, may end up coming back to bite the president. Having said that, appearances don't seem to bother Donald Trump very much, as we've seen in the last week. Both he and his wife released cryptocurrencies in their own name and made billions of dollars just in the last week, and it's barely been remarked upon. So, this isn't necessarily going to help the working man in this country. And I think that's really the challenge that Democrats will have, much like Labor had here in the UK for many years in the wilderness while the Tories were in charge. It's sort of the slow resentment builds up that the rich get richer and, the middle class or the working man sort of stays in the same position, can't quite get ahead, but yet they see the enrichment of those at the top. And I think to the extent that Donald Trump continues to surround himself with people at the top, Democrats' best hope may be that people catch on to that. But nothing will substitute really for coming up with their own solutions. The Democratic Party is going to go through what the Labor Party did. It's going to go through a reevaluation, a lot of internal debate. Did it get too woke? Was it too pro-union? Was it not union enough? Why is it that, the Republicans are against raising the minimum wage and Democrats have been for it, but yet minimum wage workers, increasingly supported Donald Trump this election? There are a lot of things to plow through, and I think they haven't really even begun to try. Many Democrats are simply hoping Donald Trump screws up. We'll see whether that's something that Democrats can count on.
Yeah, well, I just wonder whether you mentioned there were the Democrats too woke and so forth, and that whole advert where they said that, Kamala Harris is for they, them, Donald Trump is for you, that had an impact. But beyond that, isn't it about really, the people who voted for Donald Trump, many of the people who voted for Donald Trump were voting because they felt neglected, abandoned, and so forth. Aren't they just the very people that the Democrats should be attracting? And there's a big question about, why not?
Well, I think it's true that Democrats have historically been the party of working people, and Republicans have historically been the party of, the corporate elite. And Donald Trump, as Ron mentioned earlier, sort of changed that dynamic by creating an appeal to a populist message that essentially said, no one's on your side. I'm going to be on your side, but no one's on your side. And I think, as we've seen around the world, that has been a popular message because people don't feel like government is really helping them. And that's Democrats and Republicans. If you look at the overall approval ratings for Donald Trump, his policies are much more popular than he is personally right now. Joe Biden is obviously not very popular, and there are no leaders in the Democratic Party right now who could rise to the exact challenge of Donald Trump. And that's going to be Democrats' challenge. Do we have the leadership to convince people that we actually are on their side?
Yeah, that is the challenge. Hillary, for now, thank you very much indeed. Let's get the Trump view. Billy Boozer is a former chief product officer for Truth Social. We've spoken to you over the election period many times. Thanks for being with us. And just picking up on that, what is it about Donald Trump that attracts the people who feel abandoned by the establishment, for instance?
I mean, what we see mostly are people that have lost faith in the existing system. And I think we saw that across the entire country, across the entire world, where so many of the leadership during, difficult times failed, the average person. And what President Trump represents is strength, American exceptionalism, a progress forward as opposed to a retrospective view of what America was, but what America can be in the future. And I think he projects strength in the world, and I think that's what everyone's looking for here.
I mean, we got a good idea in the inauguration speech of what he intends to do. Are you excited by Trump 2.0? And more specifically, do you think he will manage to do half the things he wants to do?
I think in politics, it's almost impossible to even get to half of the things that he wants to do. But I think what I'm excited about are the people that he's brought in. I think he's brought people in that, like Elon Musk, like Vivek Ramaswamy, even J.D. Vance for that matter, are people that not only project strength, but project a promising future that is different than the existing establishment. And I'm just excited to see more and more progress and collaboration between, entrepreneurship in our country and moving forward with being a better place that builds a stronger community. And again, American exceptionalism being at the forefront of every conversation. We've just had too much of this, push back against the internal ways that we continue to do the exact same things over and over again. And I think what we're looking for now is progress.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump was sort of talking about the big win he had in the election and, the power he now has. But the reality is that American presidents basically have 2 years to get stuff done because the midterms can change the balance of power so easily.
My hope is that the massive win that we saw...
I'm just going to interrupt you because Elon Musk is speaking. Let's just have a listen.
There are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important. Some are not. But this one. This one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's gonna be very exciting. As the president said, we're gonna have a golden age. It's gonna be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again. And yeah. I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Elon Musk there, and he's got some energy, he's got some vision, and this message about optimism and about the future and about hope is a very powerful political message.
It's enthusiasm, it's optimism. Who would have ever thought that we would have an inauguration speech where the president mentions going to Mars, like planting our flag on Mars? It's what literally dreams are made of. And Elon, and it's a real reality. It's a thing that we can actually get to based on the innovation, based on the ingenuity of Americans. And I think that's what's so excited about it. You see him pumping his fist. There's something about that brings back patriotism into the culture of America, which it felt like that was being lost for a while.
Yeah, and I mean, it's being said a lot that Elon Musk and Donald Trump, will that relationship last? We've got about 20 seconds. I mean, do you think that that will survive the next 4 years?
Yeah, I said this on Twitter the other day, with great power comes great responsibility, the old Spider-Man quote. And I think that's what we're looking at we have to hope that this is the direction that will lead us into a brighter future for America.
All right, Billy, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And sorry to drag you up into the cold, because it is cold, isn't
I
it?
admire you for being up here.
No, I was just thinking that probably Donald Trump made the right decision, because the wind really does blow. Thank you very much indeed. So it is 8 o'clock in London, it is 3 o'clock here in Washington. Good evening, and it's been quite some day.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States. The office of President of the United States.
Donald Trump is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States and promises once again that he will put America first.
The golden age of America begins right now.
The president set out his priorities, beginning with the declaration of a national emergency on America's border with Mexico. Trump supporters turn out despite the cold, gathering inside the Capital One arena to view history being made and to see their new president begin signing up some 200 executive orders. Mr. Trump was welcomed back to the White House by now former President Joe Biden, who issued preemptive pardons for key allies and also family members before he left office and headed to California. Welcome to Washington, then, where the transfer of power is now complete and Donald Trump has been sworn in as America's 47th president. He completed one of the most remarkable political comebacks in US history to take this country's top job for the second time. After swearing the oaths of office, Mr. Trump shook hands and hugged members of his inner circle. President Trump then wasted no time. He was signing a series of executive orders, pulling no punches as he spelled out the priorities for his new administration.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Just part of the inauguration speech there. Let's have a quick run through some of the policies that Donald Trump has already been talking about. He says he's declaring a national emergency at the US-Mexico border with at least 10 related executive orders. One of those executive orders will see the resumption of construction of the border wall that began during his first presidency. He's also set to deploy additional troops to the border and other personnel. Also on immigration, he'll move to scrap birthright citizenship, end asylum, and close the border to people entering illegally. There are 3 economy-focused executive orders and a memorandum on inflation that envisions an all-of-government response to economic issues. He'll also declare a national energy emergency, and this will allow more drilling, both offshore and on federal lands, cut off climate-related funding and put an end to the electric vehicle mandate. And there are also plans to restore the federal death penalty, which Joe Biden had suspended. And he'll declare that the US will rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And there'll be 2 so-called, what he calls, common sense executive orders. The first will make it federal law that there are 2 genders, male and female. Government documents like passports will now reflect this. He says the second targets diversity initiatives, ending any federal funding to such programs. And Donald Trump will also overturn a Biden executive order that allowed transgender people to serve openly in the military in their self-identified gender. And it goes on, there'll also be an extension for TikTok to find an American buyer to comply with the law and stay online in the US. And I'm joined now by the broadcaster Piers Morgan, who has interviewed Donald Trump on many occasions and knows him well. And good evening, Piers. Thanks for being with us. And I just wonder, first of all, what you made of the speech. It was an emboldened Trump, almost swaggering Trump, and his supporters will have loved it.
Well, first of all, Mark, congratulations on not getting hypothermia. I've been watching you since this morning, and it's been a sterling effort over there as the cold has begun to engulf your entire torso. So well done. As a fellow broadcaster, I appreciate what you're suffering.
You stay in your studio. You stay in your studio.
As for Trump's speech, I thought it was unusually focused, unusually disciplined. It wasn't like one of his rally addresses where he tends to go off riff and come up with all sorts of outlandish stuff that's not in the script. So he's very disciplined this time round, Trump. I think it's exactly the speech that the people that voted for him wanted to hear. It tackles the three big issues of that election, which won him the election: illegal immigration, where there's been an indisputable crisis on the southern border for many years now, which he has resolved to try and sort out. Secondly, the cost of living crisis has been so ruinous to so many Americans, many living, paycheck to paycheck now and really struggling. He wants to address that. But thirdly, this whole issue of wokeism, of DEI, of this kind of cultural, progressive, far-left agenda that he believes, and I share a lot of his belief in this, has been so destructive to society, not just in America, but around the world. And he's done a kind of screeching U-turn to this. What makes it interesting is that he's done it at a time when many people who were leading all this, leading what Elon Musk calls the woke mind virus, people like Mark Zuckerberg at Meta, have now also done screeching U-turns and now basically held their hands up and agreed that all of this has gone way too far. So I think that there are three prongs to this administration: immigration, the economy, but also the end of wokeism as we know it. And I don't think we should be sending any flowers to the funeral.
Right, and I want to talk about the media here in a moment because it's interesting what's changing. But I just wonder, first of all, do you think that it was right for him to be so critical of his predecessor, Joe Biden? I mean, it was brutal stuff in the inauguration speech.
Well, look, Joe Biden spent the last 4 years, along with all the Democrats, calling him a fascist, saying he's an imminent threat to democracy itself, he's the new Hitler, and so on and so on. I kept warning my liberal friends that if you keep over-egging the dictator souffle in terms of your rhetoric, it will come back and haunt you. Just as I tried to warn them that if you try and take Trump into a criminal court, the first time it's ever happened to any American president, over an alleged fling with a porn star 20 years ago, that's going to come back and haunt you too. And then you had the attempts on his life. You put all that together, everything that people tried to do to suppress or even kill Donald Trump in that last year, politically or in reality, actually fueled him and empowered him and drove him to his victory. Joe Biden led the charge in that kind of rhetoric against Donald Trump, and I think it was completely understandable and entirely predictable that given the chance to return the favour, Donald Trump did that. Now, was it edifying? Not particularly. Was he wrong about the picture he painted of the America that Joe Biden has presided over in the last 4 years? Well, not entirely.
And look, this whole question of the media, it's changing. Last time it was a largely critical media here who felt it was their job to hold what they thought was a maverick president to account. Now the media seems to be giving him a real chance. I mean, things are changing at the Washington Post under Jeff Bezos. He's got Fox, of course. He's now got X, Elon Musk X. He has Instagram. Zuckerberg was there today. And he has some of the top podcasters singing his tune. It's an interesting change, isn't it?
Well, it's the way it should have been the first time round. You know, I always felt, if you know Trump, I've known Trump a long time, 20 years now. If you read his book, The Art of the Deal, then you'll see in there his whole template for life is if somebody whacks you, you whack them, metaphorically, you whack them 10 times harder. So the moment he took office last time, there was just this relentless, sustained attack by a very partisan, very liberal skewed media in America, mainstream media, determined, it seemed to me, to act almost like an extension to the Democrat opposition and to take him down. That's not the job of journalists. The job of journalists is to be fair-minded, non-partisan, to study facts as you see them, interpret them in a fair-minded manner. None of that was going on with Trump. It's not to say he didn't deserve a lot of criticism. He did. But to give you an example, I wrote 100 columns for...
Well,
the
just
Daily...
hold on a second. Piers, Piers, no, just hold on a second. I mean, 2017... early 2018, it was chaos. People were getting sacked, people were quitting. He lost his Secretary of State, his top economic advisor, his chief communications officer. I remember in the space of 2 weeks in March 2018. It was chaos.
Yeah, but you might also remember there were 2 years of screams of Russia collusion, fueled and driven by mainstream media, acting, like I say, I'm afraid I have to say this, in a non-partisan or in a partisan manner, and not the non-partisan manner that their job requirement dictates they do. And the Russia collusion narrative that ran for 2 years and was relentless turned out to be completely untrue. So there was a lot of stuff which, if you're Trump, the first time round, you're thinking they're all out to get me. The mood is very different this time, and the media have picked up on the mood of the public in America. I was very struck when I went to the Madison Square Garden rally he did before the election itself, that there were no protests. You know, I was there for a few hours, first rally I've ever been to. And I said to the Secret Service, how many turned up to protest? 150 people. That's in the heart of Manhattan 2 weeks before the election. I knew then that the resistance, as they put it, to Trump had completely crumbled. He'd won it before they even got to the ballot box. And I think the media have picked up on a changing mood in America, that they're just not going to accept American people, a media that appears to be, and I think with some merit, this argument, appear to be very partisan against one of the parties, in that case, Trump and the Republicans. And everyone will benefit, I think, from being a little bit more fair-minded and a little less hysterical about him.
All right, Piers, thank you very much indeed. You know him well, but clearly not well enough to get invited to the inauguration.
Actually, you know what? I looked at the weather forecast, and unlike you, I took the life-preserving decision to stay in my warm studio. You, when you finally keel over from hypothermia, will wish you'd done the same thing.
Yeah, I think I will. Piers, thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it.
You're doing a great job. Great job. I hate to admit it, but you are.
Thanks very much indeed. Well, this is the capital. He's not wrong, actually. I'm almost hypothermic here, it has to be said. But that's the Capital One arena. And it would have been a presidential parade in normal times. In warmer weather, there would have been a presidential parade after lunch, after Donald Trump's lunch, and down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. But he's going to call in here a little later, where there will be a sort of rally-style atmosphere, I'm sure, a MAGA campaign-style atmosphere, and we await those events a little later this evening. James Matthews is at the White House, and James, it's interesting, I don't know whether you were listening to what Piers Morgan had to say there about how things have changed and the attitude of the American media and, well, clearly, you know, some of the tech billionaires, how their attitude is changing towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Mark. I mean, I think the tech bros, or the broligarchy, as it's being called over here, there's clearly an element, a very strong element of self-interest and survival going on there, cozying up to Donald Trump because it suits them. He is the future. He has the power of the presidency, and he has the power of the people behind him now. And so for their own survival, it makes sense to make the trips to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring and to seek what they can get from Trump and seek the protections that they need to preserve their futures. You know, it's all about cash for them. It's all about a lack of regulation and what works for the tech industry. So, you know, that's where that relationship is spawned from on both sides. You know, there is a mutual benefit. Clearly, Trump has derived benefit from social media that's carried him a long way. He's acknowledged that with regard to TikTok, certainly. But on the whole media coverage of Donald Trump, Mark, I think my own feeling is over time, the public had heard it so often, so regularly, had heard very strong arguments for and against Trump, that it almost became sectioned off from political debate. You either thought there was a weaponized attack on Donald Trump by the Washington establishment, or you did not. There was no middle ground, and that discussion almost became tired and less relevant. The politics of winning an election. And I think what we saw today from Trump in his inauguration speech was how he won the politics of it. He was the muscular change candidate who talked America up. You know, he's a man never knowingly underhyped, and we heard his thoughts today about America, talking about, you know, time for us to act with courage, talking about going to Mars, talking about change. We're the most powerful, respected nation on the earth, and so on. Speaking to an America, as he did during the campaign, that has become somewhat disillusioned with its sense of itself. Americans feel reduced, I think, in the current world order, and they were ready to listen to somebody like Trump, who talked the talk and is now very clearly walking the walk with the change that he is implementing big time. You ran through it there in terms of these executive orders, and in typical style, he's not going to wait for the White House. He's going to the victory rally. Politics as performance art. He's expected to sign these executive orders before that adoring crowd. So that's the way it's working for Trump right now. The victor. We were watching his speech in the Capitol, weren't we, on the one side of the screen, Biden departing on the other. That split screen of the victor and the vanquished, and a very clear sense of a winner and a loser. Joe Biden disappearing off to California, with many questions clearly about his legacy, his performance in office. Many would say the performance that led to this return of Donald Trump, an emboldened, swaggering Donald Trump 2.0, who clearly has the confidence to carry on with and continue with big change in this country, in the way that America does business, in a way that America does America, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, and just a quick word, James, on the programme for the rest of the day. We're looking at the Capital One Arena, where he'll be calling in, we think. We'll no doubt make a speech there, but you're at the White House. I mean, it's going to be quite some time before he gets to the White House, the way things are going.
That's right, yeah. He'll be ready for a Diet Coke when he gets back here, Mark, at some point. I mean, he's a man who is already beyond schedule. We've been watching the comings and goings here all day at the White House. What's happening now, whilst there isn't a president in the House, they changed the furnishings and so on. Sofas have been taken out and transported away. There's a team inside the Oval Office changing the furnishings, changing the decor, putting up pictures of his inauguration speech, actually, on the wall to make him feel at home again. And I think we've seen very clearly over the course of the day, he's a man who feels at home, very comfortable in his own skin, comfortable at being back in the seat of power, his seat.
Yeah, James, thank you very much. And on many of Sky's platforms today, we've been asking for your questions on what Trump's going to do. And we've been getting quite a lot, actually, on foreign policy. And Jake asks, has Trump expanded on what his plan is to end the Ukraine war? He says within a day yet. That probably isn't going to happen. George Britton asks, will Trump allow NATO to surrender Ukraine to Putin, and more questions as well on Ukraine. Our defence and security editor, Deborah Haynes, joins us from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital. So, well, Deborah, help us out and try and answer those questions. What do we think Donald Trump's policy on Ukraine is going to be?
People here are really holding their breath when it comes to that question because they just don't know. You rightly say, well, that viewer rightly says that Donald Trump at one point did claim that he would end the war here within the first day. I mean, we're in that first day now, and clearly that's not going to happen. And the language from his team has softened since then, and from the president himself before coming into office with his special envoy saying he hoped to come to some kind of negotiation or some kind of deal within the first 100 days. There's also been talk about the first 6 months. But even that is a mighty call, given the stakes that are in play here in Ukraine. I was actually talking to a Ukrainian soldier who has been fighting since before the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And he was saying to me, when I asked him what he's thinking about a Donald Trump Mark II presidency, and his response was that it's like a game of Russian roulette. It could, of course, go well. It could go very badly. And I think that really does sum up the mood here. I've spent time in the East where the fighting is fiercest, and I was with Marines down there, and they were very clear that they do not want to give up an inch of their land. And yet, clearly, from the language of people close to Donald Trump, in terms of what we know of their thinking on Ukraine, and also speaking to other international actors, Western actors, British actors, who are heavily invested in what is going on here. People are no longer talking about victory, about ensuring that there is a Russian defeat. There is instead this reluctant realization that the end will have to come through some kind of compromise. And yes, we are hearing language from Volodymyr Zelensky here in Kyiv, also from Vladimir Putin too, that suggests that maybe there could be a compromise coming. But what that looks like and whether it can be something both sides can accept, that will require either careful diplomacy or brute strength from the US president if he's going to bring both sides to the table.
And Deborah, just very briefly, what is the situation at the moment? Is it a stalemate, or what is the situation on the battlefield at the moment?
Thank you. That's a really good question. It's not a stalemate. It's going badly here. The front line down in the east is brutal. The Russians have the advantage when it comes to manpower. The Ukrainians have the advantage when it comes to willpower. But without personnel, yes, they've now finally are getting the weapons that they've needed for so long from the West in the quantities that are required. But they're up against a Russian military that just has much more strategic depth. They're able to throw soldiers literally wave after wave, despite Ukrainian drones, Ukrainian artillery. Actually, I was down speaking to Marines earlier, just last week, who for the first time were saying to me that they actually have more artillery fire now than the Russians do. But it's not changing the reality on the ground, which is seeing Russian forces in the east slowly grinding forwards. Yes, for Ukraine, they still have, and it's actually remarkable, they still have this territory that they captured inside Russia, the Kursk region. Russian forces, backed by North Koreans now as well, have been able to push them back and seize back control of more than half of that territory. But the Ukrainians are holding on, and that is really important. Clearly, it's part of their strategy, preparing for Donald Trump's presidency, to be able to hold on to Russian territory, which will strengthen their hand when it comes to whatever kind of negotiation is going to be attempted in the coming months.
Deborah, thank you very much. Let's go to a key capital in all this, Moscow, and Ivor Bennett is there. And Ivor, Donald Trump prides himself on a deal. Is there a deal to be done with President Putin, a deal that would be acceptable to the Ukrainians, do you think?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? We've had some comments from Vladimir Putin tonight, and I think they are quite telling in about what the mood is here in Moscow regarding Donald Trump's return to the White House and regarding the situation in Ukraine. He was addressing a meeting of Russia's powerful Security Council that was broadcast on state television. He congratulated Donald Trump on taking office. This was just before the inauguration ceremony. He also called him courageous, echoing comments he made a couple of months ago on how Donald Trump behaved on the campaign trail with those assassination attempts. And he also said he was open to dialogue with the new administration on a range of issues, including, of course, Ukraine. And I think that really reflects Russia's growing optimism that relations between Moscow and Washington could now improve. And I think that optimism stems from Donald Trump's comments over the past few months regarding Russia, regarding Ukraine. He has repeatedly criticised US military support for Ukraine, intimating that he might cut it somewhat or perhaps curtail it completely. He's also more recently expressed sympathy, seemingly, for Moscow's viewpoint and stance on the issue of potential NATO membership for Ukraine. He said that would be an unacceptable provocation. And so there is this optimism in Moscow, in the Kremlin, that they have now someone on their side, potentially, in the White House. But I also wouldn't say that Optimism is unbridled. I think it's tempered somewhat. I think it's cautious. And I say that because of what happened when Trump was in the White House last time around. There were lots of warm words, of course, when he was coming into office, whilst he was in office, towards Russia and towards Vladimir Putin on a personal level. But those warm words weren't backed up by actions. Instead, under Trump, US sanctions on Russia increased, and Washington also sent weapons to Kyiv. That started when Trump was in power, or certainly continued when he was in power, despite all his opposition now towards US military support for Ukraine. So I'm not sure it's guaranteed that he's necessarily going to be a pro-Russian president. So I think Moscow is cautiously optimistic about what lies ahead. They don't want to get their hopes up too much. Like everyone else for now, they're just kind of watching and waiting to see what happens next.
Okay, Ida, thank you very much. So that is looking at Ukraine and foreign policy. Let's come back here to Washington and speak to the human rights activist and the son of the civil rights advocate, Martin Luther King Jr. That's Martin Luther King III, and welcome and thank you for being with us. And well, I guess is it bad luck that Martin Luther King Day fell on today when it's overshadowed by the inauguration? Hello, Martin Luther King III. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Okay. My apologies. I think I was on mute. But I said, no, I do not think it's bad luck.
That's okay.
Yeah. You want me to continue, or? I was answering.
Absolutely. You carry on, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do not see it as bad luck. I see it as an opportunity to continue to engage my father and mother, but my father, this particular holiday, where we are as a nation is more divided than we are unified. The president did say in his remarks that he wanted to unify the nation. Part of that is going to be the engagement and dialogue, talking to those who did not support him. And I think, I hope that he will do that. I do not know. I think that many of the things that he's proposed are the same things that he said he was going to do. And I think that we're going to be in some level of turmoil for a little while. But again, if the president is saying unity, advocating and encouraging unity, maybe we can get there.
Yeah, well, he said in his inaugural speech he wants to make sure Martin Luther King's dream will come true. I mean, what did you think when you heard that?
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear him saying that, but it has to be backed up by actions.
And what he has said he's going to do in some of those executive orders, the over 200 that he's going to sign, are sort of inconsistent to what Martin Luther King Jr. would want to see. So I think we must wait and see what happens. But I want to be an optimist, but I'm very concerned. I'm gravely concerned about the direction the nation is choosing to go into.
Yeah, he was talking about unity today. Do you think that he is a president who can bring genuine unity?
I can only hope so. If I was to base it on who he has been in the past, I would say no. I do not want to foster that no. I always want to engage and be positive and figure out how do we lift people up. Right now, our nation should be focused on those in California who are suffering, who've lost everything, their homes and everything. And so that's one of many issues, but it's a huge issue. We started off the year with terrorism in New Orleans and then terrorism in Las Vegas. So we do not know what other things are brewing as we speak, including what is happening in Ukraine and Russia. That's just one issue on the planet. There are many all over. Haiti is challenged. And then, of course, we're certainly happy to see the hostages coming home in the Middle East and the semblance of heading in the direction of peace. But that's going to be even longer. It's not an overnight situation. It never has been. So I think there are many issues. What's going to happen when people are deported? If it is achieved, that goal of deporting several million people, displacing and destroying families, I just don't know what all that's going to mean, but I think it's some great challenges before our nation, and it's going to take great leadership, again, to bring the nation together.
Right, and part of today is about you and a book coming out. It's called What Is My Legacy? Just tell us what that book is about, what it means.
Thank you for the opportunity to share about our book that is called What Is Your Legacy? We usually look at legacy at the end of life, things where we may have accumulated money to pass to our children, or some of us have done so much in life that something is named in honor of us. Our point, the four of us, my wife and two other persons, first of all, there's my story, what happened in my life as Martin Luther King III, in my family, stories that people have never heard about. Also, it's talking about fulfillment, because ultimately it's fulfillment that human beings want to achieve. We can be happy for a day. Someone can give you a nice car and you'll be happy. But really what we're saying is you create your legacy every day. Everybody can do something. Dad would say everybody can be great because everybody can serve. And so create your legacy as you go throughout your life that helps also society. And it doesn't matter who you are. You don't have to have a huge and profound legacy like dad and mom, but your legacy is important to you, to your family, to your community.
Okay, and just finally, this day of remembering, this day of tribute today, how significant is that in the calendar of the United States?
So in the United States, it's the third Monday of every January that the holiday is observed, which happened to fall on the Inauguration Day. I think it is eminently important because the dream that my father envisioned of freedom and justice and equality has not yet become real for all people. And that means we have to work every day. Holiday means relaxing and chilling for many. But my mother always stated, it's a day on, not a day off. So it means we're working toward realizing the dream. In fact, I've launched an initiative, my wife and I and another organization, to reach 100 million hours of service by January 2029, which is the 100th birthday of my dad, 100 for 100. That's $3 billion of value. And yet the goal is for people to turn to each other and not on each other.
The impossible is
Martin Luther King III, thank you very much for coming on the programme. I appreciate it. You're looking at pictures of Donald Trump, who is still at his lunch, his inaugural lunch. Let's just have a listen to what's going on there.
Like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men and women before him in our nation's history, Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation. Out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Well, it's a day of formalities, of course, for Donald Trump, new President of the United States, and it is overrunning somewhat. This is still the lunch, and he has got some way to go before he gets into the White House for a second time. Andrew Wong joins me, who is a Miami Republican. Welcome. Thanks for being with us. And Well, Florida has its first US president.
Yes, it does. We are so excited that he is from Florida, and we have a lot of new cabinet members from Florida as well as ambassadors. So today is the Florida story, and we're very proud that we were able to be here in Washington.
Well, I mean, he's actually from New York, isn't he? So he was registered.
Yes.
He was registered in New York, I think, in his last election to vote in New York. This time it was Florida. So, yes, you have your man. What did you think of the speech?
Oh, I thought his speech inside the Capitol, the Rotunda, was very, very well rehearsed. He did not go off script, but he was much, much more looser speaking to the next crowd, which was at the visitor center at the Capitol. He was joking around. He was off script. He was laughing. I think the tension is off. He's realized he's now the president of the United States.
Yeah, and what do you think Trump Mark II will look like? What sort of presidency will it be? Will it be a very different presidency?
Oh, absolutely. I think he's very serious this time. In fact, it's only day one, and he is expected to sign 200 executive orders. He is going to make good on his promise to close the border. In fact, notably, Tom Homan, our new border czar, is missing from the inauguration because he is back at work today. And already we're seeing images of the border being closed, and the app that was allowing a lot of migrants to cross over, that was also closed today as well.
I mean, the irony is it's actually, I'm told, one of the quieter periods down at the border. Do you think that he will be able to do even half of what he wants to do on immigration?
I think he has to. I think it's an all or nothing situation. Right now, Tom Homan is busy working, closing the northern and southern border. In fact, he's in talks with Guatemala to return some of the missing children that came and crossed over the border to their families. So, yeah, a lot going on one day. It's going to be great for the news, that's for sure.
Do you think that they're talking about targeting criminals who have come across illegally. Do you worry that there will be some people swept up in all this who have made their lives in America, albeit coming in illegally, and are offering, quite a lot to local economies and local communities and so forth?
Well, those who are committing crimes and hurting Americans have to be deported on day one. We do not need this in society. We do not need other countries emptying their jails and allowing criminals to enter here without any IDs or any sort of legacy paperwork. So those are going to be the first ones to go. Being a resident in a large city, I'm very happy to see that go, and protecting my children. I think today I feel a lot better for the kids here in America. I know my children have a much brighter and safer future because they're being deported.
We're also told that his administration has drawn up a list of Jan 6th prisoners who, and I'm told we should go back because Donald Trump is being toasted. If that's a phrase.
He is being toasted, not roasted. That's good.
Able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr.
That was Amy Klobuchar, who is a Democrat, but significantly a chair of the Inaugural Committee, who has been involved in organising all this, and no doubt had a headache or two when Donald Trump decided it was going to be indoors at the last minute. But he's got a busy evening ahead as well. He's got 3 separate inaugural balls to go to. And when I said that's a lot, someone pointed out to me that Bill Clinton had 15 to go to.
Wow.
I know. I don't know whether it's anything to do with fundraising but that is what is in store for Donald Trump this evening. And no doubt he will be speaking at some of those. What about some of his, Andrew Wong is with me, a Miami Republican. What about some of his picks for his government? People like Pete Hegseth, who is untested, to say the least, Defense Secretary, Robert Kennedy Jr., Health Secretary. Do you worry about some of these picks, or are they inspired choices? What's your view?
Well, I think they're very popular choices. One of the things that President Trump's team did not want was any lobbyists or anyone who walks into Washington already owing favors from previous administrations and from private companies. So that is the majority of his cabinet picks, are those who don't come with any IOUs. I think even though they may not have the full resume for the job, they are battle tested. I mean, they've been through the ringers of campaigns and the media, and so they've been a little bit tested, and I'm pretty confident that there's going to be enough Senate votes to get them in.
I mean, is this typical Trump? He likes, shaking things up. He likes disrupting things. Are we seeing this in action now?
Yes, and most of his picks are very media trained. So you can tell that this is going to be a very Hollywood production with lots of people who can communicate the message for his agenda.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see because I remember the first few weeks or first few months of his last presidency, sort of late 2017, early 2018, particularly. It was chaotic. He didn't fill a lot of places in the government, in the administration. There were some ambassador slots going unfilled for months and months, and it all just had this chaotic feel. This time, it does seem as if he knows what he wants to do. He's been there before, and he's much more organized.
Well, Donald Trump loves to work in chaos. In fact, I believe he purposely creates a chaotic environment in which he thrives. Anyone who works with Donald Trump, alongside of Donald Trump, has to also thrive in chaos. And I think that's pretty much who he's chosen. He also has a great chief of staff, Susie Wiles, who's going to keep everything in check, keep everyone in line. She's come out to say that she doesn't want any superstars, no influencers, no one who's just going to take the spotlight away and actually just get the work done. So I think it's a great team.
It's interesting because he went through a few chiefs of staff. I mean, they were there last time round. Do you think she is someone who could stay the course with Donald Trump?
I think they both need each other. I think Susie Wiles will stay the full 4 years. As far as all the other appointees, not so sure. They seem to have a few months, maybe a few years. We have seen it, in his previous administration. He had, 3 secretaries of states. So Yeah, no, that's just part of the course. But you're right. It's a case. Look, running the government, running the world, is a very, very difficult thing, and people burn out, and other things happen. They get poached by news organizations.
Yeah.
So we'll see some turnaround, I'm sure.
Yeah, and at the inaugural speech, when he was making the inaugural speech, in fact, when he was taking the oath as well, we kept seeing pictures of the tech billionaires who were lined up there and in position A almost.
Yeah.
And I just wonder what's happening to the Republican Party. Is the sort of MAGA maybe being pushed aside, and he's now embracing the sort of tech billionaire world? What's going on?
I'm very happy to see that. I was a bit surprised to see that they had front row seats inside the Capitol Rotunda, but it is what's necessary to show up a new government. I mean, we had an old government that didn't understand the tech world, that gave away things like Section 230s, that gave away citizens' rights to the tech companies. To go forward and move forward with a new government, you do need to involve tech. And I think that was what was shown today, how important these tech billionaires are to the new dawn, as the new golden age, as he says.
Yes, yeah, things are changing. We're watching pictures of the new president heading off, or trying to get out anyway, from this lunch. I think he's going to go to the Capital One Arena, because now what would be happening would be this parade, the presidential parade, which is really quite something. It's a big deal, and I'm sure he will be very sorry not to have that. It's sort of traditional for the president and the president's wife, the First Lady, to get out of the car and walk some way along with all the crowds, and he won't have that, but he will have this Capital One Arena, which I think is a concert venue. Is that right, in Washington? But
that's
it's
correct.
now going to be a kind of rally-type event, I think, for Donald Trump.
Well, Donald Trump is Elvis. He likes to think of himself that way, and he always plays Elvis songs during his rallies. Look, the Capital One Arena is filled with all the people who got him in, all the people who went to his rallies, all his super fans. They're so excited to help him, because it's not just his victory, it's theirs as well. They've been with him since the beginning, and they're here today celebrating their big victory. So it's good to see that he's moving away from the Capitol and going to the Capital One Arena, where his true super fans are.
Yeah, there was Jeff Bezos there he was shaking hands with, and we saw Mark Zuckerberg was there at the inauguration. Elon Musk, obviously, playing a big part in all this. And I mean, what sort of impact do you think Elon Musk will have? Because it looks like he's very close to Trump and is going to be, in a pretty important position.
He's one of Trump's top advisors, as I'm told, and they text each other all day long. No, look.
Do they? Is that what you hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so one important thing to note about Donald Trump is that on his phone, on his cell phone, he doesn't actually have search functions, so he has his friends send him articles all day long for security reasons. But Elon Musk plays a very interesting role, not just in the tech world, but also the space world. As we move forward in this next administration, we're going to be doing a lot of space exploration and development, so I think that's why he's so critical.
Yes, and do you think it's a kind of bromance, the Elon Musk-Donald Trump thing, isn't it?
I don't mind it.
You don't mind it at all?
No.
I mean, he doesn't seem to like the British government. He keeps firing off comments on X about the British government, the Labour government there. What do you think that's all about?
Well, apologies from Americans on that. I don't know why a South African turned American is going after the British government. I'm sure he wants you to open up some doors for his products that he's also, selling. But Elon Musk has, he's been emboldened now that he's best friends with President Trump to shake things up. So hopefully your government next.
Yeah. Well, Angie, we're looking at pictures of Donald Trump head off. It's about it from me. Alda Hakim is going to take you through the next hour, but we'll stay on these pictures of the end of the luncheon attended by Donald Trump. Okay, well, we're looking at pictures of Donald Trump leaving that luncheon, but let's look back now at the top of the hour at this historic day so far.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twice blessed.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
the
office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
The golden age of America begins right now. Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello and welcome back to our live and continuous coverage of events here in Washington. You were just listening to my colleague Mark Austin, and I will be with you for the next couple of hours, bringing you up to date on the developments here today. A historic day, January 20, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. Of course, Donald Trump is President again of the United States after running this country between 2017 and 2020 when he was the 45th President of the United States. And what a huge political comeback it has been. And we were just showing you some snippets of the day that we had, that extraordinary speech that Donald Trump gave after taking the oath of office. Of course, the day started with him going to St. John's Church, and it was a moment of prayer there before he briefly went to the presidential guest house, Blair House, and then straight to the White House, where he enjoyed a cup of tea and coffee with the outgoing President Joe Biden. And then from there, he was accompanied by Joe Biden in the Beast down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol just behind me. And of course, as a result of the cold weather, this event could not take place outside as it usually does. The last time the inauguration was indoors was in 1985 when Ronald Reagan had his second inauguration. Again, then it was moved inside as well because of the cold weather. But what we saw this afternoon was the peaceful transfer of power and those very intimate scenes inside the rotunda where we heard Donald Trump give his inaugural speech. And then he walked out with Joe Biden, the First Ladies, and Joe Biden hopped onto Marine One and made his way to Andrews Air Base, where he effectively ended his time as president. And he gave a short speech there and talked about how incredibly proud he was to lead this nation, bringing to an end a 50-year political career. But you're just looking at some live pictures of, well, that's Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla leaving that luncheon.
things are running roughly an hour behind schedule. So Donald Trump is expected to head shortly to the Capital One arena, where he will address the faithful, and that is where my colleague Mark Stone is at the moment. And Mark, it's been quite an exceptional day, this peaceful transfer of power that we saw, seeing Joe Biden stand there with Donald Trump, images we've seen in 2017 as well, when Obama hopped on that helicopter and left, ended his time in power. But of course, we didn't see those similar images, did we, in 2020? Because Donald Trump didn't stay for Joe Biden's inauguration, but Joe Biden was there today. He was listening to the speech. And in that speech, Donald Trump didn't hold back in essentially annihilating the last 4 years of Joe Biden's presidency.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that to the joy of those people who support Donald Trump, and this stadium is absolutely packed with them. This was not your conventional inauguration speech. It some might say lacked the grace that has come before, or as Elon Musk put it just now, it left out the platitudes. There were no platitudes from Donald Trump. Instead, it was to the point. He listed his campaign pledges that we have heard so many times before. There was an expectation maybe he would leave that sort of campaign moment out of the inauguration speech itself, but no, he listed his pledges, and he listed one by one the complaints that he has, to put it mildly, with the last administration, an administration that he sees as corrupt to the core, an administration that has broken America. Effectively, he said America has been in chaos over the past 4 years, broken, lawless, corrupt, and that he would fix it his way. Of course, he can now do that because he has such power in Washington, both houses of Congress, the White House, and the Republican Party at large behind him as well. You know, Yalda, as you were coming to me, I was wondering where to start today, because there has been so much pomp, so much ceremony, so much tradition, the sort of tapestry of America woven together with history, tradition, democracy delivered the American way, but at the same time, a barrage of news as well, a tsunami of news, wave after wave, whether that be the preemptive pardons that Joe Biden has issued to key people who were in his administration, people like Anthony Fauci, the man who delivered the COVID response, the enemy of the people, so the Trump team and the supporters of Donald Trump see him as, the man who kind of brought society to a halt with unnecessary COVID protections. He now has been preemptively pardoned by President Biden. One wave of news is that Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, somebody who Donald Trump said should be hanged for insurrection, well, he has been pardoned as well. The people who investigated the January the 6th incident, what do you want to call it? An incident, a riot, an insurrection? That depends on your political stance. Well, the lawmakers who investigated that, including Liz Cheney, a prominent Republican, have been pardoned preemptively as well. And then perhaps most staggeringly, just the news on the Biden side, he preemptively pardoned members of his own family, his sister, his brothers, their partners, because he believes that Donald Trump was going to try and bring forward prosecutions, politically motivated prosecutions, he would say, against members of his own family. Trump's side say, well, look, that is an admission of Biden's guilt, the fact that he is preemptively pardoning these people. So the news on the Biden side, the outgoing side, and then, Yalda, the incoming side, a flurry of announcements that will turn very shortly into executive orders, which will reshape America to become Trump's America. It will undo the legislation of Biden's time. It will put in place the sort of America that people who voted for Donald Trump want to see. It will be, for example, an America where common sense is returned. He said in his inauguration speech that he will sign a common sense executive order. He's talking about what he describes as wokeism in America. To that particular line in the speech, Joe Biden was seen to chuckle a little bit at that. But I think if you are a progressive in America right now, if you were a Democrat, if you were a liberal progressive, that speech, this moment, is a true body blow. But for a majority of Americans who chose Trump's America, they want to see Trump back in power, and now they have him back in power. This is an exciting day indeed. And Yalda, as we look at pictures here of the great and the good of both the Democratic Party, I can see Chuck Schumer in the front there, but also the Speaker of the House as well there. We are waiting here, not far away from the Capitol building. I wonder if we can show you our live shot here as well. The stage where Donald Trump will arrive a little bit later on to continue his extraordinary day. He will be here in the Capital One Arena, which has been commandeered because of the bad weather. It is full of his supporters, and I've just spotted on the stage there, to the left of the stage. I don't know if we can show you our shot here, but on the left of the stage, there is a desk. You can see it there. Just to the bottom of your screen. On the left-hand side, there is the podium where speakers have been speaking, including Elon Musk a few moments ago. And there it is, on the left-hand side of that shot there, a desk. And I wonder where this is the moment where we will see Donald Trump's executive orders being signed one by one. We spoke to Jason Miller yesterday, who teased us, saying that it may be in the Capitol building that he signs them. It may be here. Traditionally, it would be in the Oval Office, but then tradition has been thrown out for part of this day, and so this moment is coming before the Oval Office moment, and I wonder what that desk on the left-hand side will be used for. We will find out shortly, Elder.
Yeah, Mark, as you say, Donald Trump isn't one to follow tradition, so we'll have to wait and see. He certainly will always be a showman, won't he? He's going to come to that Capital One Arena to give his third speech of the day. He gave his inaugural speech, and that was exactly 30 minutes, and I'm told about 11 seconds long. That's quite a short speech for Donald Trump. And then he moved over into the spillover room where he spoke again for another 40 or 50 minutes, putting on almost like a different show for the crowd that had moved to the other room, because of course only 600 people could fit into the rotunda. And we saw, as you'd noted earlier, in that front row, the tech billionaires, the so-called tech bros, who have all come to Washington, and in many ways they've kissed the ring, and they will be very influential over the course of the next 4 years. But he's got his third speech that he's going to give to his MAGA base, to the faithful. Many of them have arrived here in Washington. We've been seeing MAGA hats all over town over the course of the last 24 hours. When we arrived here into Washington, D.C. yesterday, we could see them at the airport. They came here to support Donald Trump. And of course, things were moved inside because Donald Trump earlier in the week put out a statement saying, we're worried about the cold weather. We don't want anyone to get hurt. So we want to move everything indoors. And so it was an incredibly intimate inauguration where we saw that sort of handover of power and Donald Trump taking the oath of office just before midday. And as you say, he's making his way, he will be, to the Capital One Arena. And we'll have to see what that desk actually is and what it symbolizes and what he plans to do.
Yeah, I was struck, Yalda, by the fact that at the inauguration ceremony itself, the front row, you might expect, would be his cabinet, his Secretary of State, his Secretary of Defense, the people he has picked, the people he trusts to sit around him to deliver his America. Remember, he's had 4 years to work out who he should trust. There were many in his first cabinet. It was a bit of a revolving door, the White House, between 16 and 20. many who he fell out with, he's had that time to work out who he trusts, who he thinks can deliver for the his American vision. But they weren't sitting in the front row, they were in the second row. The front row was, as you described them, the tech bros, the tech billionaires of America. These enormously successful people, entrepreneurs who have transformed American culture, have transformed global culture. The head of Meta, formerly Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, TikTok, other tech executives who were right at the front row watching that inauguration happen. And I think that gives you a sense of what I think has actually been quite a profound and swift culture shift in the United States, forming behind Donald Trump. You know, back in 2016, I think it was kind of toxic to admit that you voted for Donald Trump. It was the so-called deplorables, as Hillary Clinton infamously and so disastrously referred to Trump supporters as. They were the people who pushed him over the line back in 2016. But beyond that, the old guard of the Republican Party, they were not firmly on board and quickly fell out with Donald Trump in many cases. But now, you know, the MAGA hat, if it was kind of the hillbilly cap back in 2016, it's now kind of a red carpet, fashion statement, which is extraordinary and gives you a sense of how Donald Trump has so successfully transformed American politics, and we are seeing that unfold today.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. It's interesting you mentioned that people wouldn't necessarily come out and say that they supported Donald Trump, and that included, frankly, many fashion houses here across the United States where, they weren't necessarily coming out and dressing the First Lady, for example, and yet we're seeing over the course of the last 24 hours, even that sort of shift where people no longer feel that they need to say that they are not going to support Donald Trump. The base certainly feels like it has diversified, and you and I noted that when we went to the Republican National Convention. It looked very different from the rallies of 2016 and 2017. Sure, the MAGA base were there, but there were also a lot of different groups and people there as well, and we saw that reflected during the election.
Yeah, all the way through, and all the journeys we took in the months in the run-up to the election. You rarely heard of you rarely found new supporters of Biden, or as it would then become, Harris. But everywhere you would find people who said, do you know what? I'm going to give Donald Trump a shot, warts and all. I guess there are those people, a proportion of people in America, who believe that it was a witch hunt, that he was never guilty of anything, and that they believed all of his rhetoric because they believe in all of those policies that he wants to put in place, however extreme they may be. And then there are others who are concerned maybe about some of the baggage that he carries, but that notwithstanding, they still decided to give him a shot because they were so profoundly fed up with the direction America had gone in under Biden and Harris, that there was this sense that common sense had kind of been lost, that wokeism had taken over. And you found that in many different communities. You found it in the black bro community, young black men who kind of felt they didn't really know what they could and couldn't say, what was appropriate to say or not. And suddenly in Donald Trump, they found the ability to I could say what I want to say because he did. Now, you may profoundly agree with that, but I think that is kind of what's happened. The Arab American community, on the face of it, everyone assumed that a proportion of them were turning against Biden because of Gaza. But what we found in Michigan was no, it wasn't just because of Gaza. It's because these are culturally conservative people, and they too were concerned about education in their schools or cultural issues, where they just found that things were going going a bit too left. And, you know, Donald Trump, the showman, as you called him earlier on, the guy who says what he thinks, they like that. And that is what we have seen today, even in the inauguration speech, where you might imagine it would be humble in tone. Not Donald Trump, no, absolutely not, because that is not what people voted for him to be. They didn't vote for him to be humble. They voted for him to tell it like it is, and so he did today.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. And we will be coming back to you a little later. Donald Trump is currently at the first honors ceremony, but we will be coming to the Capital One Arena to get a flavor of the MAGA base and supporters waiting for him there. Mark, thank you so much. Well, let's speak now to my next guest, Jens Stoltenberg, chairman of the Munich Security Conference, and of course, the former Secretary General of NATO. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program. It's good to see you again. We're just looking at Donald Trump's inauguration. It's an extraordinary time to be here in Washington. Did you ever think, I mean, we talk about this being such a major political comeback. Did you ever think that you would see a Trump 2.0?
Well, I have to be honest that just after the elections 4 years ago, I didn't believe that would happen. But over the last years, it was something that absolutely was possible, and now we see that he's re-elected. I think that fundamentally for Europeans, this is about engaging the new administration, because I was Secretary General when he was elected the first time, and then some allies thought that we should just stay away and in a way freeze the relationship and hope that things would change. We did the opposite. We engaged. We sat down with the then newly elected President Trump in 2017, and we actually made most things work quite well on security, NATO, defense.
He doesn't operate like a normal politician, and some of the things he requested from NATO, like, you know, increasing defense spending, for example, the sort of threats that he made to NATO. Did you find it challenging working with him at the time?
He has a different style, and he behaves differently compared to most other political leaders. And of course, we may disagree or agree on issues. I disagree with him on issues like trade or climate change and other issues. But on the issues that I were responsible on defense, and which are also the main focus on the Munich Security Conference, which I will lead, then actually I think he had valid points. European allies didn't spend enough on defense. The good news is that European allies have really stepped up. A few years ago, only 3 allies spent 2% of GDP on defense, which is the NATO guideline. Last year it was 23 allies spending 2% or more. So things have changed. He was also very focused on the risks of being too dependent on imports of Russian gas. Also a valid point, demonstrated when Russia launched a full-fledged invasion against Ukraine. So I think we need to focus on the substance, on the issues, and then find common ground where that's possible.
Well, this time around, he's asking for defense spending to go up to 5%. Do you think you'll find 3 countries, 23 countries adhering to that, or how do you think that will unfold?
That's a very demanding call or ask. I think the following. Most allies now meet the guideline of 2%. That's the good news. The bad news is that 2% is not enough. We need significantly more, because we live in a much more dangerous world. And I think more and more allies realize that we need to move far beyond 2%, whether that's 5 or something in between 2 and 5, that I think remains to be decided.
How would you advise, the current NATO Secretary General in terms of how he should handle Donald Trump?
First of all, we have an excellent Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte. He has worked with President Trump before when he was Prime Minister of the Netherlands. So I'm absolutely confident he will manage that without my advice. But he knows that, and we've discussed that before, that engaging to sit down, as we did last time, is the same way we always have to approach allies, and especially the biggest ally, the United States, when there are some difficulties, when there are different opinions.
I wonder what you think about statements like, I'm going to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Well, I hope that was possible, but I don't think it's really possible. We all want the war to end. But the quickest way to end the war is to lose a war. But by losing a war, you don't bring peace, you bring occupation. So the challenge is to end the war in Ukraine in a way where Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent nation in Europe. I don't think we can change Putin's mind. He still wants to control Ukraine. But I do think that we can change his calculus, that the price he has to pay for that is too high. And the only way of doing that is to provide Ukraine with weapons, military support, so they can strengthen their position on the battlefield and therefore also strengthen the hand on the future negotiating table.
So you think this idea of an influx of weapons into Ukraine, which will strengthen their position, and then in turn they'll be in a stronger position at the negotiating table rather than making concessions? Because right now, I spoke to the former Ukrainian foreign minister who said, when you say ending the war, our concern is what sort of concessions will we have to make, because it feels to them like ending the war means they have to give something up rather than asking Russia to do anything.
That's the point. The point is that, of course, if Ukraine stops to fight, then there will be occupation of Ukraine. If Russia stops to fight, then it will be peace. This is a war of aggression. And of course, it's for Russia to stop attacking a neighbor. It is a difficult situation on the battlefield, and of course Russia is pushing hard. On the other hand, we need to remember where the whole thing started. In 2022, most experts believed that Russia was going to take Kiev within days and the rest of Ukraine within weeks. That didn't happen. Ukraine has liberated 50% of the territory that Russia occupied in the beginning. They are inflicting heavy losses on the Russian invaders, roughly 1,000 casualties every day. So
the Ukrainians are losing a lot of men as well.
Yes, they are. So they're paying a high price too. But the reality is that Russia did not succeed in what they planned, and that was to take Ukraine within weeks. They have now been there for more than 3 years, and they have almost their whole army as employed in that war, and they have still not been able to take Donbass. So yes, it is difficult. Yes, Ukraine is paying a very high price, but the reality is that with our support, they are able to demonstrate that Putin will not win on the battlefield. He has to sit down and accept Ukraine as a sovereign independent nation.
It's such a cold day here in Washington. This whole ceremony has been moved inside.
Yes.
But of course, we're still stuck outside in these freezing cold conditions. I'm going to just hold you here for a few more minutes, Mr. Stoltenberg, because I want to understand how Europeans feel about, dealing with Donald Trump. Has it been confusing? Because you have a Biden administration 4 years ago, they came in and they said, we're going to work with our allies. We're going to be, supporting European partners and allies. And we're not going to take a position where we're isolationists. America is back is the slogan I remember Antony Blinken using. And then there's the unpredictability of Donald Trump, who says, look, we may or may not support this war in Ukraine. We want to wrap it up. I mean, is this a sort of a confusing message for Europeans?
I think we need to be prepared for surprises and some very clear messages. And of course, that creates some uncertainty in Europe. On the other hand, on Ukraine, it was President Trump back in the first time he was president, that actually started to deliver lethal weapons to Ukraine.
Which President Obama did not do.
Yeah, so I remember I was Secretary General NATO, and we pushed for more lethal aid to Ukraine. And it was President Trump that decided to start to deliver not least the javelins that proved so extremely important for Ukrainians when Russia launched a full-fledged invasion. And second, yes, there may be uncertainty and surprises, but fundamentally I believe that the United States will remain a loyal NATO ally because it is in the interest of the United States. They become stronger and safer with friends and allies in NATO. They have something in NATO that Russia, China doesn't have, and that is friends and allies. The United States is big, 25% of the world GDP, but together with the United Kingdom, with Germany, with all the others, we are 50%, twice as big, 50% of the world's GDP. That makes us all stronger, 50% of not only GDP, but also the military power in the world. So it is in the interest of the United States to have a strong NATO, and therefore I believe they will stay loyal to the alliance.
What do you make of remarks like, we're going to take over Greenland?
Well, I agree with the Danish Prime Minister who have said that she cannot imagine that the United States will push for something like that. Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Denmark is a loyal and close ally to the United States. And I think that issues related to military presence, defense of Greenland can be sorted out in a dialogue between Denmark, Greenland and the United States. There is a US base there already. I think issues related to more presence or access to minerals can be sorted out in a good way between friends and allies.
I'm just going to come to another question, but I just want to remind our audiences what they're looking at right now. Donald Trump, this whole program has completely been delayed. They're about an hour's behind, but he's leaving the Capitol building now, and he's going to be heading to the Capital One Arena, where thousands of his supporters have gathered. They're waiting for Donald Trump to give his third speech of the day. His inaugural speech lasted about 30 minutes long, and then he went to the spillover room where he spoke for another 40 minutes. So we're expecting to hear again from Donald Trump in the next half an hour or so when he goes to that arena. So he's saying his goodbyes there and getting ready to head over. He is now President Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. Mr. Stoltenberg, we were just talking there about Greenland and some of the things that Donald Trump has been saying. Do you think then it becomes very tricky for Europeans if the United States makes those sorts of statements? I mean, you know, are we talking about Article 5 here? You know, what are we talking about here to come to the aid of, defending Denmark essentially against the United States?
Yes, but I think we need to realize that the High North, and Greenland is an important part of the High North, is important for our security. We know that the shortest way from Russia to North America is not via Central Europe or Frankfurt, or London, it's over the North Pole and the Arctic. And therefore, defense, security, military presence in Greenland matters not only for Denmark, Greenland and the United States, it matters for all NATO allies. And therefore, all these issues has to be on our table. We need to discuss how can we strengthen the defense of the High North and also of Greenland. And I know that this is an ongoing process, discussion inside NATO, and I'm confident that Denmark and the United States will find a way to deal with these issues as close allies.
But just as you said there, he talked about the dependence of European countries on Russian oil and gas. And, he highlighted a point that then came to bite European nations when the war started. Is he right to be alarmed about Russia and China's designs on Greenland?
Not only the issue of increased Russian and Chinese presence in the High North has been an issue on the agenda for NATO allies for a long time. And that's also the reason why the United Kingdom, Norway, Iceland, or Canada, many other Arctic and northern members of NATO have invested in capabilities that can operate in the High North, more submarines, more ships, more planes. And also why Denmark is stepping up. So the fact that we need to take seriously increased Russian presence, they are reopening old bases from the Cold War. China has ambitions in the High North. That matters for our security, but we can solve that as friends and allies within NATO, respecting the territorial integrity of all allies, including Denmark.
And just finally, do you think you're ready for another 4 years of Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely, not least because I think that we can agree or disagree. And it's well known that I'm a Norwegian social democrat, and of course I have different views than President Trump on some issues, but we are an alliance of 32 democratic nations where different political leaders are elected again and again from different political camps. But the reality is that we have been always able to unite around the core task of this alliance, and that is to protect and defend each other, because we are safer together than alone. And I'm confident that when the American people now elected President Trump, we will find ways to work with him.
Jens Stoltenberg, always good to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we're just looking at President Donald Trump's motorcade. Just behind me is the Capitol building, and we can see that motorcade making its way, the Beast. It's known as the Beast, the presidential vehicle. And of course, it travels with the president all over the world. It's making its way towards the Capital One arena on the other side of town, where we will shortly be speaking to our Mark Stone, who has been there with the party faithful, with the MAGA base, and they have been waiting for much of the day for Donald Trump to arrive and address them. And this is where Donald Trump is most comfortable. He was at the arena last night before about 20,000 people who have made their way from right across this country. They had come to witness Donald Trump's second inauguration outdoors here on the west front of the Capitol. But of course, it was all moved inside because of the cold weather. And so Donald Trump is now going to see them, to address them, to give his third speech for the evening. And of course, this day is not over yet. He will then move to the White House, where he will, we understand he's going to be signing a series of executive orders. He promised last night over 100 of them, and he told his supporters, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow, because before sunset, we are going to be signing a number of executive orders. So you're looking at the Beast there, making its way to the Capital One arena after what has been an incredibly eventful day. Well, joining us now is Everett Eisenstadt, former Deputy Director of the National Economic Council under Donald Trump. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program. It's been quite a day, Everett. I just want you to reflect on what you've seen, Donald Trump's speech, the peaceful transfer of power that we see in this country every 4 years.
Well, it really is incredible. Just, watching these pictures and seeing the Capitol, bathed in the afternoon light. It's been an amazing day and really quite eventful already. Of course, the transfer from power from former President Biden to President Trump, and having a peaceful transfer of power is one of the hallmarks of our democracy, and it's really amazing to see. And so many people have come out to participate in this event and be part of it, and it's just really a piece of history right before our eyes.
Yeah, Everett, Donald Trump has said that he is going to be signing a number of executive orders. I was just talking here to Jens Stoltenberg about some of the issues on foreign policy that we expect Donald Trump to be dealing with, and that will be in his entree. No doubt China will be an issue that he will want to really focus on in the next 4 years, which is, of course, what he did when he was president the first time round. And part of that talk is the tariffs. Just talk us through how you think that will unfold.
Well, it's fascinating. I think that one of the over the past month or so, ever since President Trump was reelected, we've been watching the campaign promises and some of the actions and even some of the individuals whom he has appointed to key positions. And our conclusion is that tariffs are on the table, and they're very, very likely. In fact, there's a little bit of a surprise that they weren't, some action wasn't taken more dramatically today. Of course, we don't have all the executive orders. We are going to see many of them soon, and that'll give us more details into the plans. But it is clear that international trade and tariffs are going to continue to be a central plank of this administration. There's been, as you said, there's going to be a review of the U.S.-China Phase 1 trade agreement to see if how compliance with that agreement, how compliant China was with that agreement, among many, many other parts of our trade agenda. So really the entire U.S. trade policy with the global trading partners is going to be under review. And there's still a number of tools and actions that could be taken in the next month or so that could really have a significant impact on trading partners, the U.S. economy, and even individual companies and many others.
Yeah, absolutely, Everett. I'm just going to just keep you there for one moment because, of course, we have been seeing images of Donald Trump. He left that luncheon in Statuary Hall and, of course, he walked through the Capitol Rotunda with his wife, Melania, and we know that they have now arrived at the Capital One Arena. We saw that motorcade enter the garage, and we're seeing images from inside the arena where thousands of people have been waiting for much of the day. Earlier, I heard my colleague Diana Magne say that people had been queuing up from about 3 o'clock in the morning in freezing cold conditions to try and get in. And because, of course, the arena only holds a certain number of people. And so they were trying to get in there to wait for Donald Trump to arrive. And it is now 4:30, or just gone 4:30 in the afternoon here in Washington. And he's just arrived. He's about an hour or so late, but no doubt the people inside are thrilled to have him there. They are the party faithful, and he will be giving his third speech for the day to them. And this is really, I would say, his comfort zone. He enjoys these rallies very much. He was there at his last rally last night, talking about his plans, his achievements, the executive orders that he plans on signing. But Everett, we're just talking there about tariffs, and Donald Trump often talks about this only affecting foreign countries and not the American people or their pockets. What do you make of that assessment?
Well, that's the way he views tariffs. He views those tariffs as being paid by the foreign government and not by importers. In fact, his Secretary of Commerce reiterated that point today, and he's a very smart individual. So there is this notion and this strong notion that tariffs are going to be paid by the foreign importer, and that their price is the Secretary of Commerce said today that the price of being able to access the world's largest market and one of the most wealthy markets in the world. So it is seen that way, and they also, as we have noted throughout the campaign, there's a number of different other rationales for tariffs, and given the executive order that we expect to come out with the review, it looks like all those rationales are still very much on the table.
Yeah, he spoke in his inaugural speech today about renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, or a mission to Mars. Didn't really talk about inflation, for example, or grocery prices, these sorts of issues that he's also campaigned on. Which will no doubt be an important issue for the American people. The economy was right up there as one of the reasons why people were angry and fed up with the Biden administration, and they wanted to see change.
Right. Well, and he's going to preach change. I think that's it already with some of these executive orders. First, 100 executive orders in the first day. That's a tremendous amount. Just to track and monitor the impacts. And already some of them dealing with immigration policy and energy policy, those are going to have an economic impact. So we expect that the deregulatory agenda, the energy agenda, of course, the tax cuts are all pro-growth economic policies that we expect will continue to grow the economy. Now, the tariffs will also be part of that. And I know there's been concerns about tariffs, causing inflation, but there's a belief among many in the administration that in total, all these policies will lead to greater economic growth, greater prosperity for the United States.
Everett, really great to talk to you here on the program. Thank you so much for joining us here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You're looking at live pictures of the Capital One Arena and one of the events that Donald Trump has just arrived at. It's been a day of events, frankly, and formalities, pomp and ceremony. But this is one that Donald Trump spoke about looking forward to last night. This is where he will be meeting and speaking directly to many of his supporters. And so as soon as we see Donald Trump arrive, we will be going to that. We know that he his convoy, his motorcade, has made its way into the garage, and he is in the building, and he will be arriving on the stage shortly. Let's go to our Martha Kellner, who is at the Eagle Pass border crossing in Texas. And Martha, more than 100 executive orders is what Donald Trump has promised, and within those, the issue of immigration top of the agenda.
Yeah, it certainly is. Immigration was one of Donald Trump's key signature messages during his election campaign. And what we're expecting to see from him in signing this whole host of executive orders around immigration is also about optics. It's about showing his supporters that he's going to make good on his promise to crack down on undocumented immigrants. I am in Eagle Pass, as you said. It's a town in southern Texas. You can see behind me the border fence here being guarded by US Army soldiers. Just beyond the fence, you can see a small grassy patch. Beyond that is the Rio Grande River. And then immediately on the other side of the river is the Mexican town of Piedra Negra. I can see it from where I am. Well, we expect Donald Trump in the next couple of hours to sign these orders that will alter the immigration landscape, not just here in Eagle Pass, but across this southern border. His border sir, a man named Tom Homan, a name that you'll hear an awful lot about in the coming months and years. He says that the action that will be taken on immigration in the next few days is designed to create shock and awe. That will begin with declaring, we believe, a state of national emergency on the thousands of miles of the southern border. That will allow Donald Trump to bring more military and National Guard down here to protect this border. We also expect to see raids across the country to detain and then expel undocumented immigrants. And that's something that's striking fear into some in immigrant communities here. I was just speaking to a woman, a trader at a local market, a couple of streets from where I am now. And she says she has a friend who's been here since she was 2 years old. She came here from Mexico. She's in her mid-40s now. She's worked and paid taxes here her whole working life, but she doesn't have the right papers. She is now terrified that she's going to be caught and sent back to Mexico. So that is the landscape of fear in which some of these people in these communities are living at the moment. But certainly there are some people who believe this is a good thing. They're welcoming the return of Donald Trump to the White House. I was speaking to another gentleman in a shop here in Eagle Pass, and he was saying that he believes Donald Trump is going to crack down on illegal immigration and crack down on crime in the process. So we'll wait and see what happens with these executive orders. But certainly, as you say, Yalda, immigration is is at the very forefront of Donald Trump's ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Martha, you talk there about the fear that people are feeling around this issue, especially if they don't have the right paperwork. Throughout the campaign, Donald Trump promised he would do this, and he spoke at his rally last night saying, this is what I'm going to do, and you're going to be very happy watching the television screen because I'm going to sign at least 100 executive orders. And he talked about the issues around deportations, and he gave anecdotes and stories around drug cartels, for example, that he's used throughout the campaign. And no doubt he's going to do that again now at the Capital One Arena. He's actually, Mark Stone noted that he's got a table and a chair there. We're not quite sure if he's going to start signing some of these executive orders there while he's in front of his supporters and his base. But it is something that he spoke about throughout this campaign, and he will see it just as he did the first time round in 2017. I remember he enacted the so-called Muslim ban almost immediately. It came into effect, caused a lot of chaos and confusion at airports. I remember arriving at JFK and people just didn't know what to do, and the border security didn't know who they could let in and who they couldn't. And so, there are those issues, but Donald Trump vowed that he would do these things. And so no surprises that is what is likely to happen in these first few hours of his presidency.
That's right, Yalda, and we're already seeing some of Donald Trump's intended policy coming into effect here in the United States and over the border in Mexico. There was a mobile phone application called the CBP Border App. It was a lifeline for many people seeking legal migration to the United States. They would register on this mobile phone application. They would then keep refreshing it day after day, waiting for appointments. Well, today, that border app has been taken completely offline, and I was speaking to someone speaking to people on the Mexican side of the border, and it's been deeply distressing for them. Some of them have had appointments on the books for months, expecting to see Border Patrol agents in the coming days. Well, those appointments have been cancelled, that mobile phone taken offline, and they simply don't know where their applications for legal migration into the United States now stand. So this is already taking effect. And you were mentioning there as well the drug cartels. We expect another of these executive orders to be signed by Donald Trump in the coming minutes and hours. We expect one of those to be designating drug cartels as foreign terrorist organisations. And I mentioned before, this is about optics. It's about Donald Trump being seen to follow through on his promises to his supporters. And they are demanding that he takes this action very quickly, and he will want to show them that he's going to live up to his word.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're just getting some close-up shots of that table and what appears to be some executive orders on that table. Martha, thank you so much for bringing us up to date there. Well, let's go to our correspondent, James Matthews, who joins me now from the White House. And James, we were talking a little earlier about the removalists having just a few hours to take the sofas out and bring in Donald Trump's favorite brand of ice cream and Diet Coke and all sorts of things to make him feel at home, and the photographers printing out some images of the inauguration today. Well, given just how late everything is running, they've got more time than they probably expected.
That's right, Yalda. It will be decorated in grand style, I imagine, by now. Certainly not much activity compared to earlier on. Sofas, as you say, being loaded on and forwarded, I suppose, to an address marked Joe Biden. Yeah, it's running behind schedule. The Capitol Arena getting into full swing. There are, of course, the various balls around town later this evening until a late night for Donald Trump. Back at the ranch, back at the White House for his second term. A night of entertainment ahead for him. I dare say Village People will be making another appearance at some stage. We saw them yesterday, of course. Interestingly, Yalda, the original member of Village People, he's said, hasn't he, that we didn't vote for Donald Trump, but music belongs to everybody. That's why he's getting involved. Royalties, I suppose, before loyalties. But yeah, it's all the pomp, circumstance and ceremony, and at the centre of it is the hard politics. There is that desk, which I would certainly expect him to sign these executive orders. Martha was making the point that it's all about the show, to show his supporters, the people who put him in office, that he's going to deliver on his promises. And it's all about that momentum, that initial early momentum that he will want to use to define his early days, at least. Is a salesman, and he is selling the message up front, ramming it home basically that he is an agent of change, and also highlighting that because part of the benefit is it conceals the headlines that he wouldn't want necessarily to see. The pictures with a caption, "Convicted felon enters the White House for a second time." That was always on the cards, but the more news there is, the more harder headline there is to appear from the Capitol Arena in terms of the way ahead, then I suppose, and that rather clouds the controversy that he doesn't want in the headlines. So now, after the talk, it is all about the action, and we are going to see it on a number of fronts in terms of how America does business with itself and also does business with the rest of the world. Serious consequences particularly, I think, from the likes of the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord. America, the world's second biggest polluter, taking a step back from the climate change fight. That will concern governments around the planet.
Yeah, James, you were just talking there about Donald Trump being the salesman, the showman, and he really certainly does understand the importance of optics, doesn't he? You'll remember when that first assassination attempt happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump was struck. He fell on that stage, and then he was up again with his fist up in the air, and he chanted "Fight, fight, fight," which really became almost an emblem for his supporters. And he spoke about that assassination attempt, touched on it today at his inauguration speech as well, where he spoke about God saving him and bringing him back so that he can win this election and save America. So this is a man who understands the optics of these things. And as you say, it's not about him doing whatever others have done in the past or following tradition. He does things his way, and he's spoken about doing this, putting these executive orders in place, and that's what he plans on doing in quite a public way today in front of his supporters.
That's right, yeah, a forward-looking Donald Trump, which I suppose is something of a change, although he did spend time looking back, didn't he, in that inauguration speech, burning Joe Biden, who sat just a few yards away. I mean, it was the most awkward scene. You had one half of that fairly confined, intimate space occupied by his political enemies, and awkward. A microcosm, I think, of America's division. Democrats who felt a sense of gall, abject despair, I think, as they listened to Donald Trump's excoriating review of their record as they saw it, pulling in a pastor who invoked Martin Luther King, talking about free at last, that phrase from the I Have a Dream speech for the Democrats, and Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, to sit there, listen to that, can't have been easy. It certainly looked very difficult for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Joe Biden throughout that inauguration speech, at times looking very uncomfortable as Donald Trump continued that blistering attack on Joe Biden's legacy in the last 4 years of his presidency. And he said that there is now a lack of trust in government. But I just want to, James, read a statement here from a Trump transition spokesperson, Anna Kelly, who's made a statement about Vivek Ramaswamy departing the Department of Government Efficiency. She said Vivek Ramaswamy played a critical role in helping us create DOGE. He intends to run for elected office soon, which requires him to remain outside of DOGE based on the structure that we announced today. We thank him immensely for his contributions over the last 2 months and expect him to play a vital role in making America great again. That department, very much Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk were the faces of it when they first announced it, making government more efficient and less red tape, James. And it seems Vivek Ramaswamy has become the first casualty of the way that Donald Trump runs his court. We saw so many people stepping to one side or being sacked or pushed out, the infighting of the various different quarters of Donald Trump's court in the first presidency, and now Vivek Ramaswamy stepping aside from that role in DOGE, which he initially, really stepped into the role of with Elon Musk and said they were going to change the face of how government is run.
Yeah, I suppose, Yalda, that's the very essence of trimmed down efficiency. Get rid of one half of the team before the department even gets up and running. I mean, there was only one winner there, frankly, and that was an awkward fit. Him and Elon Musk heading up the department. working with Elon Musk had to be a challenge for anybody, given the space that he will take up inside Team Trump. And Vivek Ramaswamy, don't forget, he challenged Donald Trump, was critical. He wanted to be the Republican nominee, so there is history there. And I just wonder if his card was marked early on. It would have been certainly marked when it came to a choice between Ramaswamy and Musk. If one of them was going to go, it was always going to be Ramaswamy. The question I think now, Yalda, is how big is the team at the core of the US government? You've got Trump and you've got Musk, but who else? I'm not sure J.D. Vance features as an equal player in any kind of trio.
James, thank you. It's 10 o'clock. This is a Sky News special program live from Washington, where Donald Trump has been sworn in as President of the United States. And these are live pictures from the Capital One Arena here in Washington, where Mr. Trump is due to speak shortly at his inauguration parade. And James, we've heard Donald Trump speak twice already today. This will be his third speech, and he really enjoys addressing the faithful and his MAGA base. And we are going to hear him speak. We don't know how long this speech will be. And of course, as we said, he's got 3 balls to go to this evening, and of course, all of those executive orders to sign. But he will no doubt sign some of those executive orders today. We've been seeing the camera pan past that desk and chair as we wait for Donald Trump to make an appearance.
Yeah, Donald Trump, I think it's fair to say, has been milking it. He's a man who likes a crowd. He likes a crowd that likes him. And he's been in amongst an adoring faithful today. That's why we've seen not just the inaugural address, but on the way back to the Capitol, he gave an impromptu podium address to a number of supporters who had been gathered, who had come with tickets to the Capitol, who had been prepared to be outdoors in freezing temperatures, but were rather shut out of the big event and eventually were roped into the more intimate affair. Questions will persist, won't they, about why this has all gone indoors? Was it actually for reasons of the cold and health issues as related by Donald Trump himself, or was it to do with security? Was it to do actually with optics? Donald Trump not wanting to risk a gap in the crowd, the kind of gaps in the crowd that he had when he became president last time around. Questions will persist about that. What isn't in question is the power base that Donald Trump now enjoys, a power of the presidency second time around that has laid out 100 and more executive orders, instructions for change in America, for abrupt, large-scale change across society. It will affect lives the length and breadth of the United States and far beyond. Executive orders that he has signed instantly, far-reaching in terms of how it will bring about change. In terms of the climate, he's withdrawing, taking America out of the Paris Climate Accord. He's rolling back restrictions on energy drilling that were brought in by Joe Biden. On DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion, which were brought in as a form of positive discrimination across government departments in the United States. Well, Donald Trump has long said that is wokeness. I don't like it. I will wage war on it when I get into office. So he's going to scrap that. So that affects American politics, affects American culture, affects the way that America behaves. It affects American society at large. And of course, immigration is the key. That's front and center of what brought Donald Trump into office. It was the drum that he beat at every rally, the big hot topic throughout the election campaign. He talked the talk on immigration. Now he very much appears to be walking the walk. We heard from Martha Kellner, my colleague, done on the border in Texas. And the locals, the residents there, they welcome these measures, a state of emergency on the southern border that will enable Donald Trump to send military troops, and he's signaled that he intends to do that. So these are the executive orders. You're looking at the Capital One Arena. On the stage is a desk and a chair, and it's expected that Donald Trump will make the big show of signing these executive orders, of embracing change in the United States, politics as a performance art on stage. It's the way Donald Trump has always operated. At the heart of America's big showpiece today, we have the big showman about to get to the Capital One Arena, the latest stage in this day of ceremonial proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely, James. James, we'll keep you right there and go into the Capital One Arena, where we're joined by our Mark Stone, who's been there for much of the afternoon. And Mark, many of Donald Trump's supporters patiently waiting for their president to address them. He was there last night. You were there last night listening to what he had to say, and he talked about and hinted at those executive orders that he was going to sign today. He said that you will enjoy watching television because before sunset you will see a lot of changes, and I will have signed many executive orders. He's brought some of those, it appears, on that stage where he has a table and a chair. We're just talking there with James about Donald Trump, ever the showman, wanting to do this quite publicly, and also a salesman, reminding his base and his supporters why they elected him, and that he wants to bring into force the things that he'd promised throughout the campaign.
Yes, I'm struggling to hear everything you're saying, Yelda, because as it was last night, it is loud indeed here today. Last night it was the village people. Today, more refined, you might say. It is the Marine Corps band who are just down at the back of the ground of this Capital One Arena, on the floor of the arena here. Beyond that, some of those who have got seats on the floor itself. Beyond that, the stage, and on the right-hand side of the stage, as I look at it, there is a podium which does, as I could see, have the presidential crest on it. So for the first time for 4 years, Donald Trump will be speaking at a podium that is dressed for the presidency. And on the left-hand side, another presidential crest on a desk. And on that desk, about 15 minutes ago, an aide arrived and put down, I can't see from here, but a pile of folders, and in each one of those, I suspect, is a presidential order. I can see from behind you the sun is not yet quite down. And as Donald Trump says, before the sun sets, he will reframe America. He will reframe it to how he would like to see this country run. I was really struck by the speech he gave at the inauguration speech itself. I keep looking around because in these instances, sometimes you'll talk and realize that something's going on behind you and you've got no idea it's happening. So tell me if something goes on behind me. But anyway, his inauguration speech, it wasn't the sort of speech that history has dictated this speech would usually be. And as Elon Musk, who was on stage here a little earlier, said, there were no platitudes from Donald Trump. Of course there weren't, because he didn't win the election on platitudes. He won on delivering what he believes is the change that America needs. And I actually think that his speech this evening will be pretty similar in tone to his speech last night and the speech that he gave in the Capitol building a little bit earlier on. It'll be about delivery. American democracy delivered today with that extraordinary peaceful transfer of power in a way that America does. And tonight here we will see the beginnings of growth of the second Trump presidency. We will see the contours that we have heard about over the course of the past few months being filled in with detail. Detail and delivery is what Donald Trump says he will do.
Yeah, absolutely. He talked about this being a golden age again of America. And he also, what I thought was interesting, what stood out for me, Mark, was he used, this phrase, I want to be a peacemaker and a unifier. I know he probably didn't bring a lot of Democrats with him in that speech, the way that he talked about the last 4 years of Joe Biden's presidency. And he said that there was now a lack of trust in government. And he talked about being, corrupt, for example, and that they weren't even able to help the people of California during the fires, for example. So he wasn't necessarily using unifying words in the initial phase, but then spoke about American exceptionalism and the need for America to continue to thrive and, in his words, be great again.
Yeah, I think I heard him say America will be more exceptional than it has ever been before. He did talk about wanting to be a unifier and a peacemaker. He said that he would measure his success by the wars we end and the wars we never get into. I want to be a peacemaker and a unifier. I guess it's worth remembering that he is, unless he manages to change the Constitution somehow, and his incoming Attorney General has confirmed he won't, but he is a one-term president. He's here for 4 years and then he is out. And so he has got a short period of time in which to remold America as he would like it. And of course, he is a man that through his career has wanted to be seen as successful. He's want to be liked. And I suppose now, if he is going to be liked and be successful, he's going to need to deliver on those things. Promises that he made in his first presidency that he didn't deliver on. I remember, covering the 2016 election, where he promised to reopen the factories, the steelworks of places like Pennsylvania. Well, the steelworkers in Pennsylvania were bitterly disappointed because those steelworks, they never reopened. Nothing really changed. But in such an expert way, he managed that failure by being able to blame it on the subsequent years, on the Biden years. And now he says he's been freed to be able to deliver in a way that he couldn't deliver first time around. He said, too, that he would like to lead through dignity, I'm quoting here, dignity and power and strength. Well, it strikes me that the first of those phrases, dignity, could be quite hard to square with the second two, power and strength. I'm thinking about immigration. It is all well and good to say that he will be able to solve the immigration problem, illegal immigration, to kick out illegal immigrants. But that is going to be painful because many of the so-called undocumented immigrants have been here for many years. The way that the American immigration system works means that many of them will have been here perhaps for decades. They will have jobs, they will have lives, they will have children born in America, many of them, who will therefore be American. They pay American taxes, and yet they now could face being kicked out of the United States. So undignified that may be, but it certainly will be the second of those two things. It will be power and it will be strength.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. We were just listening to Martha, who is in Texas on the border. And she was talking about someone she'd spoken to who was a toddler when she'd arrived in the United States. And now she's 42 years old. She's paid her taxes, and yet she doesn't have the right paperwork. And tonight she is incredibly concerned about her future. And like you say, there are millions of others like that who would be extremely worried. But in that Capitol arena tonight, his supporters would be excited and happy about what they're hearing. These are promises that he had made throughout the campaign, and he is someone who wants to show that he can deliver. I was talking to James about the so-called Muslim ban that he brought into effect soon after the first time he became president, how chaotic, shambolic that was. And I can see you looking back, not sure I know as much as you do at this stage in terms of who might be behind you. And we are waiting for Donald Trump. I know the first family are sitting there in the first row. And we can see Ivanka Trump there signing a flag as she makes her way to the front row of the arena alongside Lara Trump and Eric Trump as well, and Don Jr., his children have already taken their seats, and there's Barron as well. So the first family have arrived, and they have made, they've been front and center of the Trump presidency the first time round. Of course, we saw Jared Kushner and Ivanka seen as his special advisors. They aren't necessarily right there beside him this time round, but Don Jr., Mark, has had a significant role, especially when it came to selecting J.D. Vance. He takes credit for that. He describes J.D. Vance as a friend and someone that he'd advised his father to select.
Yeah, I wonder here, looking at these images, standing ovation there for Barron, who was just a boy, a young boy back in 2016. When Donald Trump, his father, was first elected. I remember him being on stage at the victory rally back then. It was in New York, I think. And he was a small boy, and now he's a tower of a man, taller, I think, than his father. Looking at those people there, you wonder if we've got the beginnings of a Trump dynasty. If one of those men or women up there may want to carry the mantle beyond Donald Trump and make it something more. I can tell you certainly many of the supporters of Donald Trump around this country would love that dearly to happen. So we await Donald Trump, running a little late. He is, I'm told, inside this arena now. His motorcade arrived a short time ago. It's only about a 5-minute drive from the Capitol building, and indeed from the Hall of the States where you are, to where we are here in the Chinatown area of Washington, D.C. There's Ivanka Trump, somebody who actually, over the course of the past 4 years, kind of disappeared. She was very much at the heart of Donald Trump's first presidency. She and her husband, Jared Kushner, central figures within his first presidency. Jared Kushner credited with being, in part at least, an architect of the so-called Abraham Accords, which began to redraw the contours of the Middle East, peace deals between Israel and some Gulf Arab countries. Something, of course, that I think that man, is that Steve Witkoff? I can't see. It might be. That man there, yes it is, Steve Witkoff, Trump's man in the Middle East now, would like to further the Abraham Accords, would like to redraw the map of the Middle East, create a peace deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia. What an extraordinary moment that would be. And already they are claiming credit for the ceasefire that we see in Gaza. That man at the bottom left of your screen there, Steve Witkoff, a real estate tycoon. His business is casinos, and yet he is credited with doing some pretty remarkable work, working with the outgoing administration, working with Brett McGurk, Joe Biden's point man in the Middle East. The two of them work together. And yes, he may be a real estate mogul, but you talk to people in the Biden administration, and I have, and they will say that it was the consequence of both outgoing and incoming administrations, different characters working together, knocking heads together in the Middle East, that provided the space for the ceasefire to come now at this point. So material successes that the Trump administration is already pointing to, and they believe that there will be many more, but there is no question that Donald Trump inherits a divided country. Yes, he won with the popular vote as well, but a significant number of people in this country are deeply uneasy about what Donald Trump means for them now. If you are a liberal progressive, then his speech was a body blow, frankly.
Yeah, Mark, absolutely. We'll come back to you in a moment, but thank you so much for your reporting there. And of course, we will continue to our coverage of Donald Trump's arrival at the Capital One Arena. And you were looking there at the first family, Don Jr. sitting there alongside his brother, Eric Trump, his wife, Lara Trump, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, her husband, and then the grandchildren in the second row behind them. But I'm just going to bring in our James Matthews, who isn't at the Capital One Arena. James, you're outside like me, outside the White House, where Donald Trump will eventually make his way there. But we're just looking at some images there and cheers for Barron, the youngest child of Donald Trump, who Mark Stone was saying was just a young boy in 2017 when he arrived at the inauguration of his father. I believe he was probably around 10 years old at the time, 8 years ago. And he has also been instrumental in helping his father understand, for example, the importance of podcasting, that we saw him do during the campaign. But we're just seeing the cameras pan past Donald Trump's children and the family, and the base here really enjoying seeing them there. The Trump, as Mark said, dynasty.
Yep, they could be controlling lives in the United States for some generations to come. We'll see. A question for the future, Yalda. But as we look at them, and young Barron Trump in the front row, Lara Trump there, who has played her part, as Mark was pointing out, with her husband Jared Kushner. Ivanka, and Jared Kushner, we don't expect them to gravitate back towards the center of the political arena. They're rather taking a back seat, but there are contenders in amongst that Trump clan for who might come next. They're sitting on a big stage, I might say, a big stage that was requested by Donald Trump to the exclusion of members of the public who wanted to be in the audience. The initial thought was for a smaller stage, more members of the audience, but Donald Trump and Team Trump wanted the big stage, and that excluded some people from getting into that arena that accommodates 20,000 people. Everything would appear to be in place right now for the arrival of the 47th president. Interestingly, you were talking about Barron Trump. I'm a kid who has been close to his father, and I wonder about father and son traits that they may share. I've been speaking to childhood friends of Donald Trump who speak about him with some admiration. I spoke to a fellow pupil at the New York Military Academy, spoke about Donald Trump as popular, as a defender, a protector against bullies in the school at that time. A very talented sportsman, was being watched by professional baseball scouts. He was quite the pitcher in his day, apparently. So very much a golden boy himself, Donald Trump, in his younger years, who I suppose had the qualities to grind through 1980s New York to get to where he got to in the business world. Not easy at that time, albeit he was backed by the considerable cash of his father. He had his successes and his failures in business. And of course, politics beckoned him and success beckoned him in politics. There's J.D. Vance, the vice president, coming out with his family. Many questions, I suppose, about J.D. Vance. A question about him and the Capitol Arena last night. Last night, we saw Donald Trump's night before rally. And on stage with him at one point, we saw Elon Musk, of course, and Child saying a few words. J.D. Vance had been scheduled to speak on stage, but ultimately didn't appear. I suppose that will compound the questions about where the power lies at the heart of the US presidency and who has the power. J.D. Vance, right now, in terms of the optics, would appear to be rather on the fringes, outside of that core duo of Donald Trump himself and Elon Musk. But he's certainly enjoying the adulation as he takes the stage right now. He is the warm-up arrival, I suppose, for the man himself, Donald Trump, I suppose, Elon Musk. won't be too far away either. There was a report, I'm standing at the White House, it was reported that Elon Musk had appeared at one of the buildings here a little earlier on, about an hour ago. We're not too far from the Capitol, so distance won't be a problem. I would imagine there would be no show without punch at this particular victory rally, so I would imagine the full set, Vance, Trump and Elon Musk in due course.
Please welcome the 47th president.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just, as you said, seen J.D. Vance, the vice president, and his wife. But I'm just being told Donald Trump has been introduced. So there we are. Let's have a listen in. You're looking at live pictures of Donald Trump, President Donald Trump. He was at this arena last night as President-elect Donald Trump, but of course in the last 5.5 hours at midday today, he took the oath of office and he has become the 47th President of the United States. He arrived there with the First Lady, Melania Trump, and he's holding what looks like a folder in his hand. And we were earlier speaking about this table and chair at the arena on the stage as well, with these executive orders placed on the table. Donald Trump wanting to, I guess, sign those executive orders in front of his supporters. But there he is, to the chanting and cheers of the crowd who have waited patiently. Some people arrived at 3 o'clock in the morning here in Washington, D.C., hoping to get in early in these freezing cold conditions. Of course, this event was moved indoors, inside the Capitol building in the rotunda and inside this arena, where normally we would have the presidential inauguration outdoors. But Donald Trump said that it was so cold that he didn't want anyone to be hurt. So he put out a statement and he said that they would be moving all the events and the ceremony inside. But we're waiting for Donald Trump to begin his speech, his third speech of the day. He gave two, the inaugural speech, and then he spoke for about 40 minutes to the group of people who were in the spillover room, and now to the party faithful, his MAGA base. He was with them last night, and he has returned again this afternoon ahead of going to the White House, back to the Oval Office. He was there earlier today as President-elect Donald Trump. And there he is. You can hear him say, "Fight, fight, fight," an anthem following that assassination attempt when someone tried to shoot him and it grazed his ear. He fell on that stage, but he re-emerged with blood on his face, and he lifted his fist chanting "fight, fight, fight," and that really has become an anthem for his supporters at different rallies. Let's bring in Andrew Rulovich, a professor of government at Bowdoin College. Andrew, Professor, thank you so much for joining us here. We're just looking at live images there of Donald Trump at the Capital One Arena about to address his supporters. And we believe he's got some executive orders there on the table. He has promised to sign over 100 of these executive orders. Just talk us through that process.
Well, I think in that folder, he's got some executive orders he plans to sign. Executive orders, of course, are an extension of the president's executive power to implement and faithfully execute the law. And so a number of those orders may be to revoke Biden-era orders. That's quite likely. Others will be to put in place new policies, new interpretations of the law that match President Trump's preferences. So, normally there's a long period of drafting these orders within the executive branch. I suspect that most of these have been drafted by lawyers as part of the campaign or as part of the think tanks associated with the Trump campaign, including Project 2025 personnel. So it's going to be interesting to see. These are likely to be, at least at this rally, I think, emphasizing immigration issues, energy issues, and the emergency that he talked about so much during his inaugural address.
Yeah, Professor, we've just had some questions being sent in to us by our viewers, and one of them is around these executive orders. They've asked, will the Supreme Court have enough time to scrutinize all of them, and can they stand? Can the president just sign these things away, and will the Supreme Court be able to scrutinize them?
Well, executive orders only go into effect if they are drawn from authority that the president has, either in the Constitution or something that's been delegated to him by Congress over time. It doesn't have to be a new law, and President Trump talked about, in fact, using a 1798 law during his earlier speeches. But I do think that a lot of these orders will prompt legal rebuttal quite quickly. He's talked, for example, about trying to get rid of birthright citizenship. Now, that's a guarantee that's in the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. And it's very unlikely that a presidential order can overturn the meaning of the Constitution. So in a sense, that order may be, in fact, lawsuit bait. He may be trying to get a case that could be heard by the Supreme Court eventually. But until then, it probably wouldn't go into effect. So again, executive orders are about implementing the law. Presidents certainly are aggressive in the way they interpret that law, but the courts are still there to serve as a check on that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this in the first Trump presidency, where a number of court battles suddenly emerged off the back of executive orders. Given that Donald Trump is more prepared this time, do you think that he is doing this because he knows that those court battles are going to come into effect, and that is essentially what he's trying to prompt?
Yeah, well, there are certainly some orders that will go into effect quite quickly. For example, if he revokes a Biden order, well, then that order is revoked. If he creates a new advising structure within the executive office of the president, that's going to happen. Declaring an emergency will happen quite quickly because that's something Congress has given him the power to declare. But others are really sort of plans to make plans. He'll tell an agency, I want something different in this area. Tell me how to do it. He'll have an order that might effectively be a press release. I want to show that I'm taking action in this area that I know my fan base cares about, and so I'm going to act on it. But in fact, nothing is likely to happen. And then others, as you suggest, I think, are really for the court side. He's expecting court cases to come out of these. To the degree that they can prepare, I think you're right. They're much better prepared legally than they were in 2017. They've been looking at this for 4 years now, after all. That said, some of the things he's promised are beyond the power of the president to do. And so it will remain an interesting question as to whether his supporters are satisfied with the action or whether they really want the policy to change.
Absolutely. And, you were just talking there about these executive orders. And I guess, 100 by any measure is a lot. He said that he would sign them before sunset today. I mean, the sun has set. Is he able to do them all on the first day? Is he able to sign so many away?
Well, it's, so when we talk about executive orders, we're really talking about a series of directives, executive actions,
he doesn't
perhaps
have
the
to
better
do
word.
them all on the first day. But
No, it's rare,
he himself,
actually.
Sort of said.
The record for the first day, actually, since the 1930s, is Biden himself with 9. So it's a pretty low bar, actually, for setting a record on the first day in terms of new executive orders. Most presidents have 1, none often on the first day. Again, part of that is to prepare those orders so that they withstand legal challenges and are able to be implemented by the bureaucracy. If you remember President Trump's 2017 travel ban order, that hadn't received any vetting from the wider executive branch, and it wound up being a disaster until it was revised several times with bureaucratic input. So President Trump himself, I think, had 1 order in 2017. Biden had 9, as well as a couple of other sorts of directives. By my count, to set a new record, President Trump only needs to issue 15 directives today. That's a task I think he can pull off pretty easily.
Yeah, and are you surprised that you're seeing him potentially sign off some of these executive orders at this arena before his supporters? Or I guess it is quintessential Trump.
It's very Trump, right? The sort of the public relations aspect of these orders is important to him. And as I said, some of these orders will achieve very little except the public relations aspect. They are, really there for show and to make a statement that he cares about this issue, he wants to take action. But ultimately, these are things that are not tractable by executive order. You need to work with Congress. You need to work with the wider executive branch to actually get them to happen. And so, it doesn't surprise me too much that he's doing this in a showman-like way. Before his time in office, presidents didn't usually come along and hold up their orders with the big Sharpie signature. That's kind of a new development. And so this is the logical extension of that, I guess.
Yeah, Professor, we're so grateful you've joined us and helped us understand, and our viewers who have sent in some of those questions. Thank you so much. Well, you're looking at some live pictures of the Capital One arena and a parade that's currently taking place. Donald Trump arrived in the last few minutes to cheers from the crowd. They've been patiently waiting for much of the day for Donald Trump to arrive, and he is due to give a speech, but also sign those executive orders that are on that table on top of the stage. Let's bring in James Matthews again, who joins us from the White House. And James, I thought perhaps we would see Donald Trump signing these executive orders from the Oval Office, but he's going to do some of the work that he wants to do here before the crowd, the cheering crowd. He walked in holding a folder, and it looks like he's going to also be signing some of those executive orders that are placed on the table on the stage.
That's right, Yalda came down with a big black book in his hand. He seems to be appreciating the pipes and drums, by the way. This son of Scotland, Donald Trump, son of Mary MacLeod from the Isle of Lewis, of course, quite likes the skirl of the pipes from the boys of the NYPD band. This, of course, this parade indoors. It replicates what would have taken place on Pennsylvania Avenue, outdoors, across the city. Had we stuck with Plan A to have the outdoor event. So what's clearly happening is a run through from some of the players, some of the people who are important to Donald Trump. We saw the first responders in Butler County, the same responders who were on site when there was the assassination attempt last July, when a bullet, in his words today, ripped through his ear. And only by the grace of God was he saved to come back and be the president, according to Donald Trump himself. So we have some of the ceremony, the sights and sounds of the inauguration as we have known it through the years, replicated indoors as J.D. Vance, the Vice President, chats to Donald Trump. We will find out in due course the contents, of course, of that black book, these executive orders. They have been well trailed by Donald Trump's staff in advance. We know that immigration is a headline in there, DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion. That's being stroked off the federal government programme, part of Donald Trump's war on wokeness. In terms of other content, a withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord. Very worrying to very many people that the world's second biggest polluter is taking a significant step back from the fight against climate change. So that's the serious business, which we will get to in due course after the spectacle that's unfolding inside the Capitol Arena. This is a place that's used to spectacle, of course. It's where the Washington Wizards play basketball, where the Washington Capitals play their ice hockey. I'm not sure Donald Trump's a fan of either, never a fan of all things Washington throughout his life, has berated the city, its establishment, its political culture through the years, has been very much the outsider and retains that reputation. He certainly doesn't want to be seen as the insider in this political town, because being outside of the establishment has been good for him politically. That's why Americans in their numbers have associated themselves with him and his message that America has been let down by Washington through the years, that Washington has neglected the Rust Belt, the parts of the United States that have needed somebody to shake things up. Donald Trump has presented himself as that man, and America has listened and voted accordingly. What's in that black book is what America wants in sufficient numbers to put Donald Trump back in office, because what's in that black book was on his agenda throughout his election campaign. No secret from Donald Trump that he would carry through with that list of tasks that he's put front and centre of his second presidency. And of course, there are the optics, the way this looks, the PR in all of this, and the timing feeds into the PR, because it's day one. Donald Trump wants headlines, he wants momentum, he wants to be the man of change who will change America. And today is the day that America is paying attention. Therefore, today is the time to strike. A man who knows PR, who knows the media, who knows the art of the deal. He's written the book, and that's why we are seeing this play out right now, I think, in a way that we haven't seen from presidents who operate at a slower pace than Donald Trump, and who care less perhaps about the showmanship that comes with politics, the theatre of politics. That's something that Donald Trump is very much attuned to. That's why he's making a performance of the hard politics at the heart of running this country. A list of executive orders that will change this country, that will change the lives of many people across America, particularly in certain sections of the community that are affected by what he would call wokeness. You know, this business of DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion, that matters deeply to many people in their day-to-day lives, and it will matter very deeply to them that is not something to which America subscribes anymore, to which the Trump administration subscribes anymore. So big change, significant change across politics and across American culture and society. It's the work of Donald Trump, and it's the work written down in that black book, which I suppose will make a reappearance as the cheerleaders exit the arena.
Yeah, absolutely, James. As you say, what we're seeing here, the showmanship of Donald Trump. You were saying earlier that he is a salesman who will want to talk to his crowd here, to his base, his supporters, the party faithful who have stood by him over the course of the last 8 years. So he has these executive orders on the table, and he wants to do what he did in 2017 when he started to implement a lot of the promises that he'd made throughout the campaign. And it appears that he will want to talk about what he wants to achieve almost immediately. And last night at this same arena, he boasted that he would be signing over 100 executive orders. And he's brought some of those with him today. But let's just have a little listen in on the parade that is currently taking place.
Other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day.
And you're looking at live pictures of the inauguration parade. This was supposed to take place outside, but it is now taking place at the Capital One Arena. All the events have moved indoors because of the cold, whether it is freezing conditions. Our teams are still outside, but you're looking at the images coming in from the Capital One Arena. And let's bring in our Mark Stone, who is there for us right now. And I don't know how clearly you can hear me, Mark. We could barely hear each other last night when the concert was taking place. But Donald Trump has arrived. Of course, we can see him there in the arena alongside his vice president and his family. And we expect him to be speaking shortly and, of course, signing those executive orders as well.
Yeah, I can tell you what, Yalda, it's a lot easier today than it was yesterday. Bagpipes, loud as they are not as loud as Kid Rock or indeed the Village People. I really struggled yesterday. Today, a little bit easier. The mood feels, I guess, more jubilant still than it was yesterday. If this arena was not quite packed yesterday, I did notice a few empty seats yesterday. I can tell you that today, in fact, looking around, I cannot see one empty seat. 20,000 people is what this stadium holds, and it is packed to the rafters. And you have to take your hats off to the organisers of this, because they have had to upend everything over a very short space of time to move what was due to be a much larger affair outside and move it inside. And so we have been watching some of the many people who were involved in this parade queuing up, and as I was trying to track my report for what's due to be on air quite shortly, I was interrupted by queues and queues of the people who were taking part in this parade, all underneath this stadium, queuing up to get in to have their part in this moment in history. And we saw some of the firefighters who were friends and colleagues of Corey Compatore, the firefighter who was killed in that moment in Butler, Pennsylvania, back in the summer, where someone tried to take Donald Trump's life. Donald Trump dodged the bullet, literally, but in the process, Corey Compatore, a firefighter from Pennsylvania, was killed, and some of his colleagues were here today with his uniform, carrying his uniform as they paraded through the Capital One Arena and past the podium there, where you can see President Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, the Vice President, and some of the first and second children. One of J.D. Vance's children looked about as exhausted as I think I might feel at the end of today, as he took in this moment that surely, even though he's only, 4 or 5 years old, he will probably remember for the rest of his life.
Yeah, absolutely. What an unforgettable moment it is for those children and Donald Trump's grandchildren sitting in the back row there. You spoke earlier about Barron Trump. He was just 10 years old when his father was inaugurated the first time round, and he was actively engaged in his father's campaign. This time round, encouraging him to go on some of those podcasts, the Joe Rogan podcast, for example. And so this family, in the course of the last 8 years, has come a long way. We were looking there at images of Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner front and center of his first presidency. But Don Jr. and Lara Trump are more actively involved this time round. Don Jr. talked about and boasted that he'd encouraged his father to choose J.D. Vance as a running mate. And yet last night at this arena, J.D. Vance was supposed to speak. We don't know if he was dropped from the list as a result of again, things running quite late. But Elon Musk made an appearance yesterday on stage with Donald Trump, which gave us a sense, again, of how crucial some of these tech titans will be to this administration and Trump 2.0 as we now know it.
Yeah, the relationship between President Trump and Vice President Vance is a fascinating one. He was one of the people that Trump was thinking about choosing as his vice president. By no means the favorite. His story, his backstory, his journey is fascinating, and in a sense he is a product of the American dream. He grew up in rural West Virginia, in the Appalachian Mountains. I think West Virginia, I might have got that wrong. Certainly in the Appalachian Mountains. A single income family, a family blighted by poverty, blighted by drug addiction as well in his family. He was brought up by his grandmother. He then became a U.S. Marine. He fought in Iraq, I think it was, and then from there became a senator. And from senator, very quickly, vice president. So a remarkable journey. But his relationship with Donald Trump, we just don't know quite how it will pan out. And it certainly was striking that it wasn't he that was on stage last night at the victory rally. Indeed, as you say, his speech got dropped. Now, the mischief makers are saying that speaks volumes. And the fact that it was Elon Musk that came onto stage, maybe he's like somehow the sort of co-president in this new administration. We'll see. Musk is certainly very close to the president at the moment, but I think it is also the case, having watched what happened, that Elon Musk's appearance seemed to be somewhat impromptu behind Donald Trump as he came onto stage, and maybe that will be a problem in the months ahead. Maybe the dynamic between Trump and Musk cannot last. Trump likes to be front and center, so it seems does Elon Musk, and so there could be a breakdown there. We will see. So much to talk about. A tsunami of news today, and more to come, I'm sure.
School marching band, everybody!
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier you described it as a tsunami of news, and the news keeps on coming. And I've just noticed that Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's envoy to the Middle East, who helped broker that ceasefire, is going to be introducing him shortly. And we'll come back to you when that happens, Mark. But let's go now and speak with Ben Rhodes, the former Deputy National Security Advisor of the United States under President Barack Obama. Ben, thank you so much for joining us here on the program. As I said there, we're just waiting for Steve Witkoff to introduce Donald Trump. But I just want you to reflect on the day, on Donald Trump's speech, and of course, the legacy of Joe Biden. Many are saying it was Joe Biden that allowed for the second term of Donald Trump to be ushered in this way.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can never know the counterfactuals of history, but clearly Joe Biden's decision, stubborn decision, to initially seek re-election at a time when enormous majorities of the American people were telling people in poll after poll that they didn't think he was fit to run for a second term. That put the Democratic Party at a grave disadvantage when they were already facing the disadvantages of incumbency. So the laws that Biden passed and the things he did are now at risk. I'm sure that some of those executive orders you've been talking about take direct aim at reversing some of the things that Joe Biden's done, whether it be on clean energy or whether it be on immigration. So we're watching the eclipse here. The Donald Trump is a very large figure, and he's about to eclipse Joe Biden and his legacy. And I think my main takeaway is that this is a Trump who's far more prepared for what's coming than in 2017. He has a very clear and specific agenda. But even more importantly, Yalda, unlike last time, he is completely surrounded by people who are committed to carrying out that agenda. And that was not at all the case last time, in which he essentially had a MAGA agenda and a very conventional group of Republicans and former generals serving him. We're about to find out what full MAGA feels like here in the United States and around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And he himself was unprepared and taking advice from friends and people he knew about who he should bring on board. And a lot of the times, those people, the so-called grown-ups in the room, talked later about how they would do things to prevent Donald Trump at the time from achieving whatever goals he had. So, as you say, he has now surrounded himself with people who either have a similar agenda or are willing to execute some of the things that Donald Trump wants to do. Last night at this very arena, he spoke about wanting to sign over 100 executive orders, starting with the border and, as you say, climate and various other issues. But interestingly, in the last 24 hours, we've seen extraordinary images coming out of the Middle East, Ben. I was just there. I was in Doha, and I spoke to the Prime Minister of Qatar, who gave a lot of credit to Donald Trump. He said that he got this ceasefire deal over the line. Would you say that Joe Biden failed over the course of the last 15 months to bring that ceasefire deal and get Netanyahu to agree to it, as well as, convince the other side, Hamas and the Qataris, to push that deal over the line?
Oh, absolutely. Joe Biden failed in the sense that for 15 months, he did absolutely nothing to apply any leverage on the Israeli government. He imposed absolutely no conditions on U.S. military and diplomatic support for the war in Gaza. And while you never know exactly how the sausage is made behind the scenes, Yalda, I've talked to people in the region, people in Doha, and what you consistently heard after the election is that Trump was really pushing for this ceasefire agreement for hostages to get done by his inauguration. And, Netanyahu not wanting to get off on the wrong foot clearly felt more pressure to get this done from an incoming Trump administration. That said, Yalda, it's a good metaphor for what we're going to see with these executive orders. The executive orders themselves don't solve all the problems that they're intended to solve, and in some cases they're purely for messaging. You can't end birthright citizenship in the United States, which is in the Constitution, with an executive order, for instance. How will that go through the courts? If you look at the Middle East, will this ceasefire hold? You already have the Israeli government talking about getting assurances that they can resume the war in Gaza once the hostages are returned. It doesn't end the circumstances in the West Bank. And so I think part of the challenge of Trump is that he wants everything to kind of be on his terms, his kind of political and public relations terms. The Middle East is solved now because this agreement has been reached. And while that agreement is definitely welcome for the hostages who will be reunited with their families, and hopefully the people of Gaza are going to get desperately needed peace and increased humanitarian aid, it doesn't mean that story's over. And Donald Trump this time, one of the differences from 2017 is he's surrounded by loyalists. I also think, frankly, he's in a much more difficult world, Yaldo. You've got conflict in the Middle East. You've got the war in Ukraine. You've got, an axis of countries that are much closer together in terms of China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and challenging the United States. You've got a cost of living issues in this country. And so I think part of what we're going to experience in the coming months and years is Trump is going to try to create the perception that he is imposing his will everywhere. And whether that is the case in reality in the United States or in these global conflicts, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. I mean, one of the things that he said as well in his speech today, other than berating the Biden administration, he also spoke about wanting to be his legacy to be that of a peacemaker and a unifier. But as you've just noted, he also wants quick deals, quick fixes, and as you know better than most, certainly when it comes to the conflict in the Middle East, that sort of quick fix is not there. Although many credit him for the Abraham Accords of the ones that he was able to achieve in his first term, I'm not sure how far he'll get with the Middle East this time round.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, even the Abraham Accords, for all the gains that it brought, it excluded the Palestinians. And it's kind of part of this dynamic that has led to a degree of instability, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza, a degree of uncertainty about what the future is there. And if you look at Ukraine, Trump, like a lot of people, would like to see that war end. Now, getting Ukraine and Russia to agree to terms upon which that can end, that's a different challenge, And so I think there are times when Trump's impulses, I think, are broadly shared. People don't want war. People would like to see a resolution of the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine. But just what that looks like in practice remains to be seen. I also saw some tension, Yalda, in his comments on foreign policy, because he talks about kind of America first, and there's a degree of isolationism and a desire to avoid conflict. But then he talked in a way that we've not heard an American president talk in a very long time, literally about territorial expansion. He mentioned expansionism in his speech, and he explicitly spent a fair amount of time for an inaugural address threatening Panama and saying that we were going to take the Panama Canal back. And that kind of echoed, obviously, the threats he's made at Greenland. And so, again, there are these contradictions with Trump. There's the rhetoric that I think speaks to how a lot of Americans feel, that we've been overextended, we've had too many overseas commitments, we've been involved in too many wars, whether we were the ones fighting or whether we were the ones arming people in those wars. Yet at the same time, he kind of seems to share with a lot of his kind of fellow traveling nationalist leaders on the right around the world a desire for territory as part of his legacy. And how that manifests in practice is a huge question that I think people are asking, particularly in Europe and Latin America right now.
Absolutely. Ben, always good to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program. Well, you're looking at live images there of that inaugural parade, and there have been events here all day in Washington as Donald Trump became the 47th president of the United States. We are going to continue our live and continuous coverage of these events, and we are waiting for Donald Trump to begin speaking and addressing the crowd once this parade is over. I'm going to hand you over now to Gillian, who's going to lead our coverage. Gillian, over to you.
Yalda, thank you so much. It's just gone 11 o'clock. You are watching Sky News. On the evening that Donald Trump is back in power tonight, and he wasted no time in making sure America and the world knew about it. His speech, marking the moment of his return to power, may have lacked the visceral anger of the American carnage he referred to at his first inauguration in 2017. But what we heard instead was a relentless list of actions, some of which the new president is already signing off as so-called executive orders tonight. Well, we are expecting Donald Trump to speak at some point this evening, ongoing now the inauguration parade, but things are running slightly later than scheduled. Our US correspondent Mark Stone is actually in the Capital One Arena in Washington watching proceedings. Mark.
Gillian, very good afternoon, very good evening to you. It has just gone 6 o'clock here in Washington, D.C., and I hope you can hear me because, my goodness, it's loud inside the Capital One arena where the reformed inauguration parade has been taking place for about the past hour. A parade that was supposed to take place outside has now been brought inside because of the bitterly cold weather, and I can tell you it has been absolutely freezing all day here in Washington, D.C. But that hasn't stopped this remarkable day from happening almost as people had expected it would. A day of the delivery of democracy from one president to the other. The day that the 45th president became the 47th president. A day in which we saw moments, we saw some moments, we didn't see other moments, and those moments we didn't see, my goodness, to have been a fly on the wall in those moments. Tea between the Bidens and the Trumps at the White House this morning. And then a car ride. Outgoing President Biden, incoming President Trump drove down Pennsylvania Avenue together in the Beast, the presidential motorcade, taking the two of them together from the White House to the Capitol, where the inauguration ceremony took place. And then the speech itself. And if inauguration speeches, history certainly dictates that they are humble, that they are a reflection of the weight of the office of president. Well, not this one. This one was Trump to a T, and it was precisely the sort of speech that the people who voted for him were expecting. He eviscerated the record of Joe Biden, the man who came before him, the man who sat behind him and listened to it all. And once he'd done that, he peppered the speech with promises of hope, of unity. Yes, he talked about unity, and of change to a world and a country that is run by Donald Trump. There's been a tsunami of news through the course of the day, news of preemptive pardons that Joe Biden has enacted against for his own family, members of his own family, his two brothers, his sister, their spouses as well, because Biden believes that President Trump will somehow try to prosecute them in what he says is a politically motivated prosecution. So news there, and then of course a flurry of news from the incoming president, from the new president, the 47th president, who I think in a few moments will speak and will sign some of the executive orders that he has trailed so many times, that he says will reshape America to his way.
And that's something that he's spoken about at length, getting those executive orders through the door, something that he's pushed forward. Normally, presidents come in and sign a couple, 13, I think, was the largest in one session, but really breaking with convention and speeding right ahead with all of his plans.
Yeah, sorry, Gillian, struggling to hear you, as you might expect. I think you're talking about the executive orders. When he was last president, back in 2016, he signed one solitary executive order on the day he became president. This time, the trail certainly has been that it will be many, many more than that. And on the stage behind me, just to the right of the president himself, is a desk, and on that desk is a pile of files. And I wonder whether those files contain some of the executive orders on things like immigration, on shoring up the border, on the mass deportations that he has talked about, tariffs maybe another one, and what he said in his speech, a common sense executive order. Let's listen now to Steve Witkoff, who is, I think, going to take to the podium very shortly. Steve Witkoff, while he walks to the podium, let me tell you, is the Donald Trump's point man in the Middle East, the man who has just got back from the Middle East, having been very much at the heart of the brokering of the ceasefire in Gaza that has allowed those hostages to be home and Palestinian prisoners to be released.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
Okay, but we are waiting for Donald Trump to address the crowds. We're waiting for him to speak. The schedule is running a little behind time, but we just heard there from Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's special envoy for peace in the Middle East. He's been at the heart of brokering a ceasefire, the negotiations that have been sealed in terms of the temporary ceasefire, that phased ceasefire that we've heard today. On stage now, families of hostages in Gaza, the president due to meet them and speak to them later today. But he asked the crowd to show them some love. Many have actually lost relatives already, some still waiting for their loved ones to be released. Interesting speech from Steve Witkoff there. His role as Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East has been a short one, but he has worked in hand with those in the Biden administration. They did come together to push through that ceasefire. And he said that President Trump's leadership had redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Well, Mark Stone is in that arena, that Capital One arena, watching as those families of hostages show pictures of their loved ones. Thank you. And the crowd applauds. Mark, talk to us. I'm not sure how well you can hear me, Mark, but I was just talking about that the families of some of those hostages who are due to meet the president and speak with the president later today.
Dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I think actually, Gillian, President Trump is about to speak, but while he walks down to the podium, let me just tell you, I was struck by the fact that the first speaker here tonight was Steve Witkoff. I mean, clearly, it's because he fostered, or he was the point man for a material success of the Trump administration already, the Gaza ceasefire. But the tone of what he said was very much foreign policy focused, which I think is interesting to choose that. Let's listen to President Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages, not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole
The way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did, and Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right, Aaron? They were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this? Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had a change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters, one of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out, let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever gonna replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're gonna love. Oh, you're gonna be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here, none of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
So Donald Trump, having addressed the crowd this evening following the inauguration parade, is now speaking to the families of various hostages. I believe some hostages themselves. Some of them have sadly already lost their relatives and family members. Others still hoping that they will be returned to them. Well, President Trump on his way to start signing some of those executive orders. And with me in the studio, we have Harry Cole, political editor of The Sun, and Pippa Crerar, political editor at The Guardian, who've been watching his speech with me. Pippa, your thoughts on what he had to say?
Well, Donald Trump left office 4 years ago in very sort of controversial conditions. We had the riots in the Capitol, the room where he gave his inauguration speech earlier today in the rotunda. And it feels like he's just picked up where he's left off. We heard in the inauguration speech that he was going to be a great unifier, that he was going to bring the country together again after a very turbulent time. And then he's just done another speech, I think his third, is it, or his fourth so far this evening, where he's addressed the MAGA faithful. And he's sort of teased the fact that he was warned by officials to not to make sort of particularly controversial comments during the inauguration, and he was going to use the opportunity to do so now. So there were political attacks.
Should we just listen in, because I think they're announcing each executive order.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can I have a pen? The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
Donald Trump ending the signing of several executive orders there by throwing the pens which he used to sign them into the crowd. Oh, I thought he was going to speak there, but he's going to be heading now, I believe, to the Oval Office to sign many more executive orders. Don't know the exact number, but it has been reported that within the region of 200 he wants to get signed off on Inauguration Day. But those that he did sign included a directive to every federal department to address the cost of living crisis, one that federal workers should return to full-time work in person, the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty, perhaps the most surprising. I think we missed the sound on a couple of them, and I believe the first was the release of the January the 6th rioters. Well, still with me, Harry and Pippa. Almost like a concert vibe, isn't it? Sort of throwing the pens that he signed the executive orders with into the crowd.
He's got one of his campaign anthems there as well. I'm surprised he's not on stage dancing. I mean, very celebratory. And many of those executive orders that he obviously picked to announce immediately are red meat to his core support, that room of core supporters. And they went down very, very well with people in the room, but presumably also with many that voted for Donald Trump. He promised change, and we're certainly going to get change. It won't be comfortable for everybody. You mentioned, obviously, the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Change Agreement. That really, I think, probably spells, if not the end, then a sort of a substantial pause on global action to tackle climate change. You know, we heard a lot from you earlier about immigration and the southern border. That was one of the other things that he said he would get a grip on, although it must be said that immigration from over the southern border currently is very low. And the crime rates amongst immigrants are lower than the US population. It's not the millions and millions, Harry.
Still 75,000 people trying to come across the border.
Millions and millions. So once again, we're seeing exaggeration and hyperbole from Donald Trump. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of it in the days ahead.
I think the hyperbole might be coming from more than just Donald Trump, I'd say. I think... Look, this is a man in a hurry. He's only got really 18 months. I'd say that rally was as much as a warning to Congress and to the Senate as much as anyone else. Don't forget that Donald Trump's only going to be... He can't run again. This is it. Constitutionally, he cannot
unless
run
he changes the law.
Well, he won't. Let's not get silly. He won't. He cannot do it. But what he does need to do is provide a sort of MAGA legacy. He's only got a sort of limited term to do stuff. This is why we're seeing these 200... as you say, executive orders. This is not repeating the mistakes he made in 2016, which was getting bogged down in not having that sort of mandate from the people behind him, and also not having a big enough team around it. You can see all the planning that's gone in the last 3 or 4 months, and longer even before then, into these things. And he's moving very fast and breaking things because he hasn't got long. But those crowds, every time he stands in front of that crowd, that's a warning to Congress, which has got quite a slender holdover of. You don't want these people turning up in your district in 2 years' time in the midterms, argue against me. So it's basically saying, get on board. I've got the people with me. I've got the MAGA people with me. I've got the popular vote. Now it's time to basically come to heel because we've got work to do. And so far, it seems to be working. As far as I can tell, Marco Rubio is the first of many in the Senate that's going to be confirmed. And even some of the most controversial and contentious cabinet appointments don't look to be in that much trouble.
OK, Harry and Pippa, thank you very much. It was very brief tonight. That's because we were watching Donald Trump addressing the crowd there. He's just left now to go off and sign very many more executive orders. Well, finally, let's return to Washington. It's 4 years since Donald Trump gave up power, unwillingness, and the world will now need to adjust to 4 more years of his return to the ultimate office. A reminder now of how that day unfolded.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what's our
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
The golden age of America begins right now. Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all.